Just the shitty part. Would it take 3? Yeah, it takes 3. Unless I define an item for more fire res, and that's like retarded. I need a new... This thing needs whittled also, honestly. I wonder what it picks. I think it picks the lightning res, because lowest tier. Yeah, it would. That one needs whittled too. How much are whittlings? They're 0 on hardcore. I guarantee it. Moment of whittling. Searching? Oh, there's actually one up for a divine. That's fucking worth it. There's one up for 1 divine. That's 100% worth it. There's like 1 up. I'm taking it. He's not gonna trade me. He's gonna list it for 20. There's one up for 2, so. Barlage with reset, thanks, dude.
Meek creature!
Try hard.
Price 5 exalteds for 1 divine. What is this language? I have no idea.
Yes.
Yes. He's so laggy. His hideout. Help.
Need to create a complete bridge.
It's a Corgo evil dog.
How can I help?
You think they exist here? No stock. No stock. I guess he doesn't want to trade. I'm leaving. He relisted it for 5 divines like a softcore player would. That's awesome. Well, looks a sec. I think I'm just gonna keep using my current gloves until I'm ready to wear these. I need another item upgrade. Is it the shield? It's gonna get harder and harder to upgrade my gear. And I still need a fire res thing. This item's pretty good, this item's okay. This item, the res rolls are just kind of low on my boots, honestly. I should probably look up some boots. I think I only want 30 movement speed minimum at this point on boots, though. Searching, 0 found. I'm gonna put like dog shit mods into. My current boots are basically 3 mods, because those 2 suffixes are, I mean, those 2 suffixes kind of equal 1. I don't know. I could try. I might recombo boots to get something better. But the boots have to be like highest tier life, highest tier movement speed. I could also go like the movement speed part is really hard. Like the getting the prefixes is really hard on top of the like suffix though. I don't know. I feel like no matter what, it's just gonna keep getting exponentially harder to upgrade, right? 27. I should keep gold though. If I get that box, it's worth a lot. So I'll just send them a lot of gold. La-dee-doo. And Ploop is drinking a bucket of nasty motherfucking turd soup. Amulet's huge though. An extreme ooer. Any extreme ooers nearby? Extreme ooer. Doot 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 doot. You wanna do some forum trades? Kinda hungry. Start our food. Before I forget, and it's too late. Get the new version. I don't care about updating apps. Like, just, you know what I mean? Any truers, feel me? Like, if it works before, why bother updating it? It's the same as the computer. Why restart the computer if it works fine now? What's the point? Leap Slam? Yeah, it's faster than what I'm playing. It's fine if you want to play it. Do, 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 do. Tacos or no tacos? That's the question. Taco Tuesday? Alright, fine. Good enough for me. 1 taco. Do 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 do. Yeah, why would I get more than 1 taco? What do you mean? Ba da ba da. Is that good enough? I think it's fine. I don't know what I did. I just hit some buttons. Continue to payment. Tip the driver. 40 cents. Continue. What? Why would I tip him? He's paid for it by his own guys. You know what I mean? Yeah, why would you tip the driver before you know how good the service is? Actually true. You know what one of the funniest things is? Whenever I go to, it's very rare that I go there anyway. Whenever I go to fucking Starbucks, they like give you a thing and they're like, how much would you like to tip? Like, I'm in the drive-thru. What did you do? Like, you just did your normal thing that you were gonna do anyway. An extreme ooer. I did switch all my shit back. I need 8 more chaos res. Do I have like a big res ring at all? Not really. It'd be nice to get catalyst, you know what I mean? You could be blue boy. Do-do-do.
I'm not ready.
Breach farm time? I mean, there's always time to do more stuff. Yeah, that is a thing. Breach isn't gonna fix my res though, honestly. I need better boots. I just need better gear. My gear's pretty good. It's getting there, but I just, at the end of the day, just need better gear. Res catalysts aren't gonna do shit. How good were my actual ring rolls? This one has like an int roll I don't need. This one is fine though on Suffix and Pre. Final Sin? Yeah, I did that a while ago. Why is this fucking Frisbee doing so much damage? Yeah, you don't have good control of your character when you're loop slamming. You have to jump in the middle of packs of mobs and shit. Easy to die, easier to die.
I need more time.
Here's a tip, get a better job. Uniques while leveling? Thrill Steel's pretty good. Onslaught Helmet. I think it's kind of OP. Even on max level character, it's OP. Bum 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 bum. Bug. Drogoon, thanks dude for the 48-month resub. That's what my character says, he goes, woo! Do you think the chat is going to be very well behaved during the Ziz thing? I don't care, but I'll be watching intently. Yeah, I believe it. Fucking know what's in there. What the hell? Alright, whatever, I'm just walking back. Hopefully the devs are like, this is the intended difficulty. We probably are going to make in-game a bit harder because people are still doing too much damage. And, you know, some of you guys just need to get good, you know? This is a game about gameplay. We want you to gameplay, press buttons, fight monsters. If the monsters aren't getting to attack you, they're not doing their job. L to P. GG. Let's see, 2,200, that's getting deferred for sure. Buying that, I can't do shit, so I'm just gonna buy you then. Epic. Shit. Yeah, just buy this and I'll get, and then it's merciless. XD. I hope they don't talk about PoE 1 at all, and all they do is talk about PoE 2. They don't mention PoE 1 one time. Oh shit, I hit some bullshit. Man, is it actually a permanent debuff to remove my armor? Like, I can't remove it unless I TP out. I think so. Stop blocking my attacks. My goal this week is to make it past Act 3. On softcore, right? Like softcore. Not even hardcore, but softcore. Yeah, softcore trade. Do you think you can achieve your goal? Is it possible? And you're starting to doubt. Yeah, you might not be, you know, cut out for it. a Reddit comment, think about the dads. I mean, people played Baldur's Gate, like, for fucking ages, right? To beat the game. Like, casual players, like, it took them fucking ages to beat that game. So what's the problem with this one? You know what I mean? What am I getting spammed for? Help. Do, 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 do. Corgo. Wait, why are you guys typing I'm gay? What? It's a Corgo dog of death and damnation. He fucking hates you, dude. What is Alpine Ridge boss? I don't know which map that is. Hashtag we know. Wait, what is this? Rutu raid? Is that why people are saying I'm gay? Thanks, Rutu, for the raid. That's definitely what happened. Apologize? Alright, I'll apologize to Rutu next time he asks me to apologize. I'll apologize by sending Quantric over to his house to give him something. It's something ferocious. Let me just put it that way. Something ferocious. A dark gift. An evil gift. Holy shit, that did so much damage. New game? New bugs. Nose challenge. Imagine I was a caster or something. It's just, there's never any living that. Nose challenge. This build should be nerfed. Probably. Yeah. Greater Essence of Butthole. I still don't know what's a good use for these, honestly. Like, anywhere in the whole game. I'm sure there's something that's, like, decent for this. Anybody know? Greater Essence of Battle? Like, is there an actual, like, genuine good use for it somewhere? Because I don't know of any. All them. I don't know what the boss of this map is. Let's find out. Wait, is this even the boss? Oh, this is the boss up here. What the hell's this? Wait, she won. Is it random which one wins? That's kind of epic. Wait, now the other one's alive. I don't know what's happening. I get boss drops for 2 bosses. Log in. It's kind of epic. Fuck, I forgot to put a rare one in. I'm stupid. Some people call me dumbass. Dumbass. They're correct. That's my name. Dumbass. It's a Corgo evil dog. What is the fattest creature known to man? It's Hermes. What are you guys typing? It's Hermes. Everybody knows this.
I'm not ready.
There are no mechanics left in here. Just leave. Who the fuck is Hermes? You really want to know? I'll show you. Keep in mind what I show you is not an edit. Just be warned about that. Like, it's not even edited. Just keep that in mind when I show you this. It's not edited. That's not edited. I told you. He's huge. Do you understand now? He's an evil creation. He's a unit. He's a powerful beast. A powerful beast. If he sees you, he may eat you. Are people, I don't know. Is there a use for battle? Let's see if people buy them at all. I have a battle. 1 to 3, yeah. They're not used for shit. If they're 1 to 3. I should have used this one. It was good. Unluck. And Corgo is... I'm getting blasted. What is even happening? I don't even understand. Why? Why? Expedition or Ritual? I don't know which one I value more right now. I'm not really recomboing anything, but I do want to recombo boots, honestly. Corgo, evil dog. $3,000 updates about my order? No, it actually wasn't. But they do that sometimes, yes. A butthole pounding. What? I mean, that's a lot of mechanics. Let me get like a Gluebert if I have one. I don't even know if I have a Gluebert left. I don't run a run. Extra chaos. Extra chaos. It's like the most likely thing to kill me still. Monsters break armor. That should be fine, right? Surely. Not a big deal. This guy trying to steal my tree. Get your own for true.
Dodge this!
Holy shit, that hit me hard. My armor. My armor. Stop breaking my armor. Stop refreshing my armor break. Wait a second. You are blue boar, I am blue boar. What does that even mean? Power bottom. Rutu, what is a power bottom? Apparently that's what he is. The Swobian, thanks dude for the reset. Yeah, it means he's powerful. What else would it mean? True. Meat creature, the baby. Tier 5 Grand Breakers decks. Take notes. Tier 5. I mean, like, who the fuck needs Dual H? Does someone need Dual H? It's tier 1 life, to be fair, but like, who fucking needs Dual H? Another cut it has a specific loot table. Auto attack, bleed blow, blood mage. Bleed blow, blood mage. That sounds really bad. Bleed blow, blood mage. You were nose warrior. What map tier? Highest. 15 spam. I need new shield. The fuck is that? Shit, there's a true one. There's one tier higher life. I didn't realize. I don't need max cold. Max fire would actually be decent. Like, recombo shield is a decent idea. Let me think. If I recombo shield and use greater attributes will always give me strength. But it's still kind of irrelevant because I have to have, like, life and block prefixes. Yeah, it's pretty hard. I think it's just, like, chaos or, like, gamble spam to get my shield. My current shield's pretty fucking good. It's all the right mods, kind of. They just need to be higher values. There's also just like make the exact same items that I already have and then wall orb them for an extra socket. That's like, that helps a lot too. This is prime. He's Alkaizer VoD. It's not even 82. He got 10 movement speed on his greater haste. Holy LFG. First chaos, he breaks it. So map boss still in here. Think about this: Korgos awakens, but his hatred knows no bounds. Apparently I can't heavy stun this guy for a long time. A true baby.
I need more time.
A Korgosian. Nose challenge. Smell my ass. What is that? I have never seen that. Have you ever seen that? I'm just saying. This is prime LFG. It's gonna be like 4 to 6 damage. Alright, close. Oh, I don't know. Maybe you can recombo it or something. I don't really know. Map complete, yet no map dropped. That was an old map. .93, yeah, it's gonna be one of those. I haven't got a, I'm looking for like some Tyrannicals and Flarings. I had one Flaring, but I haven't seen any like Tyrannical. I haven't even seen a Cruel mace, let alone. Like my mace is like, it looks like it's Cruel, but it's like hybrid and pure. Did I kill all the rares? Maybe I did. I feel like there can't be that many mobs left. Whatever. It's good enough. What am I using for a single target instead of perfect strike? Perfect strike. Burb. Logging big nose is yelling now. Logging big nose, find a frown. My daily 1K total calories. Epic. A large Sprite? No, I only drink water and coffee. Did I check the ritual? Did I? You might be right. Maybe I didn't. I don't remember. I don't think about it. Do 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 do. Ramping. My thing. Plus 1x. What did I get? Like, I don't, like, this is what they gave me. I'll not tell you. What is this? Fucking blob thing. They just gave me a box of fucking blob of fucking tinfoil. Gloves gamble? I'm kind of low on, Oh, you mean this gamble? I don't even know if anybody actually wants these, honestly. Look, they're kind of shit. Remember the frog boss towards the end of Dark Souls 2? And he like comes out of the frog thing or something, and it's like, I don't fucking know what about that boss is stupid. This is a good recombo. I need to get a bunch of recombo things. Can I just spam recombo shields and boots? I think so. So here's what I do, the strat. My tacos are just chicken, guacamole, and lettuce. What do you think about this strat? That's all that's in my taco. Chicken, guacamole, and lettuce. That's it. Is that W or L? Then I dunk them in fucking queso. It's a Corgo baby dog. You know what I mean?
Let me play the game! Let me fucking play the game! This is so fucking dumb!
A billion viewers? What does that even mean?
I actually can't even, like... I can't pick the fucking thing up! I cannot pick the fucking thing up! This is so fucking dumb! My entire fucking inventory is these stupid ass quests! I died to a drowning orb? What the fuck is that? Wait, you're telling me in the campaign there are drowning orbs in packs of monsters that surround you in a game where you cannot pass through monsters, you cannot roll through monsters, you do not have phasing, and you are permanently body blocked, and the timer on the drowning orb to kill you is shorter than your fastest attack. Your fastest attack animation does not go, and it chills you to slow that down. Welcome to the channel, everyone.
What the fuck? Anytime someone talks like that, I leave.
Oh.
Oh my god, what? What was that? What happened? No!
Okay, I'm gonna just off-screen him because I don't trust him. Fucking Balbala bullshit, like, bro, how? Why? It took a while on that character. Fuck! No, no. Okay, I have extra attempts. Okay, I'll go. Oh, woo! Oh god. Okay, I was just pogging out. I was so excited. So I sat still.
He has 2 wisps. Oh my god, grinding gear games. I can't get away from him. I genuinely believe there is no way grinding gear games test this stuff. There is absolutely no way.
I quit because I couldn't kill A2 boss, Sag. You should have did what Tai Killer did, which is go to town, grab a quarterstaff, and auto attack the boss to death with a quarterstaff. But no matter how fast you kill them, we all react the same way. Don't even deny it. We all react the same way, like, what am I doing with my life?
No. Bro. Not like this. No. I'm auto-attacking him. Dude. No!
He got stunned and then bogged. Got another one, Jannar, man.
Yeah, you're a white mob? Die. You're not dead? Die. Why are you not dead? Die. 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 Bitch, die.
Nee, Mann, ich bin am Arsch. Ich hab nicht mehr die Attacke. Und ich habe keinen ich kann nicht mit dem Slow-Mod weg. Oh mein Gott. So schnell? Was?
Submit, Plagueborn.
Okay, he's like, I can't actually play my character.
Humanity has failed. It must start again.
There are no more lands left.
Couldn't really play my character there.
Alright,
Alien glitch.
Oh my gosh! Wait, what
Alien
are we
glitch.
doing, guys? What are we doing right now? How is this build working? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing, but it's working.
You're not allowed to have fun playing this game.
Mate, I think I'm gonna be doing all this work only to die in like the gauntlet next room.
Oh, the little grub! You little grubby sh.
Prime.
One way. This changes nothing.
Wait.
The hour grows late. My son.
Yeah, I got him. They're right. Alright.
有没有看到那个画面？
Holy! I like that. I like that damage. I like that. That's the game I want to play. Like that boss damage? Sick, right? I'm playing point one again, bro. I'm playing point one. I ain't playing point two. I'm playing point one. Y'all can play point two. I'm gonna be 10 million damage and I'm gonna go farm myself some Arbiter 4 soon.
Behold, the burning horizon.
Oh man, I can kill it.
Hope he dies.
Wait, I have a movement skill.
You're a gauntlet player. What the fuck was that? Holy shit.
Guys, the video card, the device has been lost. I've literally never seen that error before.
I made it. I literally made that, dude. 1 wisdom. Ventors. It's fucking bad. Oh shit! Level 20 uncut. Oh, level 20 uncut.
I'm going for it. Oh my god, I'm winning. Oh no, I got stunned. Fuck. That was clean, dude. Just straight up Smith right in front of that fire. Hold. Hold. I'm smithing!
Even a corpse. Pathetic.
That's as good as I could do. Good potency against this guy. Smith him! Ah!
Smith him, dude.
Oh, should I just become Quinn? Wait. Let's play PoE 2.
What's happening? What are these sound effects?
Yeah, I think Smith and Kitava absolutely needs to be, like, the hammering of the handball needs to be buffed, and, well, the early game of the... Oh, wrong button. Oh, we got an exile on my map, guys. This is my first map, by the way. Oh, we got an exile. What's she doing? Oh, she's healing up. What the hell's this? What the fuck? She's like killing me. I don't even know how. Can't get this right now. Where you at? Yeah, she's in.
Suffer! Skewer!
That's it. Okay, we can click one more, right? I'm specking Strongbox notes. I'm telling you right now, I'm specking Strongbox notes. If it changes the 2% max mana on kill, I'm gonna cry.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
I will not complain because that is not useless. No part of me is complaining about that. That's pretty decent. I'm never gonna upgrade this. I'm done. I'm literally never gonna upgrade this spear. It's never gonna get upgraded. There's no way the sphere gets upgraded.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
20,000 gold to open. What the f is that, bro? Cost 20. Is it 200,000? Hit. Take my money. Surely we already hit the lowest. What is it? Like it can work. It's not 0. It worked. It actually worked. It actually worked. I see it did. Yo, I got a new weapon.
Accuracy rating. 31 cold res. 35 lightning res. Life.
Dear GGG, you made the game so boring, even your bosses don't want to participate anymore. They just gave up, just like us. Even your bosses gave up. How do you expect us to play the game?
What? She turned off the shield. What is going on?
Great clip. Ban him.
I see the best usage for parry. Alright, hold up. If you equip Rake, let me find Rake. If you equip Rake, right, what you can do is you can hold down Rake and tap parry. This is the best usage of parry, because you can do this.
Swirling Blades, dude. Log in.
This is the best usage for parry.
The animation of the... Let's try. Wait, I think you can. Wait, that's kind of illegal tech. Look, you can cancel the parry so you can attack like twice.
Oh. What's going on?
He's in the walls.
You like my build, guys? All for 2k gold. Not the worst. And the augments. 200k gold is the last one.
Wisdom Troll.
Yay.
Where the f is this last monster? Of course it is. Oh, because of course.
I'm gonna juice tier 10 map and it's almost over.
Hold up, Burb. And then I gaming the whole line. My foot's fucking asleep. God damn it. Ah! A true baby. Jung Roan. Are the Jung Runners? Jung Runners. World of Warcraft TBC. He is a true baby. Stupid whoop whoop. What was I doing? Some curse shit. Booger blast. The Grand Overheating, a story by Kevin. Hammer what? Venom Crypts? Probably just take stun. Poop in my asshole. You know what I mean? A true baby. So many witches in this map, Jesus. Trying to kill me. No, I prefer men. Do you think this guy's HC, actually? Knew it. That's worth 4 Divines and Soft Core, or 4 Exalt and Soft Core. Help. Help me.
I need more time.
Do you think Korgos would eat those chicken tacos I just ate? Yes. Do you think he would like it? Why is that even a question? He's a baby. A massive nose is a giant nose, and a giant nose is a massive nose, and a massive nose is a giant nose, and a giant nose is a massive nose. Massive nose, giant nose, giant nose, massive nose. Let me play the game! Let me fucking play the game! I got like all the juice in my throat, you know what I mean? There you go, it's better. Oh shit. You know what I mean though. Like 2 more hours till Zozarin, is that right? 2 more hours till Zozarin. The nicotine and the tar that I need. What if Zizarin starts whirlwinding mid-interview, like his cock? That'd be badass. Rotten Potenza, thanks dude for the resub. Can't even freaking click the thing. Bug. What's wrong with dyeing your pubes if you want to, you know? Is that a problem? If you were to, like, anybody in chat, like, that, who dyes their pubes? Someone does, I bet. Any pube dyers? Is that a problem? You heard me, boy. Oh shit, this guy's softcore, you can tell, because he's softcore. Wait, he's actually HC. Go first. Actually, there's like a decent amount of invokers. I've been training with a lot of them today. A true baby. It's a cool evil dog.
Gotta pick up the pace. Once the hunt begins. Spirit, guide us.
Party play, dude. Log in.
Don't give up now.
There won't be any bones, and there can't be a single motherfucking goddamn stupid ass motherfucking goddamn bone zone. Do 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 do. You were Nose Warrior. That's right, nose warrior. Hit that button. Shitty item, shitty item, shitty item. Is that a lot of ES? That's a low level base though. Wait, it doesn't even have its last prefix. I don't even know what a lot of energy shield is on a chest. Mid-level spear. 500 plus. I'll exalt it for a meme. It gained DS, not much though. Didn't get the good roll. Is this a sick leveling weapon? Sick leveling weapon, more flat. Attack speed, more flat. 1 to 13 lightning, fuck you. My slash plate is irrelevant. I've left my game on. Like when I slept. There won't be any bones, and there's gonna be a single fucking zone. I'm telling you all right now, no bone zone. Oh yeah, I forgot there's AoE on Jules. That's a sick mod, actually. Block chance AoE ignite chance. That's not bad. One more exalt for max fire res. Totem placement speed. Fuck you. I kind of want like another dump tab, honestly. I think I might make 2 tabs. Let me see. Just like another, just like flat out dump tab. Trade. I want to look at energy shield chest. Here at ES. Like how much are people wanting? Body armor. Energy shield. Fuck. 400 plus. There's actually a few. There's one for 600 that has 600 ES. That's like kind of a lot. Oh, it's socketed though. Rue's got a dump tab for Quantrix Essence. What? Like, really? Is that genuinely true? Or a meme? Extra res? I don't have any things. Help. Quantric, use Rutu as his dump tab. Wait, what? Do. Fucking Squall. I just wanted some quick armor scraps to meme. You know what I mean? Dwee Dragons? Wait, what am I doing? We have some in here. These boots were good, I forgot. Why am I not using them? Weren't they just better than mine? I actually forgot about these. Oh, yeah. I think they're just better than mine. Period. I actually forgot about these boots, XD. I gain 7 life, and I gain resist. Oh, I didn't need the lightning res at all, though. Wait a second, does that mean... Corgo is... I remember what... I wanted to vol these with Omen. I forgot about these boots, though. They're Giga. Do. And a massive giant nose. How would you achieve it? I don't think anybody could know. If you have a massive giant nose, how would you achieve it? Nobody could know. And Corgo is an evil dog of death. It's a lot of fire res. Can I do the double combo then with these new gloves? Like this? Does that work? I would just socket Chaos Res in 1 and then 14 fire wouldn't be enough res, right? I would get 7. I'd be at 85 cold. I believe. Is that right? This fucking lightning res shit is so annoying. So if I socketed it with 14 fire res, that would pump me 7 more cold res. So I'd be 85, which kind of sucks. I kind of like to be overcap. I don't know. Give me a fucking Omen of Corruption. La di da da do da 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 do 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 do.
It seems that our forebears scouted a few islands before settling on the mainland. The remembrance of them.
Now. Never Olroth on Lukey. Corgos. Evil. Oh, Voltaxic? That's kind of sick. 100% lightning damage converted to chaos damage. Chaos damage from hits also shocks. It's the same as PoE 1. It's kind of cool. Teams. Kind of these. Forsen is playing a game called Gay Nation, a gay game for gays, gays only. I mean, you know, Forsen does what Forsen does.
I can't yet.
Give me your best Corgo dance. He's an evil dog. He's a baby dog. But an evil dog. He's fucking evil, but he's a baby. He's fucking evil, but he's a baby. +5 to 6 melee again. It's on the splash base too. I mean, XD, I guess. Crit, huge. Fizz? If you get Cruel, it's really good. Go Cruel. 50, what? It's shit. Wait a second, does that mean that... Go baby dog. I have a lot of Paltrow tokens. I think I'm gonna use them with my thing. Because I got like pretty decent rings now and my amulet's really good, so... We'll just like fish for big prefixes, I guess.
Maybe I'll just shuffle these around and tell you they're different.
Do 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 do.
There's room for improvement. We could add one more aspect to this. Might be one more. I'm pretty sure you've got it wrong.
Those are nice suffixes.
Shape this with a little word. This one has a hidden side. Let's take a risk on a new aspect.
Easy way to delete all my Gwen and Paltrow currency real fast. Anything awesome? Anvil Maw. Quantric Wicked? What is Quantric Wicked? Emperor's Aegis Quarterstaff. You care about that? Not really. Do 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 do. Massive spear.
Maybe I'll just shuffle these around and tell you they're different.
La da do 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 do. Are those good suffixes? I don't know about like what people care about like extra arrow base though. I thought only. I don't know. The button, I guess.
I could reshape this with a little word. One of these aspects is hiding its true potential.
Well, yeah. True potential. Fucking Goku power up.
I'll just shuffle these around and tell you they're different. I could reshape this with a... Let's take a risk on a new aspect.
You are dumb. Fuck you, motherfucker, biatch. +2 melee CHD. Nope.
I believe this weapon. What? You don't...
Cool. Shitty weapons. Give me shitty weapons, please.
What else do I have?
More shitty weapons, please. Give me shitty weapons. Give me shitty weapons, oh please. Give me shitty weapons. Watch this, I'm gonna make a sick ass spear.
What? You don't see that?
That's stupid.
Good luck.
Budpounders.com. Don't go there.
It's an evil dog, but a baby dog.
What the fuck is this? like fucking... Hey, I'm getting giga. Wait, is that the thing? Oh shit, we got it. I was getting fucking blasted with paragraphs on my other monitor. This could be huge. You feeling it? The first time I opened this, I got a 6 link. The second time I opened it, I got a 6 link. Third time... Tink, 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 tink. What? This is a tank, I promise you. This is stupid. Give me the good loot. This is good. This one's actually huge. 200,000 gold. Where's the dopamine? I'm leaving. I know it's shit. $10 Vol Orbs. That's not the worst. How much gold is that? 2 million gold to open it. I have 400k. That's the worst one I've gotten so far. 200,000 gold for 10 Vol Orbs. Is that even worth? I don't even know if that's worth. I don't even think that's worth it. It's probably about even. It's not good though. Orgo is an evil dog. Stop breaking my armor. So Saren, how long do you want to be banned for, just for fun? You know, just for the hell of it, you know? Just get you a quick little ban. Just for, you know, shits and giggles. Shits and giggles, man. What do you think?
Meat creature!
Meat creature.
Boo-boo, what would you rate the patch?
Oh shit. The what? Korgar Stanskar, are you playing Binding of Isaac right now? Are you getting him? Are you winning?
It's an evil dog, but a baby dog. A baby dog is an evil dog. He's an evil dog of death.
Death. I was playing Elden Ring. Holy shit. He's Elden Ringing. He's ready to play the Liza P thing. When is the Liza P expansion? That's really soon, I'm pretty sure. I'll probably play it. I think I'll play the entire game from the beginning, though. It's more fun. Lies of Peas Nuts? Nani? What is it? Oh, I got double whooped. One is stupid, and the other is fucking a retard. Be what it be what it be. Everybody watch how you got double D's. This is actually interesting. Oh wait, never mind. I can't get life. Any more life. Because prefixes are full. Bleed build. So Saren, I see you. You never answered my question. Shits and giggles. What are we talking, boy? Else do I have to ping Burger Blast? Is Arion or Burger? Number of minutes and maps. Number of players and maps. That's probably like 2 hours max. Currently present. Currently present. I'm thinking... How many times do you stream snipe Quinn? 1 hour per stream snipe. That's your ban. How many times have you stream sniped Quinn? See you guys in 15 hours. Were you, in any of those 15 stream snipes, were you solely responsible for his loss in the game? Like, genuinely, it was all on you? That is why he lost? Like, you were solely responsible for his defeat? You made sure he fucking lost? This interview is doomed. I have no idea. I just want to hear the devs talk. I don't care about the questions asked, honestly. I just want to hear the devs talk. Anybody feel me?
Evil dog, but the baby dog, the baby dog is the evil dog, he's the evil dog of death.
Wow, that is some nutty ass fucking mods on that right now. I almost want to buy a greater defense for it, but I really shouldn't. I don't even play this shit. I'm doing it. Regal. YOLO. Okay. That's a lot of dex. Cast speed. Yes. If this gets 50 energy shield percentage, that's Giga God. There we go. 2 tries on prefix now. What? No fucking way! Again! I exalt like the rarest fucking mod in the game. Fucking 8% life. How did that even happen?
It's an evil dog, but the baby dog, and the baby dog is the evil dog, he's the evil dog of death. Evil dog of death.
I wonder if they made the waning a bit more common. I doubt it, honestly, but you never know. It's possible. This is so fucking dumb. This is not mad, he's chilling. This is a well-mannered, composed individual. He's got it unlocked. He'll be fine.
It is understated how important Scissorin's interview tomorrow will be, whether or not I continue playing this game. The cards are on the table. The hand has been dealt. Your move, GGG.
Fucking gay, dude. Like, so stupid. Jeez, man. Damn, okay, Kaiba. Actually true.
Your move, Yugi.
You've activated my trap card. Mock your sentences for the next 12 rounds.
You will eat your words, Yugi.
You didn't seem to realize, Kaiba, that I also had my trap card. Swords of Revealing Light. My lies are truths and your truths are lies. Now the script has been flipped, like, fucking stupid. That's basically what's happening. Zerka, thanks dude for the resub. Sir, that's a spell card. I don't fucking know. I don't play that shit. I've only seen like the first 20 episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! And all I remember was the Pegasus guy was fucking gay as shit for Yugi. Why did he call him Yugi Boy? He was like, Yugi Boy, come here. Stroke my hair while you suck my... You know what I mean? Why is it like that? Fucking dumb.
Meat creature!
He's an evil dog.
Cards are on the table, the writing is on the wall. This is so fucking dumb. Let me play the game.
True.
Meat creature!
He's a baby.
Korgai Stance Guy, what do you think the most evil creature known to mankind is? Of all the different variations of evil creatures that exist currently present in the world, which one is the most evil? He knows, see? Alright, 140 live for 50% ES, and this is still really good. Evil dog, baby dog, evil dog of death. What? Evil dog of death. What? Evil dog, baby dog. When I saw Yu-Gi-Oh, I just changed the channel immediately. I fucking full volume that shit. I need to know what was happening. You know what I mean? I full volume that shit. We've asked since point 1 for them to pick up whether they want PoE with Zoom or meaningful gameplay, and it appears they have made their choice. The decision is final. No do-overs. Fucking Meteor Masters. Draw your last pathetic card, Yugi. There are no pathetic cards on my deck. My grandfather, like, how do I fucking remember these exact fucking, like, that's pretty close to the exact quote. Fucking so stupid. My memory's too good, I don't forget shit. But he does have this. The powerful Exodia! Distilled Envy, isn't that a good one? Oh no, it's mid. Or low mid. Is it actually this?
Cards like my friends believe in me. Draw your last pathetic card so I can end this, Yugi. My grandpa's deck has no pathetic cards, Kaiba. But it does contain the unstoppable Exodia. Ah, impossible! I've assembled all 5 special cards. All 5 pieces of the puzzle.
What was that sound at the end? Badass Alk. Actually, fucking. Saren understands. I was too old when that shit came out, but I still left it on in the TV in the background while I was fucking playing other games. You feel me? Ooh-ah! Bear Talisman? Which one is that? I don't think I found one of those yet. Is that the crit? Helmet's 8% increased AoE. That's it? Just 8? It's kind of shit. I'm kind of surprised how low that number is. 8 AoE. 8 AoE. I mean, it's good on other builds, I guess, that don't have as much AoE scaling. EU servers eating ass again? No, that's just you, Ukabob. You're eating ass and you got no class. Ukabob is drowning in ass. Ukabob, slurp it up. Ukabob, slurp it up. Ukabob, slurp it up. Ukabob, drink it down. Ukabob, drink it down. What you drinking, Ukabob? What you drinking, Ukabob? It's a turd stew. It's a turd stew. Ukabob, drink up. Oh, there was a thing in here. I didn't see it. Did I even get it? Maybe I did. Yeah, I did get it. I want my fucking oil juice. You know what I mean? Do 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 do. I'm reading. Fuck! I'm stupid. Which one did I not click this time? I bet it's this one. Actually, this one. Brussels sprouts? I actually fucking hate that shit, I'm not gonna lie. I'm like spinach, broccoli, lettuce. And lettuce is dog shit. Doesn't do anything, but I still eat it anyway. Core go dance. Meat creature, thus thy baby. Turd stew, turd stew. Everybody gather around and drink. That's highest tier life for a helmet. Life plus strength into greater fire. That's a good strat too. Life plus strength into greater fire, then triple exalt. I think I like that. I can probably get a better helmet than mine with that strat. Hopefully. Corgo evil. Wait, I wanted to exalt that at least once. Strength. Fuck. Guess we go again. Big fire. Unlock. It's the Corgo baby dog. Bear talisman, ye fucking ha. It's a Corgo baby dog. He is so evil. I don't know if I like LMP. It's probably like okay-ish. I don't really want to run it though. Do. 1, 2, 3, get that. Retower, I think. Seems okay. Ziz is mad. Alright, I'm opening Ziz's stream and he better be mad.
And when it comes to ascendancies, we have for now decided to not allow ascendancy respec. we might reconsider this in the future,
That's been
but
true
for
as
now we
voice.
are sticking with the no option to change our ascendancy.
So gold being enough is probably only if you only take into account that players are so desperate.
He's not even mad. He's chilling. Ventura's mad. I'm in a Discord. I'm in his Discord. And I don't think Ventura likes PoE 2 very much. That's all. That's all I can say about that. I think of the streamers that I kind of somewhat regularly talk to. Obviously, I'm probably the most positive, but it's not because I think the game is like amazing or anything like that. I'm just fine with the game is all. Like it's not that big of a deal to me. If the game makes you, you know, fight monsters and stuff. I would say probably the second most positive person is either genuinely either Rutu or Fubgun. They're probably pretty close. I think I'm probably the most positive, and then it's Rutu and Fubgun. I know Rutu like kind of memes, but I actually kind of I was spamming Bone Shatter for that long, by the way. Just fucking chain stun fucking for ages. Let me play the game. Rutu Hal, his stream is more of an exaggerated version of himself, kind of like Quinn. But Rutu is pretty positive about the game, actually, in general. I don't know who do I think is the most negative? It's hard to say. From the way they talk about the game. No, Steel Mage is in, like, I do talk to Steel Mage a little bit, but like, he's not, he doesn't express it, is all. He doesn't write anything out. I'm talking about people I talk to. Like, I don't talk to Cute Dog, really, ever. From the writing, from the way they talk about the game when they write it, I would say I'm probably the most positive, and then I would say Rutu and Fubgun are probably the next most positive. My Chinese brethren, true. Gazzy, I don't really talk to him. I've played some Dota with Gazzy. He's actually pretty good at Dota. He's better than most of the other PoE guys, I would say. Well, he only plays 5 as far as I'm aware, but I mean, he plays 5 like he wants to play 5, so that matters a lot. That can be a rare, you know, it's kind of a rare trait. Play 5 because you want to play 5, and you're not the specific person that only wants to click Crystal Maiden. I would say most of the PoE streamers aren't particularly positive. I would say I'm over the 50% for sure, and then I would say probably just say Rutu and Fubgun are over 50%, I would say also. I'll be honest, I have a hard time believing pretty much anybody else I've talked to that's a streamer is over 50%. People like DM are definitely over 50%. Rax is over 50%. Most PoE 1 streamers who only stream PoE 1, I wouldn't say they're over 50%. Just Rutu and probably Fubgun for the streamers that I've talked to. I don't think Exile cares. That would be my assumption. He's just gonna play whatever he wants to play regardless. I don't think he cares. Ben's a hard one. I don't know if Ben's over 50%. He's like probably like genuinely probably right in the middle. He obviously very much prefers PoE 1, but I don't think he's completely like, he just, like this game is just like pure misery for him. I don't think it's like that. Ben wants to play games, you know what I mean? With a Y. How long is this ritual? I don't know where the last monster is. He's fucking that's skeleton. There's my Omen of Corruption. Oh, I'm just taking it now. Your blue boy. There's a lot of stupid ass fucking gems. Like, that starting point, in my opinion, isn't like, if it were me, I wouldn't have started the game out with 300 support gems. Like, if you don't want people to just socket 5 damage gems, that's what they want. They want people to not just socket 5 damage gems in their main skills. But it's really hard not to when you give us like 300 support gems, and of those 300 support gems, almost all of them, you know, like you can almost always find a combination of 5 other support gems to scale gems damage. There's just like there's still like you want people to do niche interactions and have more supportive support gems and certain skills, then you need to like not give us 6 trillion bazillion jillion different gems. And you know, there's so many ones that have, even if it's only like 10% damage on your last gem, you're probably using it, right? That kind of shit. But like Hammer of the Gods, for example, genuinely probably has 20 different support gems that all increase its damage, like 20, you know what I mean? It's probably honestly even higher than that, if I were to look. It's probably more than 20 gems increase Hammer of the Gods damage. That's like way too many. There should be like, you know, 4 or 5 total in the game. Or maybe like 10 total in the game, but they're being shared with other gems, or with other skills. Something more like that. But there's just like way too many gems that increase damage. And of course people are just gonna pick the ones that increase damage. Evil dog is a baby dog, and a baby dog is an evil dog. He's an evil dog of death. Am I buying that? Evil dog of death. Death. Do you think the Korgos dance guy's lurking in the shadows right now, waiting? Never mind. He's already there. He was waiting to strike at a Korgatic moment. Evil dog of death. Evil dog of death. Of death. Evil dog. Baby dog. Baby dog. Evil dog. Evil dog of death. What evil dog of death? He is an evil dog of death. What is a boba? What is a boba? What is a boba? What is a boba? Oh, what is it? I'm like crafting mid-map? Well, when the map has damage mods. It's one of those meme shrines. I feel like it was. I don't remember that. All items dropped are corrupted. Yep, that's a meme. Goodbye. This leading me to a rare. Must be stuck in the corner over here. Yep. You're a blue boar. Nose challenge. At least they've begun the culling of minions in the game. Minions shouldn't be a thing in the game anyway. Just make sure nobody can play minions because they're so shit. It's like the goal. One of the main things that need to happen in ARPGs. Do do do. Oh, I clicked it, I see. Why does poo so tasty? What? What does that mean? Casarin, is Turd Twister your favorite streamer? Honestly. Before it's a joke. Probably top 3. Who else is in your top 3? Me? Really? Even with Burger Blast included? How's that possible? My top 3 are Lyric, Hassan, and Destiny. There's no hope for you as a human. Oh shit. Unlucky. Oh shit. I'm gonna do it. Like, I'm gonna be sad, because these are genuinely a little bit better than my current boots, but I'm doing it anyway. This could be prime. If it's 2 sockets, it's so good, though. Two sockets is so good. I want either movement speed increase or 2 sockets. There we go. I haven't hit a 2 socket item in like ages. The Banshees cry. Ram Bros, thanks dude. That's called the Banshees cry. Everybody knows this. Big Nose, what is that technique called? Was I breaking the sound barrier with that? Ivan Thorn. What note did I hit there at the end? What note was that? Was that like a C5? C6? That was actually a C7, holy shit. Zophius, thanks dude. C7's huge. Alright, what am I putting in here? My Cold Rose overcap kind of sucks. I am missing 160, right? Yeah, I'm missing 25 fire res. Now, what does it look like with the gloves? With the gloves, I could go Chaos, Fire, Fire Res, Chaos, Cold. All 3, I think. I think I would go Fire, Chaos, Cold. Or I could go Fire, Cold, Fire, Chaos, Chaos.
Meek creature!
Corgo is evil. Fire, Chaos, Chaos, or Fire, Chaos, Cold? I still want a Whittling for this. That fucking guy. Should I do it? I'm kind of tempted, honestly. It's a terrible idea, but I'm thinking about doing it. Wait, no results found. Oh, they're offline, that's why. XD. Porco baby dog. 1 to 3. That's such a shit rate. Fire, chaos, cold. I gain 2 attack speed with these. Fire. Well, that guy wanted 5. Yeah, but 3 divines is a lot of money to just like re-roll 1 FX. I mean, these gloves are sick though, honestly. Alright, I'm gonna do it just cause I'm a motherfucking asshole. I'm gonna waste currency because, I mean, who cares, man? We play the game to do stuff, right? Amateur fractures? I don't know. They shouldn't be a lot, right? There's no way fracture. What are these items called? The fracturing orbs? They're called fracturing orb. And they are worth 10 exalts. Really? 10 exalts is kind of a lot. How does this work? It shows it, right? Yeah, it kills the dex, which is what I want. What does it do on my amulet? Because my amulet should be good too for it. Yeah, it kills the lightning res. Wow, it's good on my helmet too, honestly. I'm gonna check PoE DB and see what my odds are on everything. Let me look. On gloves. There's a very high chance it just puts fucking dex back on. Fucking assholes. Oh man, it's not even that good, honestly. Fuck. Res. Leech. There's a lot of dog shit mods like life gained on hit and shit. Life gained on hit, life gained on kill. Attributes. And it could just minus dex. But these are basically perfect gloves right now. Other than if I wanted to go for +2 melee, but I mean, good luck. Do I dare spend 3 divines on these gloves? Helmet seems better. I'll make a better helmet. This is really hard to get. This has T1. Highest tier on the life prefix. Like, the item has to be worth more than 3 divines to even click this. And they're probably worth about 3 or 4 divines, if I were to guess. It needs dex removed for something good. Any res. Dude, it's gonna be lightning res. Now that I think about it, it's just gonna give me lightning res and it's gonna be shit. Dex into dex. Am I doing it? I mean, 7 dex technically kinda can do stuff. Lowest tier fire res. I would actually be happy with that. Attributes. Mana on kill. Alright, here we go. It's gonna be better than 8 dex. 7 dex. Amulet? I don't need the lightning res on the amulet, and it could hit all attributes. That is technically true. What is on the amulet? Because I'm like 800 zillion lightning res over cap. And this amulet is also like insane. Like, only thing I would maybe consider using over this is maybe like Astramentus, maybe. There's a lot of mods on amulet that are useful. There's only a few that kind of suck. Attributes, resistances, melee gems, crit multi, life recoup. I don't know. Amulet and gloves. There's an easy chance I go get some dog shit mod on this, and it's like the mat 29 mana becomes the highest thing. Alright, I'm doing the amulet. I think it's smarter to do the amulet, because this amulet is like insane. This amulet's worth like I don't know. You can't even price it because you can't make this. All right, amulet it is. Best case is I get attributes or some kind of fire or chaos res. Here we go. Elon Musk. Why not fire res? I mean, technically I got better. Fuck. I don't know, like, if I can even whittling this again. I think it might pick mana next time. It technically got better. Alright, that was -3 divines for no reason. You are so evil. Can this sell? Think I can get 1 divine for these gloves, or is that too much? They don't have strength. I don't think they're worth 1 divine. I'll go 12 exalts. Cold res, chaos res. Fuck, can I buy a chaos res thing? It's called Takati. Because I need some Takatis. No stock, login. One to 9? One fire, 1 chaos. Greater fire somewhere. And then I'm gonna do... I could do fire again. Nah, just do cold. And this will help my cold res over cap. So when I get cursed, it's not too bad. Until I get better res. I could sell these. These will definitely sell. I could vol them too, but there's no reason to vol. Just make my money back. Wonder if they're, I think I have this item, exact item looping somewhere. Yeah, I do. What if I lower this to 25? There's still 0 up. Okay, whatever. I should be able to sell this for 1 div. Plus, I'll just list it 1 div. I think it's fine. Build with M. Jolner. I mean, spells don't seem to do that much damage, right? Why bother? You know what I mean? That was fun. Douche douche. Let me tell you something. Corgo is evil. Anybody else feel me on this one? Not having lower tier maps drop ever kind of feels really weird. And I almost wanted to use the word bad. Because I think it is kind of bad. Anybody with me on that one? Genuinely. Doesn't it feel kind of bad? That like lower tier maps don't drop at all? Like I would like to have like these like mid tier maps in. Like I literally have 0 tier 7s, for example. I would prefer to have some tier 7s. You actually like this? Really? Okay, you guys have a different perspective of the game than me. Like, what about when I want to level a new guy, you know? I would prefer to have some extra maps flowing in. Some nasty maps. These maps I'll never run. Anybody want some CI? Oh, this one's T16. What am I getting whooped for? Literally my own fucking item. That's awesome, because there's literally none up. Poop is a meal of the gods. Only true gods eat turds. When is Zozarin thing? Is it in an hour? I put stun on this map. This guy's gaming. Look at him. He's like, this is an ooer. I'm surprised. I'm still gonna. I still think that Hades 2 game's pretty good, and it's kind of a shame it's not that popular. TY. Enjoy. How much strength do I need for my mace? 522, and I have 575. I think the highest strength maces in the game, I think, are 616 or something around there. Isn't it in 7 minutes? I think it's a whole hour away. 636, yeah, you're right. That's what it is, 636. $636 reachable? Dude, people had like 1500 strength or something. Maybe not like 1500 strength, but you know, like 1200 strength. Last patch. So yeah, it's doable. I think I was like 400 strength at the start of the day, around 400 something, like 420 strength. I'm at 575 now after gearing up a bit today. Just get better gear, man. Get better items. Get more juice. Get more loose. That's a Rutu quote. Get more loose. Blake, are you logged into World of Warcraft right now? Wait, you're playing PoE too? What the fuck? Isn't it time for a raid? World of Warcraft, dude. Wait, you logged in today and opened your box, didn't you? My guild didn't want to raid this tier, so G-quit and go find a new guild. If that's what you want to do. Remember when Nordis got G-kicked? That's some fucked up shit. So Nordis was in a guild. He's a mod in this channel. He doesn't come around that much these days. He was a mod in a guild. And he's a loot lust kind of guy. He's really horny for loot. He's one of those, you know. But he was responsible for their, like, loot point system or whatever. Their DKP, whatever the fuck you call it. And he was apparently funneling, like, extra points to himself. And then his guildmaster found out and G-kicked him. He was being a fucking rat, dude. He's being a fucking rat. Fucking Nordis. He hasn't raided since. He can't apply his application and get accepted anywhere. Sounds like a great mod. Here's the truth. A long time ago, when I first started streaming, this is like 11 years ago, Nordis would be in here. He was really young. He probably was like... He was probably on student loan money, and he would donate a lot of money to me, like on a regular basis. And I ended up randomly giving him a mod at one point, and then it's like... I know in retrospect, he shouldn't have been doing that. Because he was probably just using, like, student loan money to, like, donate money to me while he was, like, in university. How many people have probably fallen into the like that kind of shit? There's a lot of them on Twitch. Fucking Nordis. Good use of money. I don't know about that. They usually do that to girl streamers. I met Nordis IRL. He came to my city, no joke. Coco, thanks dude for the 50 gifted subs. That's a lot of gifted subs. 50 big G's. He was inspired by my story. He's like, maybe if I give subs, he'll give me mod. Not actually, but you know what I mean. Student loan money. Thanks for the student loan money, dude. Let me know if you want a refund.
Meat creature.
Nordis is like...
Meat creature.
I don't know, what country does Nordis live in? I'm trying to remember.
Meat creature. Meat creature. Meat creature.
He's a British living in
creature.
Germany. Yeah, he's like
Creature. Meat creature.
a British dude that loves listening
Meat
to...
creature.
Dude, what are those mods?
Meat creature. Meat creature.
The shield's nuts, but it's a fucking clown-ass base.
Meat creature.
And it pisses me off. The shield is so good. But it's on a stupid base.
Meat creature. Meat creature. Meat creature.
Sell it? I don't know if anybody will buy it. It's not good for recombing. That's not how recombs work in this game.
Meat
It's like
creature.
PoE1. 19 Spirit Gem.
Meat creature. Meat creature.
Nordis is one of those, like, European dudes that likes listening to fucking, like... He's all into, like, guitars and, like, death metal and shit like that, you know what I mean?
Meat creature.
He likes his guitar instrument shit.
Meat creature.
Hashtag stay tech.
Meat creature.
Whatever that means.
Meat creature. Meat creature.
Like Lowbro?
Meat creature.
Yeah, but Lowbro ended up getting a normal human
Meat
job.
creature.
That's why he's not around anymore.
Meat creature.
But apparently he eats ass of the
Meat
girls he
creature.
works with, he said.
Meat
Greater
creature.
Jewelers, log in. It's good.
Meat creature. Meat creature. Meat creature. Meat creature. Meat creature. Meat creature.
What kind of a creature?
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 Meat creature.
Do you think Korgos is considered a meat creature?
Meat creature. Meat creature. Meat creature.
Once upon a time I had a normal human job. Streaming's too OP if you get into it. And then you become a fucking leech. And you get 50 gifted subs for doing fuck all. And you contribute nothing to society at all. And then you just talk out of your ass and act like a retard. And you get a lot of money for it. More than someone working their ass off and doing something that actually contributes to society in some level. Meat creature. Name? Hey, I worked normal human jobs for like over a decade. It's not too bad. Meat creature. Fine, stop stunning me. You guys want to play PUBG?
I need more time.
Where's the Korgos dance guy? You ready to play PUBG? He'll play. He's an evil dog, but a baby dog, baby dog. He's an evil dog of death. Zulol. Zulol. No PUBG for like at least a full, probably over a month. I gotta have monsters to kill and shit, you know? Evil dog, baby dog, evil dog. Big booty Latina furries. Why is that your name on Twitch? You know what I mean? He knows. Hey, there's Zookle Bob. I see him. He knows. Pav, you're trying to sleep in summer while the window's open? Is that what it's like? And core goes a baby dog. A 19 gem. Doesn't give more armor. Gives me a little bit more healing juice, I guess. Sure, whatever. Maybe it makes a difference and I don't die in some random ass situation. I'm volleying this. It's got like okayish energy shield. Maybe someone will take it. Watch this. It's gonna be epic. Here we go. Volleying it. If he gets an extra socket, it's not bad. There we go. It lost the suffix resistance and it replaced it with 3.6 life regen. That's shit. Corgo is so evil. I think I'm doing that rare map now. Where's that at? This one. Does it tell you on the, I don't even know what the fucking hotkey is. How you get your boss points or whatever? It doesn't even actually exactly tell you the things. Slaying bosses and maps with area levels higher. Yeah, but what else? Oh, I actually had points here. Since when? XD. I don't fucking know. It doesn't even tell you that you have points to spend. I think I need to run a T16 with a map boss, I'm guessing is what that wants. I think that was one of the old ones, then Arbiter was one. Corgo, evil dog. Face meat. Do you think someone in the chat is playing Elden Ring while they're watching the stream? Do you think it's possible? Should you log in? I'll log in, it's time to play. You're wasting time, I'll not leveling. You can make your build. You can make your build. You excited? Make the Carlton. The Carlton. Build your lake. Choose your future. Amble your weapon. Fucking Mathel actually decides, like, willingly decides to play Anvil channel Thorns build. Look at this monster's name. Why? That's what Chineb causes. Why? Alright, I gotta stop. It's an evil dog, but the baby dog. And the baby dog is an evil dog. Evil dog of death. He's an evil dog of death. Death. Is this one of the best communities you've ever been a part of, Chineb, in your entire life?
I can't yet.
No, this is the most hostile. Why do you keep coming back? Wasn't my brother's Discord like pretty hostile to you? Were they nice to you? Apparently, my brother Quantric played a game with my brother, and Quantric hates my brother, and he will never play games with him because my brother bullied him. It's fine, honestly. Stig, thanks dude for the resub. You guys think I'm mean? You don't know me. I'm pretty nice, I don't know. Was it in New World? It was, yeah. It was in New World. My brother says some stupid ass fucking shit. I get a little annoyed if I feel like people are really like just wasting time. Like you can tell I get annoyed. Like even in a couple games of PUBG that I don't care about that game that much. Like sometimes I think about it, I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of mean sometimes a little bit. I'm not that bad though. I know I'm not that bad, but you know I'm self-aware enough. I'm not that bad. My brother playing World of Warcraft and someone's arguing with him about something in mid-raid, and my brother says, "Don't bite the hand that feeds you," because he's like the guild master. Like, who says shit like that? That's fucking weird, dude. I'm sorry. That's fucking dumb. That's fucking dumb, dude. Sorry. That's just dumb. He's got some, you know, little bit of ego tripping, just a little bit. He's the protagonist. He's got to have an ego. Sure, whatever you want to justify. That's just fucking dumb. He's logged in building Orgrimmar right now. Just Hearth out. This is fucking embarrassing. I don't know that one. My brother's probably genuinely, like, if I were to guess, probably like 150 IQ. And I just fucking make fun of him all the time. This is good. I just make fun of him all the time. I have to. Someone's got to because he does it to everybody else. 180 over 150. He's older than me, which makes it funnier. I just bully him. He doesn't care. Life block. Life block. Man, it's so hard to make a shield. It's like disgustingly hard, I think. Does he play PoE? He played PoE. I don't know if he played any PoE too, but he played PoE 1 in like 2012. 2012, yeah, 2012, 13, 2013. 2012, 2013. Genius? He's not a genius, he's stupid as shit. Like, he had a poster of Ja Rule in his room. He's stupid. There's no other way to describe it. He's dumb. He's retarded. He's fucking dumb. What are you typing, IO? Just remember, IO, he bites you. Did I miss my turn? Like, way down there? I don't know why I fucking turned around, honestly. He bites you. Oh, I was done. 45 minutes. I guess I'll watch the Ziz thing live, because everybody will probably be doing that, right? Holy shit, that's huge strength. Ah, fuck. Now, to be better than mine, it would have to hit block and PDR simultaneously. We lost. That's it. Another shield down. I mean, there's no reason not to regal this one, at least, I guess. Low PDR. I don't want low PDR. Like, it matters a lot. Like 6, maybe minimum, I'll consider. A true baby. That's a stupid fucking ring. Grim Dawn expansion? Depends on the timing, but yeah, I'll play it at some point, regardless when it comes out. At some point. Might not be immediately on launch, though, if I'm doing something. What am I doing here? Looks like an expedition plus something. What do I want to put? I haven't done much breach. Maybe I do a couple. I wanted the delirium. Actually, now that I think about it, I want delirium for the oil for my amulet. Expedition and delirium. I think the game is just better, period, honestly. But that's just me. But they're not there yet still. Like, it still needs a lot of work. But I think the game is just better. The game's still too easy. There's not enough defense in the game still. Maybe the campaign on some builds is a little meme level, like as in bad. But I think the game in general is just better. But at the same time, PoE 1 has the same things, like, to some extent by comparison level. Like, yeah, you're not gonna complete shit in PoE 1's campaign pretty much no matter what build you're doing, but, like... A bad build is a bad build in PoE 1. And we don't play bad builds because they're bad. You know what I mean? But PoE 2 really shouldn't have that much of that yet. Like, eventually it should, but we already kind of have that going on. Like, bad builds are just bad builds, and that's kind of, like, already. Like, you should be able to just play a caster and it work. And you should be able to just play, you know, without, like, a lot of gear. Everything works with gear, but... You shouldn't be able to play a caster and just click fire spells and then it, you know, you do like fucking no damage. That is dumb. And then if you click a good spell, like, I don't know, Essence Drain, Contagion, I don't know if that's exactly what's good for leveling, but then you do like 10 times more relative damage. That is dumb. There's no defending that. Do, 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 do. Base strike, log in IL. IL, you want to level your caster? You'll level faster and be stronger if you play Mace Strike as your caster. Like, PoE 1 is like... Like, the gap between how good some skills are is mind-blowing. Like, you might think it's bad here, and yeah, it's kind of dumb in a lot of cases, don't get me wrong. But the gap in PoE 1, like, if you were to try playing, like... If you took 2 fresh players and both had never played before, and you have one play... I don't fucking know. Sunder. And then you have one other person play Charge Dash. The person who randomly decided to play Sunder is 30 times stronger than the guy who decided to play Charge Dash. Like 30 times, like genuinely 30 times. There's some fucking horrific bad skills in PoE 1. And there's no saving them. Big nose. I was hoping for, and maybe they'll get there eventually, more level playing ground coming in. I actually didn't expect it to be this bad yet. Like as far as like build balance and build, like how strong some builds are versus other builds. But it's already kind of like, yeah, we're getting into some cooked territory. 1, 2, and 3. He bites you, you better watch out. Ah, yeah, ow, he's going to bite you, dude. He's going to bite you, dude. He does not like you. He's going to bite you. He's going to bite what he doesn't like, and that is you. There's nothing you can do. Core Ghost now bites you. Your blue boar. There should be bad builds. There should be bad skills. But like, this early already and at this much of a variance between them is like, it's a bit much, right? Blue boar. Zizarin Struggle is now online. Yeah, that's why they call you Darkstain, though. Massive nose, giant nose, massive nose. It's a massive giant nose. It's a massive giant nose. I want to get that exalt no matter what. What am I reading in chat? Fuck. What if Jonathan and Mark are just like, deal with it? Like, this is what we want. In fact, we're gonna nerf more. Bitch. I hope they're very stern, honestly, with like, we want the game to be this, around this, like, in this, around this difficulty territory. This is intended. I actually think the game is too easy at the high end. Like, and I don't even mean like I'm already at the point to where the game is like kind of troll, I think, in difficulty. Like, this is too easy. Because my character still gets like 5 times more powerful, right? And that's kind of dumb. That's, like, I shouldn't have this easy of a time. Yeah, I can die, it's possible, sure, whatever, but like, my character still becomes like 5 times more powerful, and it's not even gonna take that much longer. You know what I mean? That's kind of dumb. Like, I'm already scaling too much. My resist, I'm 86, 87, 87. Eventually I'll be 90 all. Ooh, tempered. Oh, nice. That's pretty good. Saren. Do you know where Ariana Burger Blast could be? Like, it's not a big deal, even if you, on average, die once a map or once a zone, like your whole playthrough. That doesn't mean the game is hard, by any means. You know what I mean? That's fine. That's what I'm saying. It's like the fact that, like, I'm not, like, I know how to play this kind of a game, but I don't know, like, every in and out of every single, like, monster attack and stuff like that in the game. And I haven't even died on a hardcore, you know what I mean? Sure, I'm playing a tanky ascendancy, obviously by choice, but, I mean, realistically, for this game to even be, like, moderately difficult, like, fuck, I should die before I move to level 50. And before I'm even level 92, I probably should have died, like, learned my lesson, like, 20 times or something. You are big nose, I am big nose. Should give juice. Like, I'm leaned all the way back in my chair right now. I should probably set up, but I'm kind of chilling, you know what I mean? The volatile boom booms from Ritual can definitely kill me. They do a lot of damage. Get him, Ploop. Get him, Ploop. Now get that nasty dirt soup. PoE 2 will be hard for first timers, yeah. But like leveling up and making better gear is always an option if the game feels hard for you. And gaining a couple levels and upgrading 1 or 2 items makes it just a monumental difference. And there's also the other option: learn the boss moves, patterns, and that is another way, right? Ideally, some combination is happening, whether you're conscious about it or not, right? You are big nose. I am big nose. Still greed. I need to drink some whiskey.
That's all of them.
Your blue boy.
I've nowhere to keep that.
Did I get my rewards from Ritual? I don't remember. No, I didn't. This was all shit. Everything that was left in there, not to buy. Remember now? The Manifesto. Alright, got our tempered weapon there. Did I just vendor it? Fucking whatever, I don't care if I did. Give me my armor scraps, boy. Wait, this has 450 energy shield. That's a lot. With only 2 prefixes. Is that double highest tier? No. The ES percentages. Exalt, big, flat, and it's like nasty, right? Oh man, what the fuck is that? What do you mean hybrid life with hybrid ES? That's so shit. I'm not even gonna try to sell it. Fuck that thing. It's a Corgo baby dog. I think I just regal this and then exalt through. Tempered, boom. Attack speed, boom. Fire damage, dumb. Do I have any Paltrow tokens? I kind of want to recombo that one, honestly. But I don't have any things for her right now. Actually, I do have a logbook to run it. I'm not gonna bother. Fuck that. Oh. Oh. Paltrow tokens? Yeah, Gwyn and Paltrow. What's her name? Resurgence. 5x for that? Really? People pay that much? Alright, sure. Elk nose and noseling, I guess. Dude, I didn't see it. What is a pussy candle lady? What the fuck is that? Do I? Yeah, I should probably buy more of these, honestly, if people are actually buying them. Pussy candle lady. Obraxis, thanks dude for the reset, thanks dude. You are big nose. I am big nose. Is this thing? Like, yeah, like 30 minutes. I'll just watch it instead of playing game, even though I want to play, but I think it's worth to watch, I think. Now? Paranoia. What is that? Is that Heries? Bug! Don't tapped it fast enough. The game new bugs, what can I say? Dude, fucking dumb, dude. Who are you? You're blue boar. You're blue boar. Anybody been playing a big, dumb, slow, retarded warrior? Big, dumb, slow, retarded warrior gamers unite, dude. Two Jinians. Bug. Fuck you. Big nose. The decline is real. The decline. The manifesto will be realized. Your blue boar. Smell my ass. All caps in my chat. Hammer my asshole. No. Be careful, you might catch 3 hours, true. Emperors? Emperors isn't that good. What do people like on Quivers? I don't think this is that good, right? It needs different base and it needs like some other shit. It's a Corgo, baby dog. It's pretty good still. High attack speed, prod speed, dex, 2. damage types, but base is kind of dumb. I don't know, whatever. I'm just throwing in some random ass fucking tab. Regal? Exalt? Exalt? Stupid. I mean, I would never recombo. Would I? I feel like there's no reason to ever do that. To like... I'll keep it anyway. Like Emperor's recombinating. I feel like there's no reason to do that. But maybe there is. Corgo baby dog, he is so evil. Take notes. What do you guys think about this? %21 chance to win. You better watch out, IL. Corgo will bite you. He does not like you. He's an evil, evil baby dog. And Corgo's an evil dog. He is so evil. Dun, 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 dun. Is Ariana Burger Blast currently present? Do you think the Korgos dance guy is lurking in the shadows right now, waiting to strike at a Korgatic angle? You think it's possible? A Korgatic angle. Now.
I'm not ready.
Hey, that's pretty good, actually. You know, it's a low level base, but I mean, it's still good. Oi! B&B and D&D.
Risky choice.
Greater essence of the body. Epic. It's kind of useful. I forget. I remember amulet thing, but I already have an amulet. I forget what else it's good on. What else was that good on? So it's gonna like to give you life regen on a lot of items if it's the suffix, but like I don't remember exactly. I drink Gerber. Hey, tier 1 block again. Smell my ass. Hammer of the Corgo. Ramping? Now. Run away, fool. He bites you, Ayao. He bites you. Ayao tries to pet Korgos and all he's met with is... You know what I mean? He doesn't like you. I just ate Taco Bell. How hard would PoE be? What? Why does Taco Bell have to do with that? My chamber is full. Alright, I gotta stop. Why all these lines? My chamber is full. Wow, that's a lot of IPD on it. Maybe I'll throw a singular chaos for fun. Alright, singular chaos for fun. Fuck you! It hit Fizz, guys! Like, there's no fucking way. I actually hit it. And it rolled 1 to 4 Fizz. Oh my god. You can't make that one up. That one's fucking nuts. Alright, one more for fun. You know what time it is? Watch this. They're fucking me in the ass over and over again. They can't fuck me that many times. Fuck you, I need one thing. Do I have one thing extra from a sun or something? I do. They can't keep fucking me in the ass repeatedly and, you know, I never win. What's the chance? 21%, same as last time. Now. And now, I have to exalt the right mods. Like, I have to get PDR and strength still. I still have to get PDR and strength. There we go. Okay. Don't fuck me. I mean, technically that is strength. It's not a lot of... It's like a mid amount of strength. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Alright. 7 PDR, please. What is the item level for max tier PDR on a shield? I actually don't know. I don't think it's high enough. But it might be. Offhand shield strength PDR requires level 77 actually. Okay, and this was 79? Yeah, okay, it's actually enough. You guys are way off. Alright. 7 PDR, please. 7 PDR. That's the best resist to hit. I only got one chance left to hit PDR, though. This is dumb. That's the best resist to hit. Fuck. Do I... Like, is there any reason to, like, fracture this or anything? Is there any reason to, like, fracture it? I feel like not really. I think I just... Like, eventually I just get the shield. I think that's all there is to it. Alright, here we go. Woo! It's actually insane. It's actually insane. It's actually insane. No matter what it hits on prefix, it's actually good. It's actually good. It's actually good no matter what. No matter what, it's good. 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 In a different league? What? Alright. Last Exalt. There's nothing good to hit but armor. I just want armor. What are my options here? It can hit armor. There's only 2 options. Armor or thorns. There's no other mods left. It can only be armor or thorns. Don't give me thorns. Just don't give me thorns. Give, like, the armor kind of matters. Alright. It's actually nuts. That's highest tier armor. That's actually highest. That's actually nuts. No fucking way. The dream. I wish I had more strength, but I mean, this shield's gonna be fucking hard to beat. I'm not volleying this. It's way too good. What's my res look like? Can I even have res? My cold res is bricked. Vol for cold res? True. That's actually an option. Alright, hold up. I'll worry about this in a second. It's Scissorin time anyway, right? It's Scissorin time? It's Scissorin time? Right? Scissorin time? Is he ramping? He seems nervous.
Be right back real quick.
Be right back real quick. I'm gonna do the same. Burp.
All right, it's starting.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, let's do
See my leg? All right, there we go.
audio test. I'm gonna turn you up to 120. Let's test again.
Okay. Does it sound good?
Hello, hello. This is Mark.
Let's see. Still louder. Okay, I'll turn you up to 160.
Okay.
Try talking.
Can you? How does it sound now? Does that sound all right?
And how does this sound? This is Mark again.
Mm-hmm. We might be able to get it turned up on our end.
Well, I think now is good. I'm gonna try to get a.
Okay.
Ooh, but I have echo when I speak. I think. Yeah, I can hear myself.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll just get our audio guy to fix that.
Yeah.
All right. Can you try again now?
All right. Hello. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I don't think I have echo anymore. How?
Okay.
What's? How? I'm still louder than them. Yeah. Maybe turn yourselves up a little bit.
Okay. Hey, Jen, are you able to get the? Sweet. All right. Apparently, it's cranked up a bit now. Is that better?
How's that chat?
Is that okay?
Test, test. How is this chat? How is this?
A bit more. I mean, I can turn them up a little bit more. I can put them up to 170.
Okay.
All right. Try now.
All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that okay? Hopefully that's all right.
Okay, everybody's saying good. And my comparative audio to them is good?
All right.
Okay, cool. Everyone's saying good. I just hope my OBS doesn't crash during this. Like, I've had some, like, OBS issues lately.
Okay.
So, hopefully not. But yeah. I'm ready to start. I'll do just, like, a quick intro and then we go. But, yeah. Thank you so much for joining me here for a podcast after the launch of Point 2. This is Jonathan and Neon, for those that don't know, directors of JGG. And yeah, we're here to talk about the launch.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's always good to have a chat. Obviously it's a bit of a contentious launch in some ways this time, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions about that. But, it's always good to have a chat.
Yeah. No, I do have a lot of questions, so I think we'll just get right into it.
Sure.
A lot of people are pretty unhappy with the current state of the game, especially like our relative power to the monsters earlier on. And obviously we are finding some builds that are feeling okay and that are stronger, but I'm asking, are the slower and more challenging builds the intended pace of the game?
Well, I don't know that. Once again, I mean, we get this question a lot, right? Of just what is the pace of the game supposed to be? And I honestly find it hard to answer that because of the way that there isn't really an obvious way to even quantify that, given that players have so many different abilities. What I will make all I can say is that if people are unhappy, then we will keep on improving things until they're not unhappy anymore. Because ultimately we want to get the smooth progression where, you start the game, you feel weak, you get stronger, you get stronger, you get stronger, you keep on feeling stronger and stronger. And you have to have that progression where you're feeling more and more powerful as you're going through. So if you're not feeling that, then that means there's something that we have to improve and get better. So it really comes down to okay, if you're talking about a weaker build, what build is it? And then we'll be looking into that and seeing what we can do to improve it. We just have to go through these things one at a time.
So I think right now the problem is that it's almost every build this week for a lot of archetypes, and that it's more it's definitely in the minority that people are oh, I found something that works. So it's almost the reverse there. And I guess I'm curious, what amount of time are you expecting people to take going through the entire campaign, or on your own test run, or when you're doing test runs, how long do you take on a first campaign run?
I actually haven't measured that on the current version, and it doesn't necessarily always work that way. The number of times I play through the full, and when I say campaign here, I'm talking about 6 acts, not just 3.
Yeah.
If you're talking about the amount of time, doing that, I might only do that that full run 2 or 3 times in total as we're developing a class.
Yeah.
Much more often I'm either testing this part or I'm testing that part or whatever. And I honestly am not sure exactly what amount of time that's taking. But as I said, I don't know that the time. like the thing is, the presupposition with this question is that like that we have a goal in mind for the amount of time for the campaign, and the implication of that is that the campaign itself is not fun. But it's like if that's the implication, then we just want to make that fun, right? It's like the campaign should be fun to play. The amount of time it takes, to me, is not nearly as relevant as just make it fun, right? If you aren't having fun, we want to make sure that it is. So like that's why when we're like, okay, people are saying like we don't like the Act 3 areas, make those shorter. It's like, well, what amount of I don't think that quantifying that in an amount of time is the right way to look at it. It's like, here are some areas that are unfun. I'll make those areas fun, and then whatever the duration of time that takes will not be bothering you, and that may result in the areas becoming shorter. But making it shorter is not like it isn't a time metric that we are looking at to determine whether or not the game is good. It's, is the game good fun to play? So like that I guess is kind of the way that I would look at things, and that's I think what puts us a little bit like when it comes to communication with the community, like people will have their opinion about what they think is the reason that the game isn't fun, and they might be right or they might not be right or whatever, but at the end of the day what we're looking at is just like, okay, you're obviously having a bad time, we want to fix that, so we're going to look at like so what we'll do is we'll be like, okay, so you're saying Act 3 isn't good, we'll look at Act 3, we'll look at the reasons why it might be bad, we'll fix those reasons, and then that may or may not reduce the time. Or in this case, it definitely will. Like it's shortened it by a lot. But to me, it's like the frustrating thing is when you go down a dead end and you're like, okay, like this is bad, or and then like you have to respawn, or in the area doesn't like the area despawns and you're like you have to do things again, that kind of stuff, right? That's the stuff that people don't like to do. And so that's where we sort of look at. And so then when it coming back to builds again, once again, it's like, okay, if you're not having fun with your build, then that is a problem. We'll fix that. But it's not like there's a correct pace for the game to be played at as such. We just need to make sure that you're enjoying yourself.
Well, I guess a follow-up to that was I, along with many others, were not expecting a nerf to just how the campaign felt in general, right? In the last interview I heard, it really sounded like the intention was to target things at the top end. But there were so many things that nerfed us during the campaign here. And
well, the thing I would say about that,
I would like to finish.
Sure.
A lot of people are really wondering about the long-term direction for the game with that in mind, because they were also not expecting that. So a lot of people are wondering if
the campaign, to be clear,
that was going to be my question.
That was not our intention.
So
yeah, we
should be more powerful than we currently are during the campaign then.
Well, that one I will have to look at specific cases, right? Because like that comes down to like okay, so like we already did something about that, right? Where we like nerfed Monster Life, and it's possible that we'd have to nerf Monster Life again if that's still a problem. Like that's the kind of thing that we can do. But the thing is that like as I said, like the first thing we heard when everyone was saying this, the first thing we thought was like, what the hell? We didn't even nerf the campaign. Like literally, that's what all the developers were saying. We didn't nerf this. Why is everyone saying we nerfed it? And so like then it's like, well, we found a few things, but like we're still looking for what those things are. And like it's not always necessarily obvious with all the changes that you make and things, because I can absolutely tell you that our goal here was nerf the end game, right? Like nerf no, it wasn't even nerf the end game. What it was nerf the things that were trivializing the end game before you've even managed to get like your items and stuff like that, like just the really trivial easy shit. Like that was our intention.
I mean, there were some blatant fuck ups.
Yeah.
Speaking bluntly, right? Like the minion change was just bad.
And when you say the minion change, are you referring to the rare minions or referring to the player minions? Because those are both of those were incredibly terrible.
Just fuck ups. Yes.
Those were just fuck ups. And the thing is, it's so easy for shit for like that to slip through.
Well, we have a bit of and look, a lot of it is just because there's a little bit of like it's early access, so we're allowed. But we like are firing from the hip a lot here. And stuff like that, like let's get it in there, let's try it out, see how people think, and if it's bad, we just undo it, right? Like we do regress on a decent number of things in the first few days of a release, and so yeah, there are some pretty blatant fuck ups. So yeah, that's exactly what happened with the rare minion life. It was like, why are now? I don't know why it felt this way, but 100% it was the case that the minions was, for some reasons, the rare minions were surviving longer than the rare often, and it's like, well, they don't have anywhere near as much life as the rare, and then again, once people got enough AoE and all of that, it solved it, but it was just a bad experience. There was just nothing good about that.
Right. I think there was definitely a compounding of a few factors that were like on their own relatively small, But the thing is that if, and this is the question that I have is that like if people are still having a bad time during the campaign, if they're starting fresh now, because bear in mind as well that people will have an experience and then we'll change the balance behind them, and then they still remember that the experience was bad, and they're not playing it again to know that it got better. So the thing is, if you're playing it again and still having a bad experience in the campaign, then that would be a thing where it's like, okay, well, where are the campaign nerfs actually? Like we have to find where they are, because I don't like. I don't know that there's anything intentionally done there that we're sort of aware of left. And I think like that one just means that
I can give examples.
There might still be issues.
Yeah.
Sure. We'll go for it.
So
what are some?
So the number one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our abilities to set things up. Like whenever you're talking...
Hang on, but that's not a thing that changed though.
No, but that's been continuously bad. It doesn't matter if it's changed or not.
Okay, sure. But what I'm saying is that. But so this is an example.
I think that has changed.
But that's just an example of something that's bad. So what I'm saying is that's not a thing that changed. So like, if you're talking about like, is it your intention to nerf the campaign?
But we are weaker now, right? A lot of skills.
But if you're saying that's bad, I mean that's a different question, right?
A lot of skills are weaker now, right? They were tuned down on a lot of things, and things that people are starting with weren't necessarily strong. So that relative speed of the monsters feels extra bad. Like you want us to set up these combos and stuff, right? Where we're throwing down like a cyclone and trying to do like a combo move, but the monsters are way too fast. They're rushing us. It's not even like the bosses are the main problem, right? Like if you're seeing like clips.
Yeah, so let's talk about the monster speed thing. So one of the issues that we have is that if monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. Like it's just 100% the case. Like you cannot if the monsters are slow, like anytime the monsters are slower than the player, then you can just run past them and they serve no like they don't like effectively you can just choose whether or not to engage or not. And like I don't think that kind of gameplay is good. Now there will probably be some areas like, and the thing is, a lot of the time when people talk about stuff like this, it's like there'll be a few areas that are bad. Like I know there are definitely a few areas where like too many of the monsters are fast. So the Faradin are a good example of that. Where like when you go to the last areas of Act 2, like the Faradin are just really fast, and there's kind of nothing slow in the area, and so that's an example where like we probably want to make some tuning.
I mean,
there.
to get more specific, like
Yeah.
I have someone right now, literally going through the areas. All areas in the campaign and listing all the areas that have a disproportionately high number of monsters that are too swarmy or too fast.
Right.
They're doing it literally as we speak up, and my intention after this is to go through. And so, like, I mean, a good example is like the canopy, right?
Yeah,
the canopy.
sure.
The monsters are real fast, and then not only that, you're in a ritual with them in a tight, confined space, and it just you end up in this kind of moving around with packs. So if you're not fast enough to kill everything, you just get absolutely swarmed. Yeah.
I guess I'm a little.
But just to continue with that though. I just want to mention that like one of the issues we run into is like people will say, oh, you know, like things should never be faster than the player and that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, if we did that, then the game would feel pretty lame. So it really is a question of like targeted changes, like finding where the worst things are and then solving that issue.
I really disagree with that. So you were saying like if the monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional, but like it's an ARPG. We want to kill the monsters. That's where all the loot is. That's where our XP is. Like, sure, you'll have some speedrun scenarios where people are running past them, but usually what ends up happening is that we're running past them, bunching them up in a large bunch and killing a bunch of them, and that just feels really good. That's a core part of ARPGs for a lot of people. So I don't think that being faster than the monster is as bad as you think it is. Like, we actively want to kill monsters. That is the entire premise.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you that gathering killing is fun, right? And you should still be able to do that. But as I said, I don't think anything about the fact that some monsters are faster than the player prevents that. I don't think you can have areas where everything is slower than the player. Like, it really isn't that great. In PoE 1, in the distant past, we had that problem, and it just meant that running past monsters was the thing you did all the time. And then there were some changes, like, I don't know how many years ago it was, like, what was it, 4 years or something like that? When was the Act 1 like thing? Like, we made changes where we made a lot of monsters faster than the player, and at the time, and that wasn't negatively perceived at the time. It just made the monsters feel better that we had there. So like, you absolutely can have monsters faster than the player, and I do think it's important to have those kinds of situations. Like,
if you're
it just shouldn't be that it's it's just that like you need to make sure you're getting the balance right. And I think that that's like a running theme with PoE 2 in general is that the target to hit is smaller. Like, because if we want the combat to be more engaging, then that means there's a smaller target that it puts more pressure on the balance to be right. And so I think that's the main issue that we're running into, is just that it's okay if everything okay, so this is sort of a larger topic, right? But effectively, it's like in PoE 1, there are so many tools that the knowledge ceiling is absolutely astronomical. And so you have a situation where a good player can completely dominate everything to like the absolute nth degree, right? Now, what that means is that you've got a scenario where the game seems like an impenetrable mountain to a new player, because like if you don't know what you're doing, the game is just like impossible to understand. And it's like there's all these tools that you can use to improve yourself, but the existence of everything like that and like having such a huge skill ceiling means that you can just trivialize the game right at the start. And so like what that also means though is that like if we get balance numbers wrong, like if a monster has like double life by accident in PoE 1, it like doesn't even really matter. Whereas if a monster has double life in PoE 2, it matters a lot. And so what I'm saying is that the threshold for what is right is like way tighter in PoE 2, and so that means it will just take longer to balance and get it all correct. But it really is the case, I think, that that it's getting all those numbers right that kind of makes it like that will make the combat ultimately fun at the end of the day. And like if we're doing our job correctly, then we'll still have this situation where a good player feels like they dominate and a bad player feels like they have a good time. But we won't have a situation where if you're a good player, the combat is so trivialized that you literally never have a moment where you're in any danger or have any kind of like level of like sort of interest going on. And I think that's the worry that we have when we're looking at things, is like if we get to the point where like a good player never has to face a single challenge ever, then I don't think that that's going to be a game that will ultimately be fun in the long term. And so that's kind of like, and like, so that is to me the reason, like what I fear happening if we just like say, okay, we're just going to like lower everything and make it easy. And that, once again, that isn't to say that we shouldn't necessarily, like maybe Monster Life does have to come down. Like if we're in the wrong band, we just need to lower it and that's fine. Like we will get to the point where that is fun, but we'll do that by while still making sure that we have a good experience for, you know, like ideally for everyone, right? Like it should be the case that is balanceable to that way. It's just a lot harder in PoE 2 context.
Well, I think a large portion want like bosses to be is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips of like people like dodge rolling away from like packs, right, and they're getting chased down, maybe not having a counterplay, and they're like, oh my god, I'm just being chased down. So, and also I sort of disagree on the Act 1 changes in PoE 1 not being negatively received. I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really didn't like that, because of what you mentioned with like the fast root monsters is generally a bad thing. So I definitely do disagree with that.
Just because I'm like to have things to actually go and start to address. Like, can I get a gauge on what you think is like where in the game it starts to become a problem, or do you think it's like just straight out of the gate?
Straight out of the gate. Like the even the second zone, like the first zone might be okay, but the second zone with the wolves, it's like pretty like instant, where I don't feel like I'm getting that like ARPG playstyle.
But won't we be hurting more players than we're helping with that?
By making
like,
monsters
won't that
slower?
immediately make it? Yeah, won't that immediately mean that like a ton of players who actually enjoy the game because the combat is engaging immediately, like what, doesn't it kill the game for them? Like what I'm saying is like it's easy to say like, oh, you make the game easier and everyone's happy, but it isn't the case. Like a lot of people prefer the game to like actually have some challenge in it. Like for example, right? Okay, so here's the thing, right? So every night I go home and I play, and I like do test runs of everything, right? And it's like if we made it so that there wasn't any challenge for me in Act 1, I wouldn't play the game anymore. And that isn't helping anyone, right? Like I need to keep playing the game every night to actually enjoy myself. It's like if I'm not enjoying myself, then it's like how can I even develop the game correctly? So on some level, it's like it has to be fun for me. And I know that if you like if you get to the point of having like everything just be trivial, it's like, well, okay, like why am I even playing this anymore? So that there has to be some level of challenge. Now,
there's just a lot. I just thinking more on this specific. There's a big spectrum here. Like for example, I know I have seen the feedback of Act 1 minus canopy and mana feel generally good on the pacing, the speed of monsters.
Right.
You feel like you can almost do no-hit runs, is like kind of what people have said. And then you get to Act 2, and it's not too bad at the very start, and then you get to the like Halani gates, and it's like, okay, now everything's gone off the reservation.
The Farah didn't have a problem.
And then you get
and there's the Titan Valley
I've
as well.
I've seen a decent spectrum like that, and I 100% want to fix that. Like So that's why I was asking you for your example, because there's just a lot of people on the different spectrums here that want different things, and so I'm trying to understand what how much we would need to change things for the discussion with you as opposed to with other players.
Right.
So that's all I was asking there, because I do intend on slowing down those extreme zones, and I think there are like 10 of them. And I think that is at least something hopefully a lot of viewers are going to be happy to hear, which is like, okay, cool, they're going to address those. So the Dreadnought, Utsal, you've got Canopy. We're going to start, those are the most egregious I'm listing. I'm not saying those are the only problematic ones.
Yeah.
And then you got areas like Titan Valley, which is just like riddled with annoying monsters that are just like out of control. And you got heaps of this. So start there, and we keep working backwards until we catch as much as we can. And it's going to be a lot of different changes. So one could be, okay, like, why is it that there are 6 different varieties, of which all are just, as you've, heard people mentioning, and I think I saw something that you thing, which is they're playing PoE 1, I think, which I thought was a funny comparison. Which I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough. They need to, not every monster needs to slow down, but like, for example, some of them can be fast, and maybe the answer is, okay, they should be weaker. So sure, they engage you, but they die quick. Or maybe the answer is like, there's too many of them. And then in a lot of the cases, it's going to be like, okay, here's 6 different types of packs. Well, 6 of them are fast. Well, that's a problem. 5 is fast. That's a problem. 4 are fast. That's a problem. 3 are fast. That's probably still a problem. But 2 are fast. That's probably more acceptable. So you get 2 really slow, maybe 2 fast, 2 kind of in the middle, and you get some big slow monsters, some small monsters, and that distribution isn't quite right in a lot of zones. And so that's why, again, why I asked, because I would say some zones have a nice, here are the slow monsters, and here are the fast monsters, and it's kind of cool. You get this like up and down pacing, and it can feel kind of fun, where sometimes you're on edge and sometimes you're just obliterating things. And then you get the ones where you're like, holy, I've just been zoned 3 zones in a row where I'm just on edge, getting swarmed, like absolutely, and that creates this extreme negative feeling of like, I can't do the things that my skills want me to do, and that is bad, and that I definitely want to fix that, and I want to fix that imminently. Like, I'm going to immediately get on to doing that. So there is a huge range of spectrum of players that want different things here. And I want to at least address that thing, because I know that's just bad. Like, I think that's bad for everyone. I don't think that's bad for some people. I think that's bad for everyone. It's for a huge majority. So we can start there for sure.
But to be clear, though, like we still do need to have some monsters that are faster than player. It can't be that none are. And like things like the wolves in this in the second area, like if we didn't have that, then I think that you wouldn't even like, once again, you wouldn't get the feeling of like you would immediately out of the gate have the game as just trivial. And like I think that really would hurt the game a lot. Like I think that would be a big problem. So it's really just a question of like, if there are parts that are frustrating, we'll address them. But like it isn't the case that just everything needs to be slower. It really would hurt.
So I think
there's another thing you.
I was just gonna say, I think there's almost like 2 different player bases where there are a lot of people that just want to blast and maybe have challenging bosses, and then there are people that want like the entire gameplay, every second to second moment to be like very engaging. So it's I guess like
I don't know that I don't know that I agree with that either, because I don't think it's so binary as you say. Like there is a middle ground that will work. Like I'm almost certain that there is, and the way that you get there is by just looking at the individual cases and just fixing every one of them until like the rough edges are all sawed off, sanded off, and then and then it kind of works. And like you'll get to a point where like you just don't get frustrating experiences anymore because we've managed to sort of fix all of those cases, and that point won't be in a situation where just everything is slow. Like we really will still have a level of engagement there.
I guess the problem with everything being so fast, and part of why I pointed out like everything almost, is because it's such a heavy focus on combo gameplay right now, but it feels like the speed of the monsters are heavily incentivizing like 1-button builds. Like as soon as I could, I was like, the less I can do, the better everything will feel, just because I don't have time to set up combos. We're getting completely overwhelmed. That's why I pointed out everything as a bit of an issue.
Well, it isn't necessarily the case that you have to use a combo on every monster. Like, if you've got stuff that's fast, you don't use combos on that, and because it's disrupting you. But then also, it is also important that that monsters do disrupt your combos, because otherwise your gameplay just degenerates into doing like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Like the monsters have to be able, like there has to be situations where your plans are disrupted in order to like have a situation where you can respond to things, like you actually get some counterplay on stuff like that. And so the monster designs have to reflect that on some level. But like it's always an amount, right? Like there's an amount of that you need, and there's probably too much of that going on. But you still need an amount of that, or you know, it just becomes all flat.
I mean, we've been talking about like, look, the last few days we've been talking about some like pretty extreme considerations and things, and like, you know, talking about the monster life is the main thing, because which you could argue is player damage, right? They're obviously
Monster life is the easiest way. If everything is too weak, then monster life is the way to solve it.
Oh yeah, if there's a few outliers of builds that are find the tricks to do good, then yes, it is. I bring all players up or bring all monsters down. They're the same thing. And like we have been talking about a lot of this, and like actually going like, what would we be willing to do here? How would we be willing to change it? What are we willing to test? What are we willing to try? And like there's heaps of things on the cards here. Like kind of honestly everything's kind of been on the cards, as long as we don't feel like at the end of the day that we've taken the teeth out of the game in terms of difficulty. Like that is what's important to us, is making the game still have a feeling of hard being difficult. And I would say out more than just bosses. Like it shouldn't just be that the bosses are the only thing that's difficult.
Sure.
And we certainly don't want it to devolve into what I would argue is you know, well, I know this is like way further away, but like, you know, again, we're talking about changing. It could be changing anything here. The one thing I also worry about is getting to the thing where I would argue a lot of the difficulty in PoE 1 outside of a lot of the boss fights is just like you occasionally just instantaneously die to something and you're like, I don't even know what I died to. And a lot of that is where you get like, it isn't necessarily from monsters being too hard, and it is often from just like spam and too much stuff going on, combined with like daemons and volatiles and all of that. So making sure we avoid that as well. But it does mean in the sense that then you kind of get that like, okay, you have to have it be that you're engaging with the monsters for it to be difficult. Which kind of means monsters do need to actually pose a threat, and you need to be able to see what they're doing and react to what they're doing. Now, I wouldn't say that's universally perfect, but that's an argument for like, you know, not wanting to get it to the point where it's too much of that, just like, well, I guess that's an argument for de-swarming things, as you said, which I agree with, by the way. That is like an important thing, because it is kind of getting towards that, and that contributes towards where things are slow and stuff. But I wouldn't personally argue that every zone feels swarmy. I think there's a swarmy argument I 100% want to focus on solving first, and then there's like a certain things are fast and certain things are slow, and maybe there's that. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I was going with that, but I just want to, I guess it's more just giving my sense of where I want to make sure we don't end up is in that place, just to make sure, and we want to be real careful about not getting to that point. So I would actually say we're probably a bit too far there in a lot of the areas, but I don't think it is a universal problem right now.
I think also, especially, even though warrior is, or May skills are particularly strong due to being able to use a shield, it can feel very bad that like every damage node like has a downside, whereas isn't really the case for the other builds, where like with maces, it's like, yeah, you get 40% increased damage, but 5% reduced attack speed. And reduced attack speed, especially with all these combos, can feel particularly bad compared to others. I would say like maces are kind of good right now, but a lot of that is a shield.
I actually do think there is a bit too much of the. I actually like a little bit of like here maybe a cluster or two having the kind of upside downside, but it's honestly something we've aside. You know, obviously keystones have upside downside, but yes, there's true that probably there's kind of too many passives, especially in the warrior section, that are a little bit too giving downsides, where it was something honestly that's a bit experimental to PoE 2. Like, we didn't have that in PoE 1, and we were like, let's give it a go, and maybe we went a little bit overboard with it in that part of the tree. But I don't hate it as a concept. I think it's just that it's a little bit too saturated there. I will agree with you there 100%. I would say, as people hopefully would know, we're going to iterate on that passive tree a million times, so it'll find its sweet spot for sure, and it's definitely not there yet.
I do think it's important though that like keystones can be felt. And so,
well, we're not talking keystone.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say keystone. I was saying notables can be felt. And so part of the reason for the upside downside thing is that like it lets you do a larger damage bonus because it's got the downside, and therefore you're going to really feel that damage bonus.
No, they are good. So, like, I think it's the frequency of them in that part of the tree.
But I'm saying that you can find another way maybe to do that. But it's like, I do think that like having that feeling of like I really felt that node is something that we like that is a thing that you do get, that
that is important in our passive tree philosophy. Yes, is that
right.
the before and after of taking a notable, especially the first. Obviously, nodes become less valuable as you get higher level because they're just saturating into a bunch of diminishing return. Well, not diminishing returns, but more like, the 500 to 520% increase is going to matter less than the 0 to 20 and whatnot. But especially for the first chunk of the game, we want it to be that every notable is felt. Like I definitely now can feel the difference, and I would say, a lot don't hit that mark. Some do, some don't. But yeah, we've been trying new things there, so.
Yeah.
Bit of a pivot.
Yeah. So the next question, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that you have only done like the crazy large changes between seasons, and you talked a little bit about that you felt forced to treat the game like it was released. Are you still happy with doing only large balance changes between patches, or is that something you would maybe revisit with something like every 2 weeks, especially with like a warning period, like changes are coming in 4 days?
It's hard. I don't think that you can just nerf people in the middle of a league no matter what. Like, we get highly punished for that. Look, I mean, people are going to be unhappy about nerfs whenever we do them, as as we can see. But like, it is actually strictly worse if you get nerfed while you're playing the game. Now we're in a position now where, because things like are probably possibly undertuned, that we can just do mid-league buffs, and so that means you'll see way more patch changes happening now, because like it's okay to do major buffs during the middle of a league,
which we
just can't do. Yeah, which we're doing now.
I generated a relatively large list yesterday. Which I know we have that whole philosophical discussion earlier about player power. Well, like, there are many builds, many skills that are underneath, because obviously otherwise I wouldn't be have spent a good chunk of the day going through and assessing what needs to be increased, right? So like, I don't want it to take as like I don't want people to take away from that as being like no, we're happy with the current balance. Like, obviously not. We're still going to make changes. We're still going through everything and we'll get to that sweet spot for sure. But like,
I mean, it's going to end up feeling like a season of buffs this time, and the reason why it'll feel that way is because like the medicine has gone down now. Now we can start on all of the actual like all of the positive buff parts, and so it's like like last season we just weren't even in a situation where we could even do that, right? Because it's like you already had
we genuinely tried to. We genuinely tried to. We had this plan of like, bring all the top end outliers down and then make sure everything is feeling good in the middle. And we started with the bringing outliers down, and then all of a sudden, and this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like, oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like, we thought we could get through more of the balance and start bringing more things up. We didn't get to do all that we had hoped to do. But like, by that point, it's kind of too late. And so like, we're going in, and then now our idea here is like, we thought we were, like literally up until the last minute, we're like, okay, we're gonna keep going. Right, let's start buffing. Let's look at weak things. And like, it just ended up being too time consuming. And so the answer here is now though, it's like, well, let's just keep going. And so obviously the first few days is really like looking at all the player feedback and going, what are the biggest problems, right? And this is where you get the Act 3 changes, you get the minion builds, you get the big things. And we are trying to address all of that. And I understand just game-wide balance is a big thing. But now it's just going to be like, all right, this skill. Like, let's go. What are we changing? Going through literally every single one on every single skill tree and every single reservation. And then we're going to go, okay, well, you've still got Blood Mage and Acolyte of Chiola sitting there at 0.1% played. Okay, well, clearly not doing well enough. Let's target that and just go on and just keep. We're just going to keep iterating through until we can get as far as we can, and maybe we catch everything, maybe we don't. But like, the intention is to not stop just because the release day happened. Like, we had a goal, we didn't achieve that goal, and so we just need to keep going.
And do you have like a rough idea? Like, you were saying you were working on a lot of things to be buffed. Do you have a rough idea on how early we could be seeing those already?
Well, we'll be seeing them continuously. Like okay, so this was
like 2 days.
Yeah.
Okay,
like, this was a funny thing because okay, like, so like one of the things I think that was majorly misinterpreted, that things we're working on post, was like, this was the things we were working on that day. Like literally, that was that day's worth of work that we were talking about. And then the next day, it's like, well, now we're doing this Act 3 stuff. And like today, we'll be doing a bunch of other stuff. And like, you know what I'm saying? It's like every day we're going to be like continuing to iterate and do stuff. It's like, so the idea that someone's like, oh, they're not even acknowledging this thing. It's like, well, come on. We've literally had, like, that was one work day. You know, like there's more stuff coming, right? Like,
Which
you know,
we need to be more clear about.
Sure.
We'll try to be more specific about that. But yes,
I mean, the one that I found the most funnier with that is it's like, I'm like, okay, we're going to look into all this Act 3 stuff, but in the meantime, we'll just add some checkpoints. And it's like, the reason I put that in there is because like that's literally a thing we already noticed was bad, and it's like it's not like hurting anyone to add some more. So it's like the idea that we're like, oh, we're just going to solve the whole thing by adding checkpoints was like ridiculous. Like obviously that wasn't the case. It was just like, here's just the thing that I can just tell someone, hey, go do this while I'm looking at this, you know, and like, and so they did that, and so then that'll go in the next version. But you know, like it's like, then it's like the next like 4 hours after that, I'm like sitting there going through areas and trying to work out what's, you know, like what needs to improve about them.
Yeah, so checkpoints is kind of something I want to talk about with the large zones and stuff. And you posted, you made a post yesterday talking about that several Act 3 zones would be reduced in size. But as a core idea, is Path of Exile 2 being aimed more at like doing one long playthrough and finishing up one character rather than do like 5 to 10 characters and the people that are playing thousands of hours per year?
I mean, I don't, that's once again, it's not like I'm not targeting one or the other. Like your second, I mean, like if you're doing multiple playthroughs, the game is a lot faster just due to the like items and stuff that you have. Like that is definitely the case. You know, like,
well, a big thing that's missing,
like, making multiple characters in a league is certainly something that I expect and want you to be able to do.
Well, a big thing that's missing comparatively to PoE 1 is our ability to speed ourselves up, right, on our second characters. In PoE 1, you have things like 7 step and stuff like that, and at least so far, we don't have that many alternatives for that, and our movement abilities are completely different. No Quicksilver, so even though like we can kill the bosses faster, but since the zones are so large, we can't get like the same amount of speed on our second and third character onwards that we would be expecting in PoE 1.
Well, is the zone largeness issue like I mean, Act 3 was the one I would say that was like pretty obvious as far as like things like that go. But if it comes to other zones, it's just a question of what are those zones and which are the issues. And like also the other thing is that like generally speaking, like once you know how the zone works, there are ways then to like to know what you're looking for and sort of how to go places and what to do. So to the extent that isn't the case, that's why like when we're looking at that's why when we're looking at Act 3, it's not just make this zone smaller. It's like what's actually the reason why a player who is experienced is not able to find the thing that they're looking for, right? And that's where we come to like, oh, there's this whole area over here that you could just walk down and you have no idea whether or not that's important or not. And so then you end up doing that and it just wastes a bunch of your time. But like the intention is to make it so that like if you know what you're doing, then you know where to go and like you don't have a problem with that. So like that's why a lot of the changes in Act 3 are just like, okay, yeah, like you get this, you randomly get bad luck, and then the Chimera Wetland has the stupid Y fork thing in it, and like takes ages to go one way or the other. It's like you get rid of all of that stuff, and then the zones won't feel so large because like you'll know where you're going and you'll know how to get, you know, it kind of works out that way.
But I do know the layouts, so and they are very large, even with knowing the layouts, just because our movement speed is like relatively slow. Like even like Matlan waterways, before they're getting reworked, hopefully the rework makes them a lot slower. But I know exactly where I'm going. I'm not like backtracking into the wrong area, making it longer. It is just a lot of these zones are very long.
Like I understand that area is a challenging one, and it's hard for us to actually fix like trivially because just the way that the level generation works there, there's not an easy like. It's not like, okay, like other areas we can change the layouts very easily because like of the way that our generation works, but that area has a very fixed type of layout. And so it's going to take more effort, which is why it was on the list, because I didn't have an immediate like thing I could do that day to sort that one out. But like I understand that that's an area of concern for people. But like once again, it's like that's a specific area, and I wouldn't say that like that the issues that area has would apply to the whole game. You know, like that's just an area, a specific problem for that particular area.
So is speeding the player up an option? Like, is that something you'd be willing to consider?
Well, it sort of depends on how it was done. Like, we've discussed some things in that area like before. I'm not necessarily against that, but it would have to be done in a way that didn't compromise the combat and compromise like the like it shouldn't be the case that you because this is the issue with this, right? Is that speeding up the player is if you speed up the player to the point where they're once again faster, then always faster than the monsters, then you get back to the like combat doesn't work anymore, like combat is optional kind of like situation again. So like we would have to find a way to do that wasn't going to like break that as well. So there might be something we can do there, and we've kind of been discussing that. Because I'm not exactly wanting to subject people to like running when they're not doing anything, right? But it's just a question of finding a way to do that that's not gonna.
It's hard to say anything specific because like there's a little bit of like the moment we say a specific solution, people might hold us accountable to that in a degree, and
like we haven't tried it yet, so we can't.
We have been talking about it. We do have some options we want to try. We just don't want to talk about them before we try them.
Right.
But like, yes, I agree. Now you mentioned one other thing there, just because I don't want to gloss over things too much, which is you mentioned the Twink unique problem.
Yeah.
Which is 7 league steps. There are many more items in PoE 1 that you can use to streamline the efficiency on reroll. That is still very deficient. Yes, it will come in time, I assure you. It's just a matter of we did higher level uniques this time. Obviously, they're not going to have low level item requirements. Maybe next time there's a more even split. I don't know. We just need to keep going with the uniques, and we'll eventually get there. We do have some designs that achieve specifically the low level high movement speed boots. We do have that as a thing that I definitely already have designed. I think it's just waiting on the art, and then it's going to go in. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more of those coming over time as well. Like that will solve itself in due time for sure. And
but is there like the question is okay? So is for damage, the twinking situation is not bad right now, right?
It's
like
not
for
as
damage.
Bad. It's not as bad. Again, you can kill stuff fast.
It's the movement speed specifically that we're.
And the fact that we don't have movement abilities, like in the same way, like there's only so much speed you get with shield charge. Like if I'm doing like a 3rd or 4th character, I can definitely get enough damage, right? It's rough on my 1st character,
but you don't
at least
have to use movement abilities as the solution to this. And I would prefer that wasn't the solution, because then you end up with a kind of like pretty lame sort of gameplay thing going on. Like there's going to be a better way to improve that without having a movement ability as a solution.
We have some things on the cards. We just need to test them out and try them and be able to actually have a good argument as to why they work, why they are good, and we convince ourselves, damn, we should have done this before, or they're bad, and we're like, here's why they're bad, and we can explain what we tried and why it's bad. But yeah, again, we're always a bit on discussing what those will be, because yes, again, they're being held accountable. People get their hopes up for it, and then we have to say it doesn't work. So like, there's a little bit of like, let us just try these things, and then we'll see what we come up with, and we'll tell people the moment that we have it. But again, it's not a piece of. It certainly is something that's come up, and will come up every single repeat of the league, and so it's not like off our radar by any means.
Okay, that's good. So obviously a bit of a different question, but on console, debuffs have the option to be at the bottom of the screen. Could that be a toggleable option for PC? Just can be rough to like move your eyes.
It wasn't on my radar. We might be able to do something.
We have a full buff UI rework going on at some point soon. It was planned for earlier, where like so this can be part of the consideration, I guess. But yeah, our UX guy's currently working on. Has it on top 5 of his list, kind of thing, of things that we're going to just do to improve the system.
That wasn't to do with moving them, but we can add that to the list of things that we might want
I mean,
to
it's
do.
the whole they can
do
go behind the boss's life bars and all that problem, and hopefully, if it's good enough as well, we can port that to PoE 1, because it's a more egregious problem there for sure.
Yeah. The next question is about in PoE 1 we have a lot of player agency over how we solve early problems. Like the skill tree has a lot of temporary fixes for a build early on, where if your gear isn't up to scratch, you can get 30 to like strength dex int, you can get leech, you can get resists, even like specific ones like fire, cold, lightning, etc. You can get very easy access to fixing mana and stuff like that. And a lot of things that are like temporary fixes that you later on fix with gear. And the crafting bench also helps a lot more with that in PoE 1. And I know runes are meant to be the solution here. But we don't really get enough sockets early on. We don't get enough gear early on, and we then don't have any way at all to really fix this.
So why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
Well, that they're just not dropping. Even if you're checking the vendor, like I'm checking the vendor every time I level up. I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get enough because the game is very difficult right now. So you try to keep getting gear upgrades. There is not enough loot. There is a lot of people complaining about not enough drops.
I don't get the same experience of not getting enough socketables personally. Like, I would say that probably 80% of the gear I'd be wearing pretty much through the whole campaign would have sockets like in there. So like if that's the case, then like there must be something I'm not understanding about like why that people are feeling that way, because that's just like a totally different experience than what I see when I'm playing myself.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
I would love to.
The intention.
Sorry, go on.
The intention is that you use socketables to fix those problems, and it is fundamentally identical to the crafting bench as far as the resultant like ability to fix issues on your character. Like there's nothing about the crafting bench that really changes anything that way, other than it's being less intuitive to use for new players.
Well, it is a lot
really
stronger.
It's just to make...
Well, there's the power. Yeah, there is the power.
Well, okay, so sure, there's the power, but like, I mean, that's a different question again, right? Like, if you're talking about fixing problems, then that just comes down to the values on the mods, and like what those should be,
which aren't necessarily right.
Right, but the thing is that it's supposed to be that you're getting enough sockets to be able to do that. And I mean, I don't buy stuff from the vendors. It's just as a qualifying thing that I don't buy socketables from the vendors and do that thing. I know people do that. That's not a thing that I'm doing. I mean, I might do it like if I've got like a stack of 9 shards and I'm like, okay, I want a socket right now. I might like do that, but generally speaking, that's not what I'm doing. So like, there's clearly some disconnect here, as far as like what the amount of loot that you're getting versus what I'm seeing, I suppose. So like, I guess I just need to understand why. Like, why does it feel so different for different
might be
people?
it might have a relatively high swinginess or something that we need to find a way, like adding more. Like I know something that was suggested was adding more artificers orbs to fixed quest rewards through the game to minimize the RNG outcome.
Right.
Because we added those quite late. We didn't end up putting them in the...
So that's something that we could definitely do, which would mean you just get more of them during campaign, and I'd be totally open to that. Like, that's totally reasonable.
A second thing I'd like to do soon is explore... I mean, sort of unrelated, but is that, well, casters don't have their weapon crafting bench.
And we do need to...
We do need to
fix... We have to add sockets to caster weapons. That needs to come as well.
Now, there is one slight concern that I have seen echoed in a decent... a bit of feedback, which is that the runes are, which is mitigated with more artificers orbs for sure, but the runes are creating a bit of a sense of making it like the thing with that the PoE 1 sockets created, which is like replacing items becoming slightly harder.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of just making sure we're careful about that as well. But being able to have more artificers orbs and thus socket more gear will mitigate that, so that when you get your upgrade, you're able to add a socket to it.
But I would say that it's definitely the hard-coded drops that would be the thing that, because if it's not happening to everyone, then it is a thing that will, that would be better off solving that way.
But yeah, the caster weapons getting rune sockets and obviously runes for them, and adding more deterministic artificers orbs to the campaign is certainly two things on my immediate radar to help at least mitigate some of this. I might do a quick review on the power pass of the runes as well. I just don't want them to be too much about giving damage, but it might be a lot of the more utility and defensive ones are just on the weak side, and those can certainly come up immediately.
Well, the problem that you have, once again, is that, like, so I sort of mentioned this earlier, but if the tools that you have are too powerful, then the people who know to use them are benefited to a larger degree compared to the people who don't. And what you're doing there is then you end up in a situation where content will, be like, it's just a new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't know about this, and then like you get screwed over. And so like things like even nodes on the passive tree can be this way, where it's like, okay, well, you had to know to pick this, and if you didn't know to do that, then you're screwed, right? Like that's the kind of thing that's like a bit of a problem. And so that we just have to be really careful about that. And like that's actually one of the reasons, by the way, why lesser runes exist, because if you knew to put a lightning damage rune in your weapon, then you would just like completely like ridiculous compared to anyone who didn't know that. And so it's like you've got like it shouldn't be that just a single like there's a tool like that which you just with knowledge alone it's like you're completely like you're completely overpowered compared to other people. So you just have to be like we just have to be really careful with that stuff.
Well,
it's important. It's also.
Oh no, you go on.
It's just important to make sure that the solutions are very front facing because that passive tree stuff, you know, in PoE 1, sure, I agreed, and it seems obvious to a bunch of people, but then also there's two problems going on there in the PoE 1, which is it adds to a sense of complexity because it's like here are the things you must know before you start playing to have a good time, and I know that's one small piece of that puzzle or that problem. And the second thing is, looking at PoE 1 from that crafting bench, is that the crafting bench is in your hideout and not in any town, which I agree is a downside. Ideally, it would be more in your face. And so, like, a lot of people just forget to use it and forget that it exists. And that is a thing where, like, again, if you know, you know, and you have a good time, and if you don't know, you don't know, and you like, suffering. So whatever the solutions end up being, we definitely need to make sure are, like, very front-facing in your face and are, like, here's clearly the very intuitive way to solve these problems. So that's just an important piece of like philosophy we need to make sure we maintain.
A lot of that can be solved through quests though, right? You can have an NPC early giving one of those like runes and even telling you like, hey, chuck this in your weapon for more damage if you're using a bow.
Well, it would. I mean, surely, if the runes are there to solve problems, then ideally, we're not telling you exactly which one to use, right? Because it should be dependent on what your problem is. But we do need to make sure that people have got enough Artificer's Orb to make sure they can do that. That's the main thing that I would say.
Yeah, but you were talking about the problem that you're rewarded for knowledge, which I don't think necessarily is a bad thing. I think that is a good thing.
No, you 100% should be rewarded for knowledge. The question is, was the degree of the reward? Because if it is as high as like the point where you know just knowing this doubles your DPS, then like that means that you know. Yeah, like the way it means that the balance has to be like surely like monsters would have to be harder if that was the case, and so it's like I don't think that can be something that like we don't want to have to make the monsters harder, so therefore like we have to just be a little bit careful about that.
There's a fine line there for sure, but yeah, there's some improvements around here to be made, and there's some good takeaways from that anyway, right? Like when the determinism for sure. And I think it's also a matter of like, okay, I think there is a guaranteed rune from Ogden Village. Maybe that's too late. We should be doing that like earlier or having more of them. You know, again, more of that deterministic outcomes, but also maybe knowing that you're going to get that in advance would be helpful. I don't think we quite have that displayed. So it's like you know, some of those like the world map icons where you go and get a specific reward it's not necessarily explaining to the user what they're going to get. And so they might just be like, it's just another one of those. I don't need another tier 4 skill gem, but they don't, that's because maybe they think it's that. So yeah, bit of information improvements and a bit of just like some power adjustments, some more determinism, especially with Artificer's Orbs. I actually 100% agree with that. I think if we hadn't have added that system so late into the development, we would have actually put that more throughout 100% anyway, so we should just do it now. But yeah, well, 100% some improvements there.
Another thing I'm curious about then, I asked about the skill tree. Do you feel like the skill tree gives a good, or does a good enough job of doing temporary solutions right now that you can later out gear, or like, is that something you'd be open to looking at?
Well, our core philosophy there was that the gear should give you base stats and the tree should multiply them, which makes the tree implicitly worse at then solving the problem. So the intention there is that, now whether or not, I would say we haven't really rediscussed it since then. I still believe that's a great thing to have.
There aren't the other thing that just as a side note is that there aren't runes that give you attributes, right?
Correct.
And so that means that you can't solve attribute requirements with runes, which is something that I brought up a bit ago, but like we didn't have time to look at what the implications of that were.
My sole fear with that is that it means that it is even harder now to replace an item with another item.
That is the concern.
Yeah, it is. That's why like something like 30 dex, 30 strength, etc. was obviously very nice in PoE 1. And it does feel a little bit like, oof, I wish I didn't have to take that, but that gives you like incentive to fix that through gear later. And obviously we have so much resist on the skill tree in PoE 1 too. I remember like, because the first time I played PoE 2, we didn't know anything about the skill tree and stuff like that. And I remember thinking I was in like Act 2 somewhere, and I hadn't pre-planned my day. I hadn't like looked at the data mines or anything like that. So I was like, okay, let's go look at the skill tree where the resists are, because I'm like 10%, 15% on the different res, so I'll pick up 15 on the skill tree. And there was just that one in like warrior left start, and I was very surprised for that. So like, what's the reason for not having that much resist on the tree?
Because once again, as Mark said, the tree is the theory of it is that the tree enhances what your items are doing, in order to make the But I mean, look, there's something to think about again. Like there might
100%.
be something to that we should be reconsidering.
Yeah.
Like
we'll 100% go have a discussion about this afterwards for sure. Like I certainly have a whole bunch of thoughts on this real quick, and I definitely want to go over it and just reevaluate this, because like we did make a lot of these philosophical decisions, right? Where like tree should multiply, obviously aside from attributes, and gear should give the base, and like, you know, because an alternate solution might just be that the resistances given by the runes are like way too low as well, right? Like that certainly, because if you think of like the tree for one on obviously PoE 1, and you combine that with the crafting bench in PoE 1, like the amount of resistances you're getting there, even from the lowest tier crafts and the tree, is enough to certainly be able to solve any problem. So there's a little bit of just like making sure we don't want to make it too trivial. Well,
the other thing as well is that the monsters are balanced, assuming a different amount of resist than they were in PoE 1. So that like changes things a little bit as well. You know, like the expectation is not that you have like high resistances through the game necessarily. Like the expectation is that the expectation is that you should be able to get through from merely overcoming the negative resistances you get from going through the acts. Like if you're at 0%, you should be like that should be enough, and then any improvement you have over that is supposed to be just like something that's making your character better. But if the monster life or monster damage is not calibrated correctly, then it won't feel that way to the player. But like that was kind of like balancing around 0 was like another idea that we had to try and make it so that you always knew the amount of resistances you were supposed to have. Like being that like if the number is red, you need more, and if the number is not red, then you have enough. Like that was kind of the theory in order to make it more obvious, what people are supposed to do there.
The other thing about the tree that can be a bit tricky here is that when you have that problem, like you probably have that problem immediately, where you're like, oh, I'm dying to all this fire damage. I don't have enough fire resistance. The answer can't be like, okay, I need to look at my tree and get some fire resist, because that's too late, right? Like you need to solve this problem more immediately. Right. So having a more immediate solution is ideally what it would be. So ideally there you'd be like, okay, I'm going to swap this item for this item, and or maybe put this rune in, and now I might have another go and have a good time. Where if the answer is like, okay, there's resistance nodes over here, I just need to get 6 more levels so I can get them to then go and fight the boss. Like, I understand there's a level of like, obviously they're good at forward thinking problem solving, but like when you're like in the moment and you're like, damn, I'm struggling right now. What am I going to do right now? It needs to be a more immediate solution, and that's where the passive tree solves it in one regard, but doesn't solve it in another regard. And it's important that yes, the runes are there to solve that problem, and certain items are there. And sure, it's easy. It is not necessarily incorrect to say that those tools aren't as readily available as they should be.
Yeah. Yeah, I also think part of it is that we're definitely not dropping enough gear. Like the state of my gear, it's quite rough. Like a lot of the things I found throughout the campaign ends up being 1 or 2 stat items, if that.
But isn't that just but this is the thing I would say about that is like, okay, when you're saying your gear isn't good enough, you're also just saying the monsters are too powerful. Like it can just be the monsters. Like I don't think that it needs like it. There's an element here of like you might just be conditioned to wearing rares in every slot all the time, which doesn't have to be the case. Well, like the gear power is entirely relative to monster power. So if you're saying your gear isn't good enough, it doesn't have to be the gear needs to get better. It can just be that the monsters are too hard.
Sure, if you like, if you're talking about also like damage and like I said, speed. But okay,
Yeah.
can you give me an idea then on like
But
when
that's
do you
important though,
think
because
the
one of
player?
the things that PoE 2 has gotten us is that you're not just saturating on rares like halfway through Act 1 anymore. Like you actually do, and what that actually means is that you have situations where you change from a rare to a magic. In some cases, you're like changing around your gear through the campaign, and it results in way more like gear upgrades as you go through the campaign. Like there's way more often because you'll downgrade to a blue, but then you'll find a regal and you'll upgrade it, and then you'll add some more mods and so on. And like you're just the amount of gear changes that are happening through the campaign is very, very high. And so if we just dropped more gear, then we would lose out on that. And whereas if we lower monster power, then you're improving the like we wouldn't need to do that. And once again, that doesn't necessarily say that the gear is in exactly the right place, but what I am saying is that like it isn't just buff items. Like it is a question of player power relative to monster power.
But the thing is, like, we aren't switching out gear a lot, though. I think a lot of us feel like we're like finally finding, let's say, like a glove with 60 life and 15 fire risk, and then we end up keeping that all the way until maps because we aren't really finding anything else. We have very little currency to craft with and stuff, and a lot of people also reported finding like a large chunk of the majority of their currency in Act 1, where maybe people find as much as like 3 to 10 exalts in Act 1, and then find 0 in Act 2 and 3, so it seems like very, very early heavy.
I can't really explain why that would happen, because like the gear, like the way that loot drops doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the number of magic and rare monsters that exist. And so over time, the amount of loot you get increases through the game just because the number of rare and magic monsters increases. And due to the way the currency drops work in PoE 2, the more of those you get, the more rare currency you'll get, which means that like it'll just feels like you get more currency. So like that isn't a phenomenon that I understand for sure. Like you should be getting more currency as you go through the acts for sure. Like that is as far as I understand.
Several times I've been joking about making new characters to farm currency, and a lot of people like said they agreed. So
thankfully, we can relatively easily, if we need to, pretty much after this, add some logging for that and go and see what's actually happening. Because
that is unusual. Like I can't explain why that would be the case.
I concur. There isn't. It shouldn't work that way. It shouldn't be that way. So if that is the case, which isn't necessarily true, but it could be. We're never going to rule out any bug or unintended thing where we can get some logging for that relatively fast and just check the data and actually see what's happening.
But I also do want to understand why some people feel like they get a lot of currency and others don't. Like I just don't understand what can be the responsible for that. Because like, it's like I wouldn't say that every time I want 6 mods I can get them, but I would say that I'm using exalts like all through the campaign. I'm using regals all through the campaign. I'm like rolling like from whites to rares like pretty continuously as you're going through. So like there's something odd about that I need to understand.
Yeah, I mean, even like I would say myself, I got very like few regals and stuff to use. Like definitely was not on the rich end during the campaign.
Well, how many is a few?
I'd say through the campaign, I dropped probably 4 regals.
Well, hang on, but we're not talking about dropping only. We're talking about disenchanting too, right?
So, because of crafting being so RNG, I will generally have opted in. I've tried both, obviously, between like disenchanting, but I find that I benefit more from gambling than from actually trying to crafting. My experience with crafting is picking up every blue, looking for 1 stat, regaling, and then that missing, and the item not being usable.
If you're not disenchanting rares, then you certainly won't get a lot of regals. Like
sure, but I've tried both.
Right. Well, I can't say much as to that, but like that is the reason you don't have regals if like that is where like the primary source of regals through the campaign would be disenchanting. Like that isn't to say that gambling isn't better. Maybe it is, but like that it does explain that particular 1 currency item at least.
It's also quite a few alchemies and stuff as well.
Alchemies are kind of not really intended to be that common anymore because the intended way to go through to rare is more via regaling. So like alchemies are like relative, like that alchemies are the kind of like, oh awesome, I got an alchemy. That's like a kind of that's the uncommon thing that you do occasionally, not the like kind of common workaday crafting that you're doing all the time. So like it should be that the regals are the primary source of crafted rares.
Yeah.
Well, the good benefit here is we have so many players right now that we can just get some data and get some analytics very, very quickly about what this actually is.
Yeah.
And you might find that it's just very sensitive to, you know, there's always just going to be a portion of unlucky players and a portion of lucky players. Like, I definitely know that there's a lot of swinginess, of course, and that can happen. And again, that it might just be that. And I know you've probably played more than most, so arguably you should have the you should have the most amount of data from a purely anecdotal perspective. So, you know, you probably have the best average going on, the most accurate average, I should say. But that being said, like, we have the capacity to look into this very quickly, and we can just do so probably even today and figure out what's going on and whether or not it meets our expectations. So
the next thing I want to ask you about is the ailment thresholds. You have like how easy it is for the player to be stunned, player to be frozen and stuff. And I would say that feels a little bit overly punishing when we don't have as many solutions or tools, right? Because we have one charm slot, and it is quite difficult to get a second or third.
You're supposed to be stunned.
And that's competing for freeze immune, stun immune, poison immune, ignite immune, and chaos immune. Chaos resist, and bleed. Now, I would say poison, ignite, and bleed from the monsters don't actually do that much right now. But if it did, like, this would be a very, very heavily competed for, like, singular solution to doing anything with that. And as an addendum to the question, I wonder, would you consider letting belts get more implicit charm slots based on item level? So like maybe at like 50 plus they have 2, and at 81 they get 3. I
mean, we probably will increase the number of charm slots. Like, that is something that we like kind of were intending to do and never got to yet. But I don't think that the ailment threshold was in the right place before. Like, effectively ailments didn't exist before we changed that. So like we needed something that was going to actually cause them to happen. Like, you know, during the campaign before, you got frozen like 3 times the whole campaign. It kind of was a bit silly.
Do note we didn't actually universally double the stunning. I know you mentioned that, just to clear.
It was ailments that changed, not stunning.
They stun you more as things get higher level. The expected amount of stun threshold you should have goes up. So it's not, but it's pretty minimal throughout the entire campaign. But what we also increased is the you gain a bunch of stun threshold when you get light stun, so you have way lower probability of getting stun locked. But then I would also point out, like, some of those charms just suck because it doesn't even mitigate the stun that stunned you. And that is just something that we initially did, and they were like, oh, we need to change this, and then it just got lost in the weeds. So like, the other thing is changing those, and I know the resistance ones work this way as well. Like, those just need to also cancel out the thing that caused it, or mitigate the thing that caused it. And those where some do and some don't, so that needs to change 100%. And then yes, we need more slots. I think we're actually going to support up to 6 slots. That isn't to say that everyone will trivially have 6, but there is UI for it.
6 is only 6 is a thing you might be able to do with uniques and stuff like that. It's not something that you get.
But it was certainly our expectation, or intention, I should say, that we give out more slots so that people are running more. Like, 1 is not what you should be running. Like, 2 certainly at high end minimum, and like probably 3 and like sometimes 4 wouldn't be unreasonable.
Okay. But it's interesting that even the ailment threshold change we made has not really affected most of the ailments that you just said. Like, you just were saying that, like, you know, that bleed, poison, and stuff are not really doing much yet. And it's like, like that wasn't even, like, even halving that number apparently wasn't enough to make those be a thing that you need to care about. Like, only frozen is the one that really kind of changed, I think, and like for the most part that you actually noticed. The stun thing is separate; it's not part of the ailment threshold change.
Yeah, I mean, but if they did do a lot of damage, that'd be very overwhelming right now, and things we can deal with.
Well, but I mean, yeah, like, it's not like we want it to be overwhelming.
It's a bit of a different. It's a bit of a different game,
right?
Like,
but
when you get the mod and modifiers and map mods and everything involved.
Sure. But you know, it does need to happen sometimes in order for it to actually be something that's worth mitigating. So now we just need to look at the actual, the charm stuff as well.
Yeah.
And do you think the implicit will be tied to item level at all? So it'll be something that you don't necessarily have to do a crazy investment or a path on the tree?
I don't know what the answer to that is. I have to think about how we want to introduce that. Like, that is one way. I mean, but there might be other ways. I just have to look at that.
The other thing is like charm. There's a level of like reviewing charms in general is just how, you know, aside from how many you have and not just their implicit, like their base value, there's also just like, I'd say a lot of the modifiers on them are just absolutely like nonsense. It's like, oh, recover 4 mana when it procs. It's like, okay, thanks. That's not a useful thing to happen. So there's a bunch of affixes there we just need to make better as well, and we may as well probably do that at the same time, unless of course it makes it take longer, in which we'd rather just get out the number of charms first. So
Yeah. In PoE 1, we have masteries. I'm a huge fan of those, especially for temporary solutions. Is that something you're open to bringing back in PoE 2?
Notables have the
I'm
mastery
not
tied
a
to it.
huge fan of them because they ended up devaluing the notables a lot. Like the notables became really bland when masteries were introduced, and it's like, and it also means that like the where you are on the tree didn't matter as much either, which like kind of wasn't amazing. So I think that we like prefer to have it be a situation where the notables are more interesting, and I do think that in PoE 2 the notables are very interesting. Like it's something that like I think that is notably good. So
more work
like,
to do there,
yeah,
though.
but there is more work to do. But I don't love the way that the masteries kind of like blandified the notables, and so yeah, I think we can. That's probably. I think I prefer it. Just putting the power in the notables rather than the masteries.
But I don't feel like they're directly competing at each other, right? You can still have like really interesting masteries and notables. Like those notables can still be super interesting.
I mean, there's only so many stats that can exist, but I mean, look, fundamentally everything competes with every other thing because of the way that, like, you know, due to mod dilution. So like you have to, you know, you have to budget that in some level. Otherwise you just get a situation where you've got so many effects on your character that like everything, like nothing, no one thing matters at all. So like that's, you know, just.
I'm a bit more torn about this one personally, because I do agree there are downsides, but on the other hand, it's the one that added it to PoE 1, so like I'm a little bit like.
Well, I don't think it was obvious at the time. What downside that would have. I mean, that was certainly not something that I would be against.
There's also just like the passive tree is like overwhelmingly complicated to people,
right?
And so having this extra layer on it was probably my biggest thing of like, oh no, we made the thing that scares people the most more scary.
Right.
Because there's this extra layer that they have to, an extra keyword they have to know about, and that was my main thing of like, maybe we should just simplify the thing that is like the scariest thing. Like that was a big argument to me, but there are, you know, there's intermediary grounds there as well, but yeah, there's like downsides to it for sure. Like I agree. There's also maybe a way to make them work. I don't know.
But I mean, what's the goal of it, right? Like if the goal is to give you temporary solutions, then we don't necessarily have to solve it there. We could just solve it in a different place, and then it wouldn't be necessarily something that's
that is also true.
That's going to give you the downsides that we see that those ones having.
It's also just as a player, it is just very fun. Like I absolutely enjoy it. And it definitely, I can tell you, it does not make me feel like notables are devalued. I was even more exciting because you get it when you get the notable.
It's hard to identify that in the moment because like you don't notice the lack of something you don't notice the lack of something, what something could have been, in the same way that you notice, you know, like the thing that's in front of you that you're enjoying. You know what I mean? Like it's harder to appreciate the fact that the notables are less cool in PoE 1.
Sure.
Like, because you're not thinking about that. You're thinking, I want the.
I mean, you can at least rest assured that we're going to think about why they were important and what we could do to solve them, whether it be that means or another. Like, the good thing about these is all of the things almost everything you bring up is going to result in some sort of multi-hour discussion between us over the next week. So
that's good.
Well, which is the huge benefit of these things for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, thank you for doing it. But the next one's something I care a lot about, especially as a hardcore player. Defenses seem very undertuned compared to offense, and just like anecdotally, if the two options, right? If we look at it in a bit of hyperbole, where I get to watch like tankiness be out of hand or offense be out of hand. So like literally somebody walking up to a boss and one-shotting it. Or looking at somebody standing there be immortal, right? I always think like if one should be out of hand, it's more interesting when the defensive one is out of hand. You still get to see the boss abilities and stuff like that. It seems so much easier always, and I think most patches have been like this, where it's always easier to scale offense rather than defense. And I wonder a little bit how you feel about that.
Purple.
Well, you're not wrong that often the best defense is stacking all of the damage.
Yeah.
I mean, we've suffered from this for a long while. It is ultimately a consequence of just having the game be, like, again, talking about the hip firing and things be a bit unregulated with respect to the levels of uniques and builds and stuff going everywhere and hard to think of it all. And like, but it is generally true that we have more offensive. I guess people find damage in general to be more fun as a investment avenue.
That
for
is
sure.
the real thing, is that most people would prefer to invest in offense generally.
I agree with that.
Mostly the case.
But then, shouldn't defense be even more encouraged then for the people that want to? Because even as a hardcore player, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like anecdotally, for example, for point one, and full disclosure, I have not been able to get to Arbiter yet, right? We're very early in the league, so I don't know if you made them do less damage. But in point one, other people were doing some testing, and I asked softcore players to try a little bit, and there were people that were getting one-shot by Arbiter moves with 15k life, some that are like kind of hard. So as a hardcore player, what I felt like then, I was like, well, and since I can't really tank, like there are multiple moves here that I can't tank, not just like one big telegraphed one shot, but there are multiple here that I can't tank. So what I did to over prepare instead was I went in with so much damage that I just one shot the boss, which is a little bit deflating for me. I would say Arbiter was one of the least fun bosses, whereas I would way rather go in and be so tanky that I can make a few mistakes, and then end up leaving.
It's quite hard to split the difference between being tanky and being immortal. Like, surprisingly hard to get that right. And when I say that, it's because you can regenerate life very quickly. And so if you don't die... Like, okay, and the other thing as well is that boss abilities that do those big hits take a long time, right? And like the bosses often can't hit you again immediately afterwards. It's like they'll do their big ability, and it's not like it's going to just immediately follow up with something that's going to chip you down either. So
yeah,
like,
but
if
we
you
can't
fail,
tank them.
No, but what I'm getting towards is that if you don't have something that's going to do a lot of damage at the for those big hits, like, we just have to be very careful, because like if like let's say that one of those big hits did only, like, you know, a third of your life, you know, something like that. I don't think that then the boss would ever be able to kill you ever, because it would have to effectively be able to do three of those, like, of those things before you can regenerate them. So what you're really asking for, and this is something we discussed a lot in the past, by the way, what you're asking for is for a more attrition-based gameplay style, like a more MMO style like thing.
So yeah,
and what you're really saying then is that you want flasks to do way less regeneration, and you want regeneration to be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay style. And that kind of just isn't a PoE way of doing things. Now, like, I mean, that could be a thing we could change to. Like, that would be an option that we would have, but it would be like, it would be the balance change of the universe to do something like that. Like, it would be a complete redesign of all the damage and like bosses and like the whole way everything works. Like change to more attrition style would just be like a you know, an apocalyptic level of balance change compared to what we have, for sure.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure I agree with that. And I was going to ask, do you think the goal of a difficult boss should be to kill the player or to deny the player the loot?
I agree with that. He's telling you what it is, what would
understand
happen.
What that means.
There's no agreeing or disagreeing.
When
He's
you're
just telling
leaning
you
more
what would
towards
happen.
attrition-based gameplay, right? You're recognizing as a player that you've entered a fight that you're maybe not fully ready for. You're maybe getting the boss to 30%. You're not able to finish it, and you're like, I have to leave. I have to leave this fight. I'm not strong enough. As opposed to punching the player with death, you're already just taking away the loot anyway. There's not an XP loss anyway at the moment.
I mean, that's, I guess we're not thinking in those terms at all. Like, we're just like, but okay, sure, you're talking, okay, like, so that question, I would say, only makes sense in an attrition-based gameplay context, which is not what we have. So like, it kind of means that like the boss doing abilities to be able to the boss trying to win is and trying to kill you versus denying you the loot isn't a different circumstance unless there's attrition, which we don't have. So it's so what I'm saying is so what are you not agreeing with then about?
Well, I think you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one-shots. But even just on as a Viper, as an example, right? I was having a quite long fight because I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper. So I think I had to reset 7 times without it killing me, but 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build because I was running out of flasks. And you don't have a good way to regen them during the fight.
So I'm not when I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that.
Bosses,
I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time rather than something that moves around.
Well, it effectively is through the fast, right?
Well, yes.
I was no longer able to recover.
So yes, to the extent that we have attrition-based gameplay, the attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Attrition via flask is what we have. So what I'm saying though there. Well, okay, sure, fair enough. The flasks do give you the attrition, and so therefore
the campaign is quite attritioned.
It's just that
the kind of cap comes off, so to speak, at end game, where it can be very It's certainly the case with a concept like Leech that the moment that a boss can't one-shot you at all, which...
Well, okay, if you removed all sources of flask charge gain out, that you could do in a boss fight, then you could probably reduce the size of the big monster hits.
Energy shield.
Well, just to check real quick as well, just because specifically talking about Arbiter, there's kind of a few things going on. It is the intention that the skills, and which happens in the game and PoE 1 as well, and some people might argue it's some sort of bad design or not. I kind of like it. There are other skills that are more like your personal agility or dexterity based, and you have to avoid them, and that's stand in the elder donuts and the the dances and the move into the lanes and the bullet hells-esque things where it's that's not really your character as much. Are you thinking those are fine, or are those, whether or not they're exactly tuned in this context, in terms of timing, but are you okay with the idea that those kill you and you don't get to make whether or not they could be more lenient is a different question, but are you okay with those killing you and kind of your defenses don't really matter? Are those the problem? Is what I'm just trying to understand exactly what skills are a problem.
Yeah, so for the Arbiter, I feel like there are multiple, right? You have the corridor move. That was pretty much always a one-shot, right? And sometimes, obviously, like you were saying, that wasn't the main topic, but they can spawn almost too far away. I remember seeing a clip of Quinn running slightly in the wrong direction, and then he sees the corridors the other way, and he's like, "Oh, it's over for me." You have the Arbiter move where he does the fake out meteor, where he starts firing the beam into it and stuff. I guess the way as a player I would want defense to be is the more I invest into defense, the larger my room for error should be. Which is where I'm feeling there's a big disjoint now, right? Where it just isn't. And then I'm entirely incentivized to go full offense because I'm still having enough defense that those mid-range hits and small hits, they're still not one-shotting me. So all I need to be able to do is tank them. And then, I just don't have an option for huge one-shots at all.
Okay, so I understand the point of view from that one. The main thing is just we're going to have to be really careful with the balance to make sure that it isn't now just 20% of investment of the way there. Now you don't get one shot by them, so you just hold down, whatever button on the boss or whatever, and now you're leeching permanently and you're fine. That's the concern. So if it is a universal... Okay, for example, would it be okay that, look, the corridor, let's use that as the example. So the corridor obviously has some okay, it's too hard to get, we need to probably improve the way the lanes spawn such that you don't get into that situation where this is literally impossible for me to run there unless I have X or Y. there is the thing where, like, okay, for example, if like life regen wasn't regulated, like, do you really think any player in the game, like, this is, I'm not saying this is wrong or right, should just be able to AFK in that?
I'm
just curious.
Yeah, so definitely I prefer that over watching people one-shot bosses. 100%. With enough investment.
Well, no, we won't disagree, but just
Right,
like,
yeah.
I'm just curious, do you actually think it should be okay or able to?
Yeah, I'm not entirely against something just being a straight up one-shot. Like failing the memory game, for example, in PoE 1. Like, I'm not inherently against that. But I do think the current ones are a little bit like too fast to be those one-shots.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there is two problems here, which I'm interested in. One is mechanics feeling fair, which there are things here that are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get that adjusted today. And then, I'll get that on live as soon as I can, which might even also be today. The other thing would be that the bigger thing, which is that investing in defense is not allowing you to mitigate it. Like, so different from the corridor skill. There's just like whether or not investing in defense enough, it gives you enough defense against things in general, against the bosses, which maybe isn't the case. It might be that yes, you investing in defense needs to be more advantageous right now for sure. And like, don't get me wrong, there's nothing more, and I've spoken about this before in the past, there's nothing more demoralizing than putting, you know, hundreds of hours into a boss and then it's just like deleted, and it's like, oh great, that was
but it's also demoralizing to just watch someone sit there and face tank it and just attack it with no, like, having to not even having to move. Like, that's also,
well, especially without the gear.
Like, it's kind of it's almost a bit ridiculous to discuss like which of these two horrible outcomes is better. Like, you know, like, surely the actual answer is like neither of them should be happening.
No,
You know?
I agree. It's just that it's pretty rare that we've seen defense be the really OP one. That's all, right? Like, we very often see offense.
Maybe it is, but like, I think that's probably also a lot around the fact that people like building glass cannons. Like, that is a thing people just like doing. And so, like, the amount of incentivization, and so then there's the issue of like, well, I mean, let me put it this way. Even if right now, and I don't know whether this is the case or not, like, it probably isn't, but even if defense was overtuned compared to damage, I think that you're still not going to incentivize people to do that until you get to the point where they're immortal. Like, I don't think getting 80% of the way to immortality is actually enough even for people to still not want to build glass cannons. And so you kind of got like that issue of like, it's just really, really hard to get that balance right. So the, like, and that isn't to say that we won't try, but I'm just saying that like, it is people, there just tends to be an erring on the side of offense for that reason. And I don't think either immortality or insta-killing bosses is right. So like, you know, the people probably concentrate on the damage more.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we have a bigger problem, especially with just in general, just thinking about it, like, damage also now resulting in crowd control amplifies the problem even further. Because that, having the boss be heavy stunned and or frozen or whatever, like, majority of the fight is just even more of a reason to just go ballistic on damage. Yeah, there are problems here, 100%. I'm just thinking of random other things that.
Well, yeah, I have other questions about defense as well. So armor break, I would say, like, effectively disables armor, right, as a defense for hardcore. It's sort of like when it comes around, it kind of like shuts down your main form of defense. You're feeling like very tanky if you do invest into armor. Well, ideally, I do still armor needs a buff. But I guess the problem I have with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm in PoE 1 is that it's just so crazy to me to have something effectively shut down your defense from time to time. Are you happy with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm being in the game?
Well, in PoE 2 context, I am not happy with the current state of Monster Armor Break. No, that is also on my change today list. So I need to, there's a few things. It was meant to be that they're breaking flat amounts of armor, and that isn't. So if the more you stack, the less significant the armor break becomes from the enemy. I suspect there might be some sources of percentage based in there, which are just like it disincentivizes. I mean, it just means that the more you have, the more you're relying on armor, the more punish it's going to be. So
yeah.
I just need to do a quick audit. There's not that many sources, thankfully, so it won't take long, and I just need to make sure that it's working. And then there are possibly cases where it is just doing too much, and yeah, it's just like, yeah, it acts as an insane weakness. But yeah, I know 100% agreed it is not in the right spot, and also on the today list. So I need to make sure that we go back, get the community team to go back through this afterwards and make sure I don't forget about all these things. But no, that one I already have. There's that and the speed and a bunch of these other, and Arbiter, and there's a whole bunch of stuff here.
Yeah, we've gone over a lot already. Do you think in the short term we could see just like a straight up number buff to armor while you're trying to work out a long-term solution?
Oh no, but I'm not talking about a long-term solution for the armor break thing. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No,
today.
I know, but like that's what I mean for armor too.
I see what you're saying. Sorry, misunderstood. Yeah, sure. I can't.
In order to
be able to immediately say that.
In order to change armor, we'd need to be able to understand why it's bad, and I don't think just changing the number right now is right for that.
Okay, that's fair.
Like I don't think we've fully understood.
We
E
did a few things. Like we there was some overwhelm on some bosses, and we removed it. And there was there were too many skills converting too much into element, and I think we pushed back a lot of that. So like, it obviously makes the armor more effective against those abilities, and like there's a lot more of that we probably need to reevaluate as well, just across the board.
Yeah.
But that stuff's really fast to change. As for just a global number shift,
but that's an example right there of why just changing the number wouldn't have even helped, right? Like if the problem is elemental damage, then making armor stronger wouldn't have done anything for that. So like, it's so important to understand the reason before we just make changes.
Obviously, the danger there by moving more fizz is it then makes it worse for non-armor builds as well, but that increases the power of armor differential to the others, and so there's you've got to be careful with that. But look, maybe
because
maybe there's something we can do more imminently.
Anecdotally, I would definitely love more access to different forms of defense, and I know that is definitely an EA problem where just not everything is in yet. But just to like anecdotally run you through my experience, I am a Smith of Kitava, so I have like the shared res and the shared max res. So I'm 89, 90, 90, and for a long time I was like 85, 86, 87, so very high alley res. And on top of that, I was wearing a
which means yes, currently moving more into fizz is probably going to be to your detriment.
Yeah, sure. But even with that, and a Cloak of Flames, and I can't remember the name, Hollow something, but there's the unique helmet with like 15% fizz reduction. Even with all of that mitigation, I was like, at the start of today's stream, I was very rough until I got my 4th lab. That I was able to like improve it a little bit, but it felt a little bit weird to me as a player that I've like my entire ascendancy was defense based. I picked up every defense I could on the tree, and I was trying so hard to get really good gear too, and it was very rough on defense.
I mean, what I immediately probably will do after is I'm just going to grab your character, put it locally, and then just kind of have a look at that. It's just so I can get a better exact understanding. But like, sure.
I can give you a snapshot before I because now with regen it has been.
We have it all. Don't worry.
Perfect.
We can take anyone's character from live and just play with it. It's not a.
Perfect. Yeah. The regen did make a big difference, but I'm still seeing a lot of issues there. Another thing that has been brought up a lot, and I thought was a really good point, was we see chaos damage very early in PoE 2. In PoE 1, it was like generally something we'd see a lot later. Would you be open to considering something like the Chaos Soul Core being a rune instead, something that we can like get early? It's definitely a big part of what makes Viper so scary. Is it's almost impossible to get Chaos Res early on. But yeah.
Sounds like a sort of more of a hardcore related concern, because in standard you wouldn't like it's just balanced to be okay, but in hardcore where you're wanting to definitely not die, it's like a different concern, and I don't think we would have thought about it in that way previously.
It is sort of a medium core concern, because like if you can't get past the boss, you are just stuck there.
Oh, sure, but like I mean the damage, like it's balanced assuming 0 chaos resist, right? So like
Well, Viper's hard.
It is hard. It is a hard
I
fight.
think
Just,
she's the
that's just a
hardest boss
side
in the
note
game.
that's separate. But
Yeah.
like in terms of just the fact that it's chaos damage, I don't think is as relevant in standard play because like we're balanced assuming you have no chaos
Well,
resistance, and so therefore.
What does she do that's
you know,
chaos? Obviously, the big
Yeah.
purple meteor storm that
Yeah.
I want to make some changes to because it just creates too much mess on the ground. It's a little bit lacking clarity or that fairness
Well,
problem.
I
And
mean,
then
the
how many
spare
of her
things,
skills?
right? I'm assuming.
So the way it works is aside from poison itself dealing chaos damage, the only other things that are chaos damage are anything that is purple.
Yeah.
Right.
So
So
all of her green stabs and slashes, none of that is chaos, and none of it
So
should
it's
be
physical.
chaos.
It's
I should
physical
say.
hits, and then the poison. If it poisons you, then it is chaos damage. But because the poison damage is based on the hit, your armor effectively mitigates the chaos damage because it reduced the hit size.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So yeah, the meteor thing is a problem, but it's like more of a fairness problem because ideally you should be able to dodge that pretty reliably every time. Right now, it's a bit of a mess.
It is hard to dodge that.
Yes, but aside from that, it would only be the poison, of which, yes, your other defenses would, I mean, armor in particular and evasion would mitigate.
Right.
But yes, I do. It is the case, by the way, that if a thing like any snake spitter that's spitting at you with some green poison thing, that aside from the poison debuff, which I believe you said kind of wasn't that dangerous earlier in general, and maybe there are certain cases where it is.
It's definitely dangerous if you're playing an evasion card. Like that poison
but
feels lethal, and that's once again because the armor didn't.
The hit is never chaos damage, just to be
Okay.
clear. Which in PoE 1 it is. It's like half chaos, half fizz.
Yeah. No, I did not know that. I fully thought the spares from the side, which a lot of people say is the most dangerous attack, I thought that was chaos. Because it's very heavy
just
hit.
fizz.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
Right. Makes sense. I wanted to ask you a little bit
is
about.
hard.
She's very hard. I wanted to ask you a little bit about pushing. As a player, I experience that sometimes. Like it's almost seems like desync to me, if I'm being frank. Is there an option to have more source of push resistance? Something, for example, like the more strength the character has, or wearing heavy armor. It does seem a little silly to a lot of people that like people maybe have 300, 500 strength, or they're wearing like full plate, but like yeah, a lot of monsters are just pushing you around very easily.
It doesn't currently exist as a concept of mitigating it, because it was meant to be more of a physical thing of, well, there's two things. There's like monsters pushing you because you literally cannot occupy the same space as them.
So here are we talking right now about monster charge abilities, or are we talking about like a
Just like when
sword,
they-
sword swing?
The number one thing that has been noticeable for me is that like little, I think it's called an antlion maybe or something. It's like the little like yellow beast that like rolls on you. That still does take you for a ride.
Okay, sure. Well, in that case, it's probably just a matter of fixing that particular thing. Like, I suspect that the answer to this one is not we need a mitigation, really. It's more just like we just need to look at places that are like just monsters that are bad and just fix them individually.
There are certain things I wanted to do, like I wanted it to be, and there were technical limitations here that we probably need to reevaluate. But I wanted it to be when you were blocking or parrying and you got hit, you got knocked less back because you technically did deflect them.
Right.
In the parry case in particular, and
In
like
some cases, there's just push direction. Like maybe the antlions
yeah, and
are
then
not
some
pushing you
well,
side with that thing.
The charges and things taking you a ride has been like honestly the bane of my year.
That's just a
Yeah.
that's more of a just specific setup of specific monsters and stuff like that. Like, did we fix what's his name, the lumberjack guy?
In theory, but it seems to regress.
It still happens sometimes.
It seems to just break every.
I don't think this is a like balance question. I think it's just a technical like we just need to fix some places and.
Yeah. I just wonder.
There is also some desync we need to fix because
yeah, sure. There's also that
annoying.
Yeah. Is pushing something you would consider temporarily removing until you have fixed the issue?
Not at all. No. It will make the game feel like dog shit if we do that. Like there's just lots of things that you need to have. You need to have some pushing in order to make work. Like
Okay.
I think it's more just specific monsters.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but we'll move on.
That's because you haven't seen it without it. Like
Yeah, that's fair. That's true.
If
Like,
we
there's a
turn
lot
off
of
all
things.
sources of pushing, it would just be it would be a disaster.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So during early access, we've talked about like respace and lowering respec costs and stuff, and I wanted to bring up the point that a lot of players are using a large amount of their gold on gambling, because a lot of people are falling behind or feeling behind on gear. So I wonder if you would consider further lowering costs and even like reopen the conversation on ascendancy respec during early access, especially since you've been talking about that you are going to be buffing things. So let's say somebody is like, oh wow, Flame Blast looks really cool. I would love to be able to try that, but maybe redoing the entire campaign again, which can be over 20 hours for a lot of people, feels very prohibitive.
I do find it to be, maybe not. I do find it to be very fucking cheap right now. Is the thing.
Exactly. I can't say personally I've run into that as a problem. Like, I'll respec my character all the time. I don't even think twice about it. Like, it's not been a concern really.
I guess it depends how much you gamble or not.
It probably
Well,
does.
at that point, yeah, but even like I'm saying, even if you're just like early, so I don't think it takes that long to actually do a pretty substantial
I
respec.
have to admit that I haven't been gambling in my playthroughs really. Like, I was like probably about 6 months ago. I was doing that all the time, and I just haven't really been doing it recently.
When we did the like gold model and respec costs, we had assumptions of like, here's how much people will spend on vendors,
Right.
and here's how much, and there's
Yeah.
probably look, those assumptions assume a perfect world of that person exactly doing that thing, and so yes, if anyone was to stray from that assumption, they're now not going to be able to afford one thing over the other.
What I'm actually hearing right now, by the way, from this and an earlier conversation we had, is that I need to not be I need to do some disenchantless runs, because apparently I'm not testing something that players are actually doing. Like, my runs are entirely like I disenchant every rare on my runs generally, and so if that's a different behavior, then I need to test that and see what the experience is like. Because like the whole like there's not enough currency thing, there's not, like stuff like that, and like and if you're telling me that you're like selling your rares and buying gambling all the time, and then you're also saying you don't have gold for respecs, it's like, well, this is just like a materially different playstyle that I'm not currently testing myself.
Right.
So like I think that's what I need to do to see what's going on with that.
And with the last point I made, would you, especially with the fact that there are going to be buffs coming during this, would you
I don't think that anything changes between early access and not early access regard, by the way. Like, I think that if the argument is that it should, like, I think the argument is the same regardless of whether it's early access. Like, I don't think the early access is a part of this decision regardless. It's just, what is the price supposed to be? We should get it correctly to that
Well,
price.
sure, but I'm
think
talking about
otherwise
ascendancy respec was what I wanted to.
Yeah, otherwise
sure.
it depends a little bit on the severity of the change. But like,
Meek creature.
look, it depends partly also on just how much we change. Without knowing the how big those changes are, because I needed to get in there and actually do them first, and then make that decision really. Like, there are certainly options there. It is important to me to make sure that I understand exactly where I sit on the Ascendancy class respec thing, because the moment that's turned on, it ain't going back. So that is blocked by me, and I will take whatever is necessary on that one. I understand it.
Well,
it is more.
Can I ask you a question about it then?
Sure.
Do you feel like it is absolutely necessary to have those both be permanent choices? Because you already do have the character class itself be a permanent choice, right?
Oh no, and I'm like, I do understand. Do be clear, I am on the fence about this. Like, I can't say that like I'm like, oh, I can't believe PoE 1 has Ascendancy class respecing. Like, I'm all for that as well. It's just I'm also for the more permanent decision. I'm just like, I need to find the variable that makes me be able to, or the articulation to be able to go one way or the other. And it's very easy to just fold on that. Like, very easy. It'd be very easy to just be like, we're going to change it right now. But it's not, when you have the things that you can't come back from, like, you definitely want to be certain to some degree. There are some other staff that share the same sentiment as me, and I might just go and have a bigger discussion and actually figure that out. And like, it is true, it's not really fair to make people have to wait for that decision on my behalf. I kind of was like, look, by release, post early access, you will have that decision one way or the other, and that will be the way it is. But yeah, fair enough. If the argument is like, if it's going to come up every single time, which is fair, people care about it, then I probably need to press the decision sooner than later. So I'll just get that answer sooner and not have people wait so long. Hopefully, for everyone's sake, it's the answer you want. But if it isn't, well, you might just have to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair. I think I was curious about, like, so you went with the decision to keep that energy shield does not get bled, which is sort of like giving monsters a form to be immune, right? Like it feels very similar to like a monster.
I don't think that we've actually come to a decision on this really. Like there wasn't like I think after the last time this was discussed, we never actually went back and talked about it. So I wouldn't say we've decided that. It's more just that it just went in like that because we didn't get another chance to talk about it. So I don't know that we have a real answer as to what we want to do with that yet.
Okay.
Like we probably will revisit that.
I personally am just all for changing it, to be honest.
Okay, well, sure then. I mean, I have no objection to that.
We made the decision a while back. Like, I don't see why it can't.
I did want to bring up, if you do make it like that on players too, remember to put bleed immune on CI.
We will definitely change CI, but it is a thing that the players are now going to have to deal with who aren't CI, just as a a note as a thing that will happen.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that bleed is exactly breaking the bank right now, is it? Or it was for a while. There was a period there where like bleed was just brutal. Like what changed to make that not the case? Like I'm talking pre-release.
It.
Like, do you remember when the freaking like prowlers and G14 bled you? And,
we had bleed on a lot more things, and then there was some crazy damage multipliers on it. Some that I can't remember why they were, but I mean, again, pre-release numbers, things.
Cool.
Which was also unfun, by the way.
Yeah, they really removed it. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember what happened.
Aggravated was 3 times instead of 2 times.
I have a question about Ignite Prolif, specifically with the monsters needing to stand still or like needing to be near the source for 2 seconds to be able to proliferate.
It probably needs to be buffed.
It's on the today list. It was actually on my yesterday list, and I didn't quite get to it, so it sucks.
I know we've had a lot of heavy questions, but I have a bit of a lighter question for myself. Like, how are you feeling about the current like Blessed Orb and Divine Orb being bundled together?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, is there anything?
I would say I don't have a feeling one way or the other. Really, it's just how do you feel about it?
I definitely I don't know if this is just a PoE 1 player thing, but I definitely feel like it's missing. Because like I would never divine an item, like because the divine it's a big investment, right? Like we use it a lot on like uniques or like when a main weapon is like in need of it. But
okay, are you saying that you believe that this is reducing the desire to actually use divines?
It's just that I would never use it for just an implicit on an item, so it just makes an item feel like pretty much permanently worse than what it should be, I guess, is like my personal anecdotal feeling as a player.
Stop linking me that.
I mean, that's is that partly also just because the ranges and or power of an implicit is just too weak as well?
Yeah, potentially.
I mean, they're not exactly impactful in most regards. Some are good. Some are very good.
I can't say this is something we've really thought about.
Yeah.
So that's just
it's just a thing that kind of happened, and then like we honestly it just went under the radar the whole time. So
yeah,
if there are more opinions on that, I'd be like really happy to hear them.
Yeah. It was just something I was curious about, so far to bring it up. The next thing is about movement speed. In PoE 1, we have a lot more things like Whirling Blades, Frostblink, etc. And in PoE 1, I feel like it's a bit more viable to completely forego movement speed on boots and go for like triple energy shield. But obviously movement abilities aren't in the same spot in PoE 2. Is there ever a world where you either like think about like removing the hidden movement reductions on shield and armor, give like a implicit movement speed to boots or something like that, so they scale a little bit with like the higher bases?
Well, I mean, you're just are you just saying here just make movement speed on the player faster?
So, for example, like one idea that I saw was if you let's say that some bases have 5, 10, and 15 movement speed, so like that the higher bases are slightly better, and maybe even like scale less, right? So that some of your movement speed is guaranteed, or make it like a lot easier to roll movement speed, like increase the weight that it can roll.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's bad to have a base type that where you've got a mod that, you know, that's somewhat mandatory. Like that's okay. But it sounds like but if you're
We've had this exact conversation like 4
as
times.
a player, it just
like if honestly, because I mean the thing is in PoE 1, are there really people going around like? Surely it isn't common that people don't have movement speed on their boots in PoE 1. I mean, I guess it's technically viable if you just. You reckon?
Yeah, quite a lot of like triple energy shield boots and stuff. Or especially different in PoE 1 because we have the
specialized
influence things.
Right,
and stuff
Again,
like that.
seasoned players, not like
right.
Yeah,
just
not new
like
players, sure.
random.
But it is an option, and it isn't really in PoE 2. Like movement speed is a lot more mandatory.
I mean, I don't know. To me, like I mean, sure, I do not disagree with the fact that there can be scenarios in PoE 1 where that's not the case, but I would still say it's basically mandatory there for them. Like for most of your PoE playing career, I would say that you're going to be wanting to get movement speed on your boots. You know.
I would even argue like the single best boot in PoE 1, which is the Ralakesh and Patience, they don't have movement speed on them, and like they're still considered like pretty much the best boot.
Right, but I mean, isn't it fundamentally then just the back to the question of like, you want to move faster?
Yeah, for sure, it is.
Sure. So I mean, I guess that would be the so really it just comes back to that.
Move faster implicitly and less dependency on the mod, right?
Yeah,
but I mean, whether or not it's implicit or based on the mod or anything, it's just I want to move faster, right? Like it feels like that's really the core.
Which comes back to we need to have those discussions and
right.
Yeah,
it's similar.
A difference in PoE 2 is that the implicits of uniques, especially things like life sprig, will scale into the endgame. Where like if I find a life sprig on my level 80 character now, it's never going to be usable early game. But the explicits on life sprig, and a lot of other caster uniques and things like that, they don't scale either. So have you explored the idea of the actual explicit scaling or the implicit not scaling so that you can find these like twink leveling uniques? Like what are your thoughts around the uniques there?
Instead?
I don't think we would want uniques to have the explicit scale like that. That's kind of not what uniques are about. So I just not that is not a particular solution.
The bigger question's about whether or not the implicit, the skill should or shouldn't level up with the item.
Well,
I mean, it currently does, right?
It does.
It does.
Repeat questions.
But something that could be interesting is that if you find a life sprig on a level 80 character, it can scale up to that level. So it would scale with your character. That would make it feel really good as a leveling item, for example. That you can use it at level 1, you hit level 3.
I really don't like that kind of thing. The whole like item that just scales with your character. Like, I don't think that we want to move in a direction where you'll have less.
Yeah, give me one Zeki.
Like have less times when you put items on your character as you level up. Like, that doesn't feel like the right direction to me.
But there's also more whether, and there's a second part to that, which is whether or not life sprig should even have high level requirements ever. Which is a more thing that's come up a bit.
That's a separate question. That that's come up. I'm kind of not quite sure about that one at the moment.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well, there'll be more discussion.
I mean, so one thing that was proposed and as a potential solution to this is that just the like. I feel like maybe you didn't like this. I can't remember who didn't like this. Someone didn't like this. Because I proposed that we make it so that the implicit skill on uniques has like a cap level, but then that does level up as you go through the game. Like it's not that it levels up, it's that like it is capped to the level of where you are.
Yeah.
So that way, even if you get a level 80 life sprig, you can still equip it at low levels, and then and then that will go with you effectively. And somehow I see that as different from like your items changing as you level up. That to me, that's not quite the same thing. So like that would potentially be an option. I don't remember why there was some reason why we didn't do that, but like it might still be on the cards.
That's fair.
Wait, so you're saying what? You're saying if you find it at level 80,
I'm saying if you find it at level 80,
or less.
16 skill, but you can still equip it. It doesn't change the level requirement, but then the skill gets down leveled to the maximum that it can be for the.
Oh sure,
Yeah,
I thought that's what he's proposed just a second ago, but
No, he's talking about the explicit scaling.
No, there's a
No,
second
no,
thing there.
the second one was that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood then. Okay, right. So
Yeah.
in that case, then sure. Like,
I mean,
that's
I
the
would
thing.
personally prefer to just be like, you can drop a low-level life sprig, and that's you use a low-level.
Yeah, but I don't love that either, honestly.
But I don't hate that.
Yeah.
And
I
like,
hate
there's
it.
a part of me that also kind of liked the idea that there were some uniques that were more valuable to find at lower levels, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I don't know
Right.
whether players actually like that or not. So that's just kind of like a random other thing.
That's fair.
But
I don't hate that.
Yeah.
What you
Yeah, I
proposed.
was just curious, because we do find them a lot. Another question is about the minion resurrect timer. It keeps resetting like the entire timer every time a monster dies, and that can feel very frustrating. So I wondered, how do you feel about that? That the entire timer resets?
Well, if you don't have that, it feels a lot more frustrating. Let me tell you. Like that was how it was until we changed it, and like it was so bad. Because what happens is that like the monsters, that your minions just die one at a time, and then they can never really accomplish anything, and it's just like trust me, that was a buff, that change. Like that was a massive improvement. So yeah, like until you experience it the other way, you will understand if you play it the other way. It's
There
really
might
bad.
be an intermediary there. I want to explore some options.
Well, it's
For
also-
example, like instead of resetting the entire timer, it adds to the timer based on like the cost of the minion or something like that. We might be able to do something like that. So
But
it
I don't
doesn't-
know. But that's not going to fix the fundamental issue, which is that minions work best when there's lots of minions. And so the issue that we had is that you just get into a situation where they just trickle in and die one at a time.
No
and
matter what, they have to revive all at the same time.
that has to happen. Yes.
I'm just saying it could be that like, okay, let's say
Oh, I see
everyone's
what you're
dead but
saying.
one.
Right. So it doesn't. It increases a bit, but not as much.
And
Okay, I
so instead of
understand.
like, all about to
Sure.
revive except for one, he died. And
Yeah,
now
that's
6 seconds again.
that actually is viable, and that
Okay.
maybe is a change we could make.
And like, would you ever be open to adding a keystone that changes the behavior?
I was actually thinking about that earlier today, and I mostly, like the troll in me was like, we should do this just so the players can see how bad it is.
Yeah.
but yeah, that was probably a negative thought I shouldn't be having.
No, that's fair. I mean, I think a lot of people would like
yeah.
to see it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I think the thing Mark just said is much more reasonable, and
Yeah.
so we should probably do something with that. Yeah.
Convocation, is that something on the table? It's like maybe a spirit skill or something?
I don't love it.
That's fair.
I don't love it.
I'm kind of like,
Yeah.
I could see a world where reservation cooldown, or you have to earn it, or something like that. If they're not,
If it to go in, it would have to be different enough that players probably wouldn't see it as convocation anymore. Like I suspect that's kind of the reality. Like yeah,
Right.
like as Mark said, you'd have to add some kind of conditions, or you'd have to do something, and it's like at that point, it's not even doing the thing the players want it for anyway. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, like
that being said, it might still just be better, and there might be some room for it. But
I don't love it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I don't
know,
love it.
I know.
Like I would much rather find a better solution to that issue.
Okay. When it comes to map completion, obviously there's been some changes this patch, but one thing that easily feels the worst is when there is one monster just like really far away, and the checkpoint system doesn't really cut it there. Would you consider making the completion of a map be like 90% of the rares instead of 100? Because the bad feeling is very often tied to just one monster, the other side of the map, and I have to like do so much backtracking.
Sure. Well, I want to solve this problem. I don't know that that's the answer, but I understand the issue. Like, there's been a few
we
different
straight
approaches,
up
yeah.
we straight up discussed last night that like
Well,
just having the minimap
yeah,
icons on.
There was a
always
discussion of
prob-
doing
That'd be
icons on
good.
all the time, right? Because you're not going to miss the monsters if you see them.
The main reason for that is like the current way it works is that it's like when 200 remaining they appear, and on some maps that's like you kill 3 packs and they appear, and other maps it's like you got to clear 80% of it before they appear, and honestly that's kind of weird and bad anyway.
It's just that we kind of want to, like, the main thing we're worried about with that change is the whole you just play on the minimap, like you're not even looking into the game. And so,
But I think that fear.
I'm very in favor of that.
Well,
I love that
okay,
change.
like, do we just turn off?
Yeah,
like,
literally just showing from the start. Like I love that initially for sure. At least for me.
Okay. So I thought you said you loved the idea of not looking at the game and only playing off the minimap.
I kind of do that anyway.
One of the like when we were trying to find that NVIDIA crash, the one of our developers like tried playing with just the graphics turned off, like they just had the minimap and they played literally to the end of Act 2 with just no graphics, and they're like, and the funny thing was like, what the hell? How did you even manage to get through 2 acts like that? And he's like, oh, Huntress OP. I was like, okay, like this is so it is actually possible to play entirely with the minimap, no graphics at all, apparently.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's fun. No, I would love that.
Yeah. I want to change that imminently. The thing with the 90% thing you're suggesting, by the way, there is like, let's say the map only has 3 rares. Is it just 2 out of 3?
Sure.
Does it like round down? Does it round up? Is it if there's only 2 rares? Is it literally just
Probably
one?
just enable seeing the rares on the.
I agree.
It's probably
I
better
like that.
just to do
I
that.
agree.
I like that. Another quick question about Delirium. It seems very fast. Obviously, we're a bit slower now. Any thoughts on Delirium speed?
I very specifically made a number of builds and tested them just before this 020 release, and I was actually surprised how well I was doing. And I was like, okay, like I thought this was a big problem, and I was like, I'll just actually go and actually test it myself. So it could be like, okay, here's I'd like to know a bit more here, I guess, which is like, is it certain maps over others?
Yeah,
Because
100%. Like, because it
Okay,
still
so
expands like a
good-
donut, right?
Yeah, which we do, and we do kind of have to balance it around probably the bottom. Maybe it's yeah, sure. There's probably a point where it's balanced around an assumption of like being more acceptable maps instead of the worst ones, and so I just need to shift that assumption and then change it. But yeah, I did specifically personally test this on a number of characters pre-020, and I was actually I was like, I expected it to be way worse than it was. That being said, I wasn't using like a massive range of maps for testing that. I was like, probably 5 or 6 different things on many different characters. So, yeah, sure. I will look at that as well. I'll add it to the today list.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big day.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys doing this. So obviously PoE, you're not necessarily tied to like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now I'm playing artillery ballista. Would it be possible to implement some sort of favored system that I can just tick like artillery ballista with a little heart on it, so then when I go to like level up those gems, I don't have to in the bottom left search artillery ballista and tick the...
I would suggest just having a tab for equipped gems would be the way to do that.
Yeah.
Like you just have a tab that just shows you the equipped gems, you just click on
Perfect.
and you level up that way.
Yeah, so all the classes, then my gems,
yeah.
and then all gems is probably what it should be,
yeah. Another question, the Smith's Hammer ability. I was watching, I have not used it myself, but I saw Quinn69 using it, and it looked pretty painful with like a little like tink, tink, and then going out and hitting twice. Any improvements to that?
So there were meant to be some changes that were made to this that I even specifically spoke about, I think, with maybe Darth and Gazzy or whatever when we had that last one. Yeah. And those changes didn't occur. They have occurred locally. They should be in a imminent patch coming out.
Awesome.
Like that's it somehow got missed, I think, or I don't know. I actually don't know what happened there, but that was a sheer mistake, straight up.
All good. Whenever, so there are multiple skills that can use chargers. A few players have reported that like they might want to use chargers on a specific skill. Would there be a way to like deactivate that a skill uses chargers, but you still want to use that skill, but you don't want it to be empowered?
This was something that came up like probably about 3 or 4 days before we shipped. Actually, with I mean, you talk because I mean the obvious case is barrage on the Huntress, right?
Yeah.
Like whether or not you want to do that. So I think like I'd have to look into whether or not this is going to be okay, but we could have a support gem that does that like gives some other power boost, but says it can't consume charges or something, and then that way you could use that with barrage if you wanted to disable it for that or something like that. So I think that'd probably be the way. But I have to think about exactly what that should be, but something along those lines would be the way.
Should work.
Yeah.
I have a little like just interesting question about how do you feel like class identity revolves more around weapons, right? Because like I'm a warrior build, but a lot of people inherently think like warrior is maces, but yeah, like the class identity is more around the weapons themselves. And I was curious how you feel about that.
Well, we explicitly moved to having 12 classes partly because of that, like to make that the case. Like we want that, and this is actually was driven part, like, I mean, so when we were talking about like adding weapon types and so on, there was this thing where we're like, okay, if you're, actually, you know what it actually was? It's okay, so we had the spear base type, and we're like, okay, because this is like way back, like a long time ago, we're like, okay, what is going to make a person who selects a ranger ever switch to spears and do that? That's just incredibly unlikely to actually happen. It's like ultimately the purpose of the classes at the start are kind of to give you a stereotype to like to go to. Now you don't have to follow that, obviously, like everything's open, but giving players like a thing where they're like, okay, like I know what I'm gonna do, like I'm gonna do this thing. It's like it's kind of important for new players to have that happen. So I think it is overall very positive and kind of like why we did that in the first place. And I mean, like an evidence of that in PoE 1 is like, yeah, players who select ranger, like even though there's all this whole thing about being able to become a melee ranger, like it takes a long time before someone would even experiment with that if they're a new player. Like they just wouldn't even cross their mind to like change weapon type like that once they've already started. So effectively just due to that, we needed to have some way to make it so that, from the very beginning, you kind of know, like you've got some idea in your head about what kind of thing you want to play.
Okay. Yeah. The next question is about corrupted items, and you added, in my opinion, a very fun new unique strongbox. Actually, whoever made the Venter strongbox, chef's kiss, love that thing. Please put it in PoE 1 as well. Coolest thing ever. But I find corrupted items a little frustrating too, due to quality and sockets. I don't know if the answer is just like that they always have quality and sockets, but obviously it's items that we can't recombinate anyway. And I just want to hear your thoughts on a balance pass from that. It's very frustrating to get a really cool unique that is or rare that is effectively useless.
Yeah, something needs to change there. Like it isn't right.
We actually removed some corrupted drops before 020 went out, and then because we were like, wait, hold on, getting corrupted items just sucks. Like this isn't a good thing you want. So like corrupting an item of your choice is great. So we just straight up were like, we need to just start removing the corrupted drops and find a different way or a different item mechanic or do something with them.
Cool.
This 100% just like, what is this random white corrupted item on the ground? Like that is never going to be of use to anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
So we just need to fix that for sure.
Cool. Is there a possibility of the runes being added to the currency stash tab?
I believe we would. So what was
we're adding a socketables affinity. We're adding a bunch of affinities. I think it's like socketables, fragments, which will include tablets. And obviously fragments. Breach and or catalysts. Expedition and thus also logbooks and the currency. We're adding a whole bunch of them. I think there's 5, 6, 7 maybe different affinities that we're meant to be adding within like, I would expect to see that within a week probably is my like guess. We're not going to add that. This is like currently it has the whole you have to have the stash tab in order to have the affinity, and we're like having to divorce that a little bit so that we can just have the affinities because the tabs take longer to make. And so that we're doing that work currently, and I would expect to have all of that. So you can use your premium quads, whatever, to stash all of those.
Cool. Actually almost through with all of my questions here. So this isn't something, sadly, that I've been able to interact too much with, but I wanted to talk a little bit about recombinators anyway, and just see if you guys have looked into the data a little bit. Obviously, I've seen a clip of, for example, Karn having like the 0.91 chance to recombinate. What do you guys think of recombinator use this early, basically?
I don't think we've even had enough real experience.
Kind of waiting for more info and data there for sure. I did worry that there'd be that people would start seeing those very low values because they're using extremely rare item modifiers or numbers of mods and getting like, oh my god, it says less than 1% or less than 2%, this whole system sucks.
There was a real like it's interesting because like with recombinators, I feel like every time we've ever even looked at them, they've always got this thing of like this tension between like they're so OP and yet also they look so underpowered. Like when they've got this like horrible tension like that. However, what I do think that this system is compared to the previous one is so much better is that if you're using them for the like low number of mod cases, then like you can get relatively like relatively good like weights. But we do have the ability to do more specific balance here if we want to. So like we'll just adjust it. Like honestly, I have to admit, like I haven't even recombinated anything on live myself yet. So like like
I'm using like
just
3
not,
recombinated
not,
items.
I can't really say anything about.
Yeah, that's fair.
And
It's
they're all
something I
fucking
haven't.
Like I just don't know how it feels enough, you know.
There were two major item systems that I was like expecting to get a bunch of feedback on, and then would calibrate. One was recombinating, and the other, which I am very thoroughly looking for, and maybe you have some opinions on it, is how the new map drop progression works. And I know there is two. There's one thing I changed last night, which is to make it a bit easier to get guaranteed maps from the fixed last rear and last final boss. But the other thing is there is currently a bug which I saw, which is sometimes the boss's drop isn't +1 level, which, yeah, I don't know how that happens, but I saw that bug. But assuming those are fixed, I am very curious to know and kind of just get people's, feeling on that. I've seen some people get through the tiers very, very quickly, which is fine because they have proven that they can, and that's fine, and they weren't at the whims of the RNG as much. But I'm looking for a lot of feedback on that, and I'm hoping to start getting a bit more of that as people get into endgame.
I have anecdotally heard people telling me that they're happier with how in-game is now than how it was in 0.1.
I have also heard that, but
Yeah,
again, very anecdotally. So
especially when it comes to sustain, I'm the wrong person to ask because I was shocked at one of the previous podcasts when people were saying they were struggling with sustain. So I thought it was funny when you basically said skill
Well,
issue.
that was also the case for us, which is why we changed it.
So that's why we just were like, let's fully redo this.
So I'm the wrong person to ask for about sustain, and obviously there's no issues for me with sustain now. I've talked to my community a little about this, and it was pretty split with the new like how you unlock Atlas points. A lot of people didn't like it. I personally like it a lot more. I had a strong dislike for the do 10 tier 1 maps, do 10 tier 2 maps. So I love the new way, but a lot of people in my community didn't. So you're definitely gonna have to get more feedback there. I'm just not 100% sure. I think the issue that people in my chat were saying was that they were struggling to see the corruption. So maybe even like some sort of indicator of like not an arrow, but like more.
When you say C, do you mean in the, like out of the fog of war or in the fog of war?
Both, I guess. Like just. Like, do you know the way we have the beams towards the pillars right now?
Yeah,
I guess people
that's why I'm asking. Like, are you saying just like physically you don't see them when they're revealed, or
just before the patch went out, we were like, we actually did go, do we want these to be visible in Fog of War or not?
Yeah.
And they were, by the way. And then we were like, I think maybe actually we don't, because you're going to spend too much of your playtime just looking in Fog of War, and I want you to be looking in the revealed section more. And so that's why I did change it. So that some things are in Fog of War, but it's like not that many. So towers and citadels being that. And then
you could have like a very short distance, maybe. Or
yeah,
something
so
like that,
but we don't currently have a distance in Fog of War. You can see it's just either it is or it isn't. And so maybe we can mess with that and have it be like, you can see
Makes
like
sense.
some depth in or something like that, just to make it a bit better. But
but
I mean,
at
it's
least
good
for
feedback.
myself,
It's
I
good
like
to
it.
know.
Yeah.
So that's about the Atlas points. If you do get any more, and of course, if you happen to get a collective from your community in particular as well, and of course, people are going to post it. You have my Discord as well. Just tell me, because I'm very, very curious about the map drops and how people feel about now that it's like way more deterministic for both sustaining and going up the tiers.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, not a huge amount of people collectively as in the end game, but like it's enough to start getting stuff. So yeah, I'd really, really, really like to make sure we got that right. So if any of that comes up, just give me a yell.
I have one last question about PoE 2, and then I have a few quick fire questions about PoE 1, and then we're done. How do you feel about the removal of clear speed, things like Herald of Ice, but then sort of adding it back in with effectively a few players are telling me the Lightning Strike and Aroa effectively just swaps it from Herald of Ice to the Rowan and the Lightning Strike?
Well, lightning.
I don't know whether or not the balance of those is correct, quite frankly.
It's not quite like there's probably misbalance here, 100%, but it's not quite the same as what the Heralds were doing. But it is still a balance anomaly for sure. Like I certainly have people playing, know people who are playing Lightning Archers right now, and they're like, why am I suffering like this? I'm going to swap to Lightning Spear. which I assume is what you meant.
Yeah, Root 2 made me promise to ask that.
Yeah, so look, it's pretty clear. It is the #1 played build right now is Lightning Spear Amazon, and that for good reason, right? Like, it wasn't the intention to be like we removed this thing and added this thing. That isn't intentional. That it ends up playing that strongly and that powerfully, and it's like a clear like. I mean, just use it and the whole screen implodes, right?
But the trouble we have now is, like, you know, this is what people are doing now.
Yeah.
Can we nerf that? Like, you know.
No, that's fair.
The answer is usually that we can't very easily.
That's fair.
So, you know.
Yep. So, a few PoE 1 questions and then nothing. Do we have a rough estimate at all for 326?
I mean, are we telling people? Have we said anything about that?
I think we were like, I think last we said was A and around that territory, or at least towards the latter half
Wait, you
of
cut
May.
out. You cut out.
No, sorry, I'd said nothing.
No!
I was just pretending. No, towards the end of May was what we last said, and the intention is still that is currently on track. Obviously, all these things are kind of like, you know, up to within a 2-week kind of band because, you know, things happen. That being said, if you're not hearing about things by the end of May, or at least, then I'd be very, very surprised. You should be, for sure.
Cool.
Should be,
yeah.
Awesome. Any chance of WSD in PoE 1? Have you thought more about it?
It's not really a question of thinking about it. It's a question of like, I mean, I would put it in tomorrow if we could.
Yeah.
The problem is that the character rigs are just not set up for it. And so I will just mention like kind of like the long-term plan here. So once every microtransaction from PoE 1 works in PoE 2, at that point, it will mean that we could then port the character rigs from PoE 2 back to PoE 1 and rig the old character models and items onto them. And that would then mean that we would have access to the animation library and everything that we have in PoE 2 in PoE 1, which would then mean that we could put WSD in, basically.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that like in the but this will take a while, right? But like in the long term, this can happen. But like it would effectively we always sort of imagined that we would take the PoE 2 character rigs and port them back to PoE 1 once the microtransaction had all been ported over.
Yeah.
But it requires 100%. Obviously, we can't turn a microtransaction off in PoE 1 you already bought. So like therefore we have to wait until we've got full compatibility before we can do that.
Another thing is like incentivized to make change.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is
that we have to rig everything to all the stupid PoE 1 character models
we have to
every
currently
time.
do.
So the moment that we can finally get rid of those PoE 1 character models, like character rigs, that means that it just reduces our workload a crap ton. So and then at that point we could add WSD.
We've got a pretty large rigging department right now, and they are spending probably the majority of their life all rigging microtransactions to PoE 2 characters right now. That is what they're doing. So.
So I mean, eventually it will get to the point where that is the case.
Cool. I have the same question, but with pausing. So for PoE 1.
That one, I think that they even tried to do that.
It was almost there.
It was almost there, and then there was like a couple of things. So, like, it is our intention to get that in.
Awesome. Another thing that I really love in PoE 2, the highlight effect. Like when I right-click a transmute and it shows like what items this works on. It's really nice quality of life.
Right. Well, I mean, there shouldn't be any reason we can't do that, right? Should be fine. I mean, I don't know why that would be a problem. Yeah, should be fine. Yeah,
I
we
mean,
can
stuff
probably
like
do
that. 100%.
Yeah,
It's either we're just not going to. Just won't.
You
know, it won't just happen.
Cool.
Sure.
Final question is: Val orbs in PoE 2 can change the magnitude of unique items. Is that something we could ever see in PoE 1?
Well, the amount of work that it would take. So here's the thing, right? Like that for every unique, we have manual work to do to work out what to do there.
Yeah.
And obviously in PoE 2, given that there weren't all the uniques made already, like we were able to do that. So like I'm not going to say never in PoE 1, but just the amount of work it would take to like look at the balance of every single unique and do that work would be quite large.
Most would take only like 2 seconds and would just be fine.
Sure, but there's like implications for a lot of like There's just a lot of uniques in PoE 1, right? Like a lot.
Awesome. That was all the questions I had. Thank you so much for taking time to do this. I know this was super welcome by me and the community. We really appreciate it. I know it was a bit combative today, but I promise it's from
Sure.
love for the game.
Well, actually,
and,
so at the beginning, I obviously got out of bed on the wrong side of the bed this morning because I was feeling a little bit anxious, probably more than I should have done, and I apologize for that because that was
That's all
probably
good.
not great. But yeah, I don't know, for whatever reason, I just kind of, yeah, as I said, was just feeling a bit this earlier.
No,
but, yeah.
I appreciate it. I actually, you know, compared to most, I think we came out of this one with like, here's like actually like 15 changes we're just going to go make like immediately, which is awesome. And some we knew about, some we didn't, and some and a whole bunch of discussion. So like, I actually, the value coming out of this, I feel very, very good about, honestly. And I'm hoping we can get a lot of those changes, and I'm hoping it. Obviously, it'll help, but like, it is
It's in the
it
chamber.
is good because I mean, at the end of the day, it's just creating that collaborative environment between developer and player base that. And using users as
Compared
the
to
intermediary.
most, there's
and
only
I'm
one
sure
other
there's
one.
plenty of yourself
Yeah,
as part of
true.
that, but it is very important that we keep doing this because it will create greatness.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys coming here. I'm actually like, as a rule for my podcast, I actually took something Jonathan said to heart really, really hard that I really liked. And you said that you really like when the interviewer, like, when it's their questions and not just on behalf of others, because they're able to do better follow-ups and stuff. So I've tried hard to focus on that as well, that it's things that I am able to do follow-ups on. So, but yeah, thank you guys so much for your time.
Yeah,
Awesome.
thank you, and thank everyone for watching.
Yep.
And playing.
Yeah. We appreciate it. Bye.
Bye.
Whew. Try to die less than I do. Okay. I don't know how I did because I have not had chat open, so I don't know if you guys hate me now. But I can promise you that I did my best.
Cards like my friends believe in me. Draw your last pathetic card so I can end this, Yugi. My grandpa's deck has no pathetic cards, Kaiba. But it does contain the unstoppable Exodia. Ah, impossible! I've assembled all 5 special cards, all 5 pieces of the puzzle.
Creeping buzz, complexity none. 1,000 devs, the work ain't done. Fun economy's hurt, logging in I'm stunned. Makes me wanna log into Diablo 1. For shit, an abomination. To the slaughterhouse is my calculation. D4's bad, it can't tempt this. If you're loving it, get the hell out of Memphis. Cool downs now, it'll take a while. While I wait, it's no path of exile. Generator spinners don't at me. Why by D4, PoE's free. For shit, an abomination. To the slaughterhouse is my calculation. D4's bad, you can't tempt this. If you loving it, get the hell out of Memphis.
What does that sound like? Is it good?
Bass making my drum thump. Skill tree chop down, skill stump. Stomp down after all the scissor. Still think clearer than blizzard.
He's in the walls, dude. Core Ghost is evil and evil is... That actually made me kind of tired watching that. I'm not gonna lie. If you loving it, get the hell out of Memphis. Hold up, bird. Bluetooth assholes getting pounded. Quadrix pumping it down. A what? A true baby. A true baby. I got a new shield? Wait. It gave me 3% more block. Corgo is evil. He's an evil baby dog. Corgo is evil. He's an evil baby dog. Doesn't my character go to standard though, and when I die? Like, I don't actually go to Dawn of the Hunt. Is that correct? Or am I wrong? I thought I remember hearing them say that. Does it still go into Dawn of the Hunt? You still go to Dawn of the Hunt? You could be a Corgo baby dog. Does it? I see people saying two different things. So it does go, okay.
You know, some of the things that happen in this game is literally like eating a burger and finding a hair in it. I swear, dude, I'm having fun. This happened to me in PoE 2. Listen to this. I'm playing, I'm having fun, I'm in the middle of a map, it's packed full of stuff that I want to do, and then I die, and then I respawn, and there's a bug where the entire map is empty. There's nothing in it. No monsters, no events. It's just an empty map with nothing in it. And it was literally like I was eating this delicious burger, having all this fun, and I found Jonathan's hair in my burger. And you know what I think after that? You know who doesn't have hair? Chris Wilson. You're never gonna find Chris Wilson's hair in your burger, ever!
What the fuck is wrong with him? Oh shit. This motherfucker. Holy shit. Corgo is evil. He's a truly ancient evil dog. Death. Fucking squall. Blue. D4 is bad. It's abomination. I'm gonna wipe my ass across that shit. D4 bad. It's a stupid retarded game. It's so fucking dumb. We know it's lame. Bum bum. D4 shit. It smells worse than my ass after I ate some Taco Bell. Bum bum. A true baby. You can't kill monster. You're killing monsters with rolling slam. Then use a lower level rolling slam. Boy. Boy. Wait, why does this have +6 melee skills? The fuck is that? I kind of want to buy it and exalt it twice. I'm doing it. What level? What even level base is that? 62. So okay. +6 melee gems, dude, with attack speed and some decent fire. Watch this. Wed. Wed. Oh, actually wed. Any decent damage, not accuracy. Any decent damage, not accuracy. Any decent damage, not accuracy. Okay, it's kind of low, but it is damage. T5. That's kind of good. Does that build still play? I have no idea if that build even still works. Anybody know? Locust? Flower skill? I don't know what it's called. The flower skill? Does anybody know how good that build is? It does still work? This is good for it, right? It does, probably not. I bet it still works. Corgo is evil. +6 melee. I mean, it's still 5 damage mods. Corgo. Evil. Dog of death.
Meek creature!
Didn't I have like a Giga Staff before? Where did that staff go? Once upon a time, I had a Giga Staff. I don't even know where I put it. I bet it's interred. Is this one? Like, what is this? I got this day 1. Like, what is that? I got that day 1, dude. Cruel, tyrannical. It's divine low too. It actually goes way higher. It goes up to what? 228? It also has second highest tier cold damage. Those suffixes suck ass though. Chaos it? It would be nice to have good suffixes on it. The prefixes are pretty good. This would do a lot of damage, honestly. Alright, 1 chaos for memes. But just 1. Chaos with Omen? That's a fucking waste of an Omen. You know what to do. If it removes a suffix, there's a couple outcomes. Give me flat fizz instead of cold damage. Or give me any damage-based suffix. Double stun synergy. Double stun synergy. This is huge. It's not even bricked. Bye-bye IPD? No, I'm good at these ones. And Corgo is an evil dog. How significant is this armor on this shield? Because it's pretty high. It's going to be over 500 armor once it's done. Like, does that actually justify ever clicking defense? I think they spell it with a C in this game. He's a Corgo baby dog. I don't think it's good enough, honestly, still. Prove it. What the fuck is this? We still need more Chaos Res. The shield's a pretty big upgrade, though. Would you take 4 Exalts? Sure, whatever. Okay. Which tab is that? He's in a different league. Oh, what a dumbass. Okay.
Let's do. Well met. Finally, some hospitable terrain.
But Chaos Res matters a bit still. Oh. Corgo evil dog. Oh shit. This could be prime.
That one'll bring up some worthy marbles.
Do. I do want some of this juice though. It's kind of useful now since they buffed it. Like most of my, like a lot of my gears from recombinators. Was my weapon recombinator? And the gloves and the boots and the shield. Run it back. Was it this? He's running it back. TY Sire Uther. My shield was recombinated. My boots were recombinated, I think. My gloves were recombinated. This was recombinated. That was recombinated. That was recombinated. I don't think my anything else was yet. Yeah, I don't think... Wait, my amulet was recombinated too. 4 of my equipped items were recombinated. Maybe it's too OP. Forge, map boss still one-shots? Yeah, I ain't doing that shit. There's 2 bosses that I know of that I don't trust at all. One is Forge map boss, the other is... Monkey boss. Surely they're actually fine though, right? I did hit this right. Double check. Yeah, I did. Hyperbole? Any Hyperbole soldiers? He's a baby. He's a Corgo. He's a Corgo. But he's a baby. I think they said they buffed some of this guy's abilities or something. I don't fucking know. I don't care. I don't even know what he does. I don't think it matters. He's a baby. But a Corgo. He's a baby. He's a Corgo. I'm not eating anything today. I'm done eating. Maybe tomorrow. Ask me again tomorrow. He's a baby. He's a Corgo. He's a baby. He's a Corgo. He's a Corgo. And we know he's the baby dog. He's a Corgo. But a baby. He's a Corgo. Oh, which one is this? Sure, if you actually want it. Why do you want this?
Meat creature!
Just fix the L2P? Yeah, I knew it was. Same people playing hardcore in this game as last game. Do I? Fun. Help. Keybinds are different. The fuck? Gohan, like from Dragon Ball Z? 124 IPD. It's kind of shit though. Fucking cold damage roll. This is actually good. I don't like this isn't. Is this even a build anymore though? Here comes Tyrannical. Or 500 accuracy into Vendor. It's an option too, I guess. What is flex? I don't know what. Is it 77 base? The fuck? This could be prime. Hello, blue bar, bitch! Wait, it takes a little longer. Bug. Super, thanks you for the sub. He's a baby. But a Corgo. A baby Corgo. Bwah! Wait, really? First kill? That's his rare drop. Oops. He's a Corgo. That's the rare drop, right? Like the super rare drop? I don't even know what this is. What is even good? Is that good? I don't know what's fun. I don't even know what's good on these. I only had one drop last league. Is that the good one? No, that's a fuckload of crit. What the fuck is that? 4.3 flat crit added. That WED is so low shit. That's like highest tier fire though. I don't know what people are looking for on these. Highest tier fire, right? T10 or does it go up to T11? It's like highest tier crit, highest tier fire. Is that worth messing with at all? No? I don't know what Amazon men's want. You think it's worth? Why are the tiers still backwards? True. Which one is this? Is there a keystone here even? Oh, this is so... Did they consider this though? Like with their changes? That it's really hard to hit any keystone with this shit? 1% ES per 2 strength. Wait, isn't that kind of nuts? Like, what if you have like 500? What if you have like 600 strength, man? 300% ES. Yo, that thing is fucking nuts. 40% cold damage. I mean, you're not playing it here. +2 max lightning. Magnitude of bleeding, lightning damage. That's just interesting. Like, this isn't for me, but like, this is worth something. I just don't know, like, people don't know this item really exists, especially in hardcore, you know what I mean? It's like really hard to sell. What is this, what actually would stack strength that wants to scale energy shield? That exists in the game. A monk? Any coin to build. You might be right. I think it's gonna be really hard to sell. Blood Mage likes this. Does it though? Because you don't get life, right? Doesn't it cancel your life? Yeah. It cancels your life gain. Interesting item. Don't know if... I don't know. It's a rare drop. Bug. And Korgo is an evil dog of death. Korgo is evil. Evil baby dog. Do I try to get a better helmet? What was my helmet strategy? I think it was recombo life plus strength and then greater fire. Something like that. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Something like that. I have too much lightning res. Where is lightning res gonna drop off of as I move gear? My helmet has no lightning res. My rings have no lightning res. I think it's my boots and belt. So my belt needs to change. My belt is a life strength combo. Belt's not too hard to get. I should be able to get a better belt than this. Not too difficult. But it needs to be like life, strength, fire, chaos, I think. Would be the most ideal. That's actually kind of hard to get. Greater Ruin is guaranteed chaos res though. So it could be like... But I can't guarantee fire then if I do that. This one's kind of moderate difficulty if I want chaos, fire, and if I want the exact suffixes as chaos, fire, or strength, that's pretty hard to get. And I don't think there's any combination of suffixes I want other than that. Otherwise it's just the exact same as this belt. I could also use the unique belt if I really want to. Because if I use the unique belt, it enables me to scale 5% life regen. But I don't know how valuable I think sustain is in this game. I don't feel like it's that high. And Korgo is an evil dog of death. A massive butthole spots you in the distance. What do you do? Nose challenge. Me Ruination Mall gamers. +6 melee again? They really want me to recombo some fucking +6 gems. I'm down, just give me some Tyrannicals or Flarings. Also I need some Paltrow tokens. I might actually have enough for a recombo right now, I'm not sure, I haven't looked in a while. Attack speed on my weapon? No, it's just double fizz. That's it. It's a mana leech. +1 gem. I don't know. I'll be honest. I kind of like a lot of Jonathan's replies in that one. Was he pissing most people off? Like I kind of like a lot of his things that he said. Reddit hates him. I don't have Regal Orbs, because I vendor all my items for gold. That's why you don't have Regal Orbs. That was good. You guys are OP. Yeah, this interview was actually productive, unlike the other ones we've done. That's they basically put it that way. That's kind of scary. Is there a boss in this map? I missed him. I think he's right above me or on the far side. Is he on the far side? I think he's here. No, he was on the right side? I can't tell. I can't tell. Oh shit, it's Growly Boreas. Ah, fuck, I forgot to spend my fucking points for the boss. Whatever. What did I click? Oh, like 55% attack speed, it's fine. Blah! La da 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 do. I like when he started bringing up the Chaos Viper damage, and then he was like, no, those attacks are all actually physical. Meanwhile, this is playing a physical-based character. Physical ascendancy, physical defense ascendancy. That was good. I like that. Core Ghost is evil. The twist, dude. I've never had her. I've seen the ability before, but I've actually never fought her whenever she does the purple meteor storm. So, I mean, I don't know how fucking scary that attack is. Because she's never used it to me on any character ever. I've literally never seen her cast it once. It's not that scary. Yeah, I've never had her cast it before. Quite hard yet.
I'm not ready.
A massive nose is a giant nose and a giant nose. Oh wait, I gotta fight this guy for 10 years. It's a huge problem. No fire res, unlock. No fire pen, rather. Bug. I'm missing so many perfects. Do 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 do. Yeah, the second half was a lot better. It started kind of rough. I didn't even catch the first like 2 minutes. I don't even fucking know how monk I got, or if it was just pure Zulo, or if it was a Raffle Mayo XD. These boots kind of interesting. If you get like Giga Life, it's a thing. Or just get stupid mods. I mean, that's an option too, I guess. Do I have Gwen and Paltrow's? I do have 20 something. Oh, I don't have a flaring. That's right. I just got a bunch of +6s. When Corgo becomes so evil. What happens if you fracture like 2 +6s or like 2 mods and then you recombinate those 2 fractured mods? What happens? There's no way it keeps both fractures, right? Did they ever say? Or does anybody know? Can't recombo fractured mods? Okay, good. Because that would be like kind of OP. Also, you have to keep in mind one thing. Corgo evil dog. Let me ask you a question here, Mr. Binion. It's Andy on the Bunga! It's Andy on the Bunga! What do you think? Wait, did I not kill the rares? Fuck me. Wait, no, this map should have been completed, for sure. Because I killed the boss. I don't understand why it's not completed. Am I retarded? Okay. Map complete. Answer the question. it's bugged. I don't give a shit. Wait, I do give a shit though. I kind of wanted this tower. Whatever. I don't care now. DS Lorley with the raid. Did you win the video game? Completed. Thanks for the raid. Once again. Wait, I got a whoop. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, the item's sad. You won? GG, easy. No, I don't play WASD's nuts. Fuck, this looks annoying as shit. TLDR in the video game? Well, no. Jonathan's better than most people who play the game. Get good noobs, but they'll still buff a couple like underlying dogshit skills. Lightning Spear's too strong. Oh, my God. If you want Regal Orbs, use the Disenchanting Rares at the vendor. Something like that. Yeah, fuck minions are also. That's part of it too. Fuck minions. And they need to buff enemy bleed and poison. They kind of do. Enemy bleed and poison is really like underwhelming most of the time. Sometimes it's kind of scary, but most mobs just don't do any bleed or poison damage even if they apply it. Did they say anything about movement speed? It's staying. Yeah, they're obviously tired of the movement speed related questions, and they keep coming up every single interview. And they give the exact same answer every single time. Nose challenge. Yeah, I think if I were to do an interview, I'd do my best to not like ever refer to like in PoE 1. Can we have this thing from PoE 1? You know, it's not. I don't think it's a terrible idea to like, you know, talk about PoE 1. But like in PoE 1 we have this. Can we have it in PoE 2 also? Like I think that's kind of bad to do that. That interview was better than the other ones from like genuinely though, to hear like what they're talking about. Like it's kind of nice when one person is kind of like, yo, I hate this, Ziz saying I hate this, and then the devs say, well, kind of too bad almost. We want it to be this way, because that did happen a couple times. That's like kind of good when that happens. I think that was like I'm usually pretty neutral with Jonathan, TBH, but I think I like him more after that one. Because he gave his perspective, but not only did he give his perspective, he gave his reasoning why he thinks something is this way or that way. Like it made him like he was he wasn't like as what the word is. I don't know if friendly is the right word. But he didn't mind speaking his just genuine perspective on why he thinks something should be one way. More direct. But it wasn't just like he said no, he would give like his reasoning why. And he's thinking for himself, you know what I mean? He's not, it's like, hey, these wolves in Act 1, they're chasing us and it sucks because we can't run away from them. And simultaneously we wanted to be able to do big pulls, right? Well, you can do big pulls, right? And that's probably why you're dying a lot of the time in that second zone in Act 1 or whatever. Really, it's the third zone in Act 1, but... maybe you're pulling too much, you know what I mean? If you're dying like that. And it gives those monsters an identity, right? Those wolves in Act 1. The larger ones that kind of run you down if you pull too many of them. So, maybe pull less of them. We don't want to make the players faster than the monsters. We want some monsters to be faster. This is why. And I like that perspective of... we want the game to feel challenging to a shitty player. And the game should be able to kill a good player still simultaneously, right? That's good, right? Because then, if not, then the game is dumb, which is kind of true, right? If the game never poses a threat to... you want the game to be able to pose a threat to an average player and a good player simultaneously. The blasters. He actually used that word too. Blast the end. And Korgo is an evil dog. He's an evil dog of death. Korgo is an evil dog. He's an evil dog of death. And Korgo is so evil. Korgo is so evil. Blah! It's gonna stun me. Nice, he missed. But hey, is that the fucking one thing? It is. Tidebreaker. Is it actually good? All hits contribute to chill magnitude. Causes 156% increased stun buildup. How nuts is this weapon? Like, I don't know the mechanics of this, and like, if you actually could, if you offhanded this and dual wielded two maces, would that 156 increased stun buildup affect both swings? I actually don't know the answer to that. Because that's a motherfucking fuckload of stun buildup. So if I was like dual wielding, would you just like have absurd amounts of stun buildup? It's hard to get tanky enough to dual wield. If anybody could do it, it's this class though. And Korgo is so evil, and an evil Korgo dog. He's an evil Korgo dog. He is just Korgo. He is just Korgo. Try typing Elon Musk in chat.
It's just Corgo. Any Muskians in chat? Fuck, I forgot to spend my expedition points still. One day I'll remember. Maybe. If not, I don't care. Whatever. Eventually. What? Muskians? Muskians unite. Holy shit, he actually got it. Incredible. You guys remember that, like, man, what do you call her? She's like a giant sea hag boss from Diablo 4. Anybody know the one I'm talking about? She's like a giant sea hag from D4. The obese one? Yeah, that one. That's Chinib's wife. Chinib smells. You need to kill Chinib. Her belly is Chinib's bed. Right, Chinib? No, it is. It is. He sleeps there. See, Chinib agrees. He confirmed. I think I already looked at all these. They were all done. It's a Koiko baby dog. Oh! I saw him log in. It was Jung Won. Jong Ron is gooning now. Jong Ron is gooning. Jong Ron is gooning. Yeah, I remember to do the thing. It was Remnants. I don't even remember what these were. The logbook one, quantity of carnage, increased artifacts. Increased artifacts is pretty good. Number of runic. Logbooks have 3 implicits and increased quantity of logbooks. This technically just gives me more whatever it's called.
Well met.
More recombos.
The landmarks described in this logbook don't match anything particularly notable in our current maps. The terrain has changed over the centuries.
Gwynen's a little bit better now. A true baby at that. Do do Core Ghost returns, but his hatred knows no limits. He is more evil than the previous encounter. He's an evil baby. I'm good. Dude, I wanna read all that shit. The vision. He's a Corgo baby. He's an evil Corgo. Anybody know about the vision? Madsen, did you beat Act 2 yet? No, you're a pussy. Log in. I had to take a nap. Did you have to take a nap because you ate too much fast food? No, I'm getting too much currency. What the fuck? It's a Corgo baby dog. He is an evil baby dog. Creeping bugs, complexity none. A motherfucker beach and a D&D Lux version of a motherfucker beach. Of a motherfucker beach. Better watch out. It's a motherfucker beach. Bomb bomb. Huge Regal. Fuck you, gave me Fizz. 2 to 7. That's true, Rihanna. LFG. I need a new belt at some point. Let's think. I guess I'll exalt this once or twice. Kind of low on exalts. Stupid ring now. Destroy. Let's see if I can find some weapon bases. Corgo, evil dog. Wow, tempered on a fanatic already? Kind of these. I can recombo that. Honestly. Yeah, that's worth recomboing. Let's recombo it. I need a +6 on it. Probably. +6, you're +6. That base is annoying though. That's like a not ideal base. Here, this one's a little bit more reasonable, right? I don't know what these odds are gonna look like. If I took tempered, actually there's no reason not to exalt this first. Just in case it hits like Giga prefix. Okay, it's triple Ellie. Yep, you're going in here. What do you think the odds are of this? 8% for +6 and tempered. I think that's worth. I think that's worth. 8%. That means if I do this on average 12.5 times, I win. Big nose. 8% chance to win. Actually won. Now I have to exalt Fizz. Now I have to exalt Fizz. It's still shit. I have to exalt Fizz. 4 exalts. If I hit Fizz percentage, that's decent. It's good. Oh, this is splash base too. It never gets old. Okay, it's fine. Next exalt's good. It's why? It's actually sick. Why? It would have been so sick. Give me that equivalent of pure fizz. Wonder how high percentage that is. Not worth fracturing? It's 50-50 on a fracture right now. And then what? I could. If I hit the fire, it's so dog shit though. Dude, it's like the biggest Alk LFG that ever existed if it actually hits the fire damage. I mean, fuck.
Meek creature.
Like that +6 is locked in forever. Do I chaos now? Yeah, I would chaos now. There's no reason to exalt. Item deletion imminent? If Hammer of the Gods and shit scales the same way, like all it needs is high IPD. It doesn't even need the flat. No, it can have the flat. What? Wait. I want my flat back. It gave me attack speed.
Meek creature.
Do I exalt or do I chaos? Exalt or chaos? I don't know if I want to chaos or exalt. I mean, I think it's fine. Fuck you, it's not fine. Mana Leech is okay. Watch this. Fuck you. What is this? I got a strategy. Keep the attack speed. And the hybrid fizz. It's fine. Watch this. Tier 3. I just need IPD. I just need IPD. That's really good for Sunder. Like, absurdly good for Sunder. But this isn't a weapon you Sunder with. This is a weapon you auto-attack with. So it's kind of weird. Meat on the bone. Memes? How much are Chaos Orbs here? 7 to 1? The fuck is that? Wait, they're 1 to 1? What? Is that real? How are they 1-to-1? I expected them to be more expensive than this, honestly. I mean, I'll take 20C. I don't want to waste all my exalts, though. Alright, we'll do a little bit of memeing. Do I exalt? I think it's okay to exalt. I can annul. Because if I hit high IPD on this, then I win. That's the lowest tier of IPD in the game. It's literally the lowest. My fucking... whatever. It's fine. Stop. 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 This is impossible. Alright, Chaos Orbs suck. We might have to come back to this later. We might have to come back to this later. It's fine. Fucking +6 debate. It's fine. I'll win later. Corgo is evil, and evil is Corgo. How much are divines per exalt right now? I have no idea. What the fuck is this? Oh, I got debated. I thought it was the Giga mod. Low level base anyway. Corgo is evil. Evil is Corgo, and Corgo is evil.
Rather unlucky flaw. I believe this one. Pretty sure you've got it wrong. Want to know what I see?
45 on HC?
What else do I have?
A Corgo baby dog. He is so evil. +6 proj. Is that really good? On bows? On X bows? I'm assuming it's really good. Like, really good, right? Alright, let's go. Now. Crit. Take notes. I think I keep this and exalt and hope I hit Fizz, right? And it's decent. If it hits Fizz. Yeah, I think if I just exalt Fizz, it's pretty good.
Maybe I'll just shuffle these around and tell you they're different.
Drink poo poo. Moldrence behind you, be warned. +5. It's a level 45 base. I ain't fucking doing that.
Maybe I'll just shuffle these around and tell you they're different.
Maybe fuck you. How about that? A massive butthole. Be warned. Flaring fortified hammer of anger. What is this base? There's literally no build to use with this. Why is my flaring on a one-hander? You shit fucker. What is this? Why is there a flaring on a mace? There's no reason. I'm fucking hitting the button. Don't even think about it. It's fucking, like, stupid. Hey, another fucking +6. I think I'm out of currency. Do I have any Danigs? I actually do. No, I have Danigs. A few. Alright. Remove all prefixes. Yeah. Upgrade the tier of one thing by +1. Does that matter here? It can't pick the +6 to +7, but it can pick crit multi, right? Fuck you. Pick Dex. This game's shit. What are you doing? This item's stupid. Stupido. .3 crit. I'm assuming that's a lot. Your memes real quick. Alright, fuck you. It's a fucking... I'm not fucking wasting it all on that.
Sniff.
Conquerors. It's a Corgo, evil dog. Okay. IPD now. Fuck you, lad. Which weapon was I looking at? This one. It needs 1 exalt and it needs to hit IPD or fizz percentage. Or fizz, flat fizz. Flat fizz. Flat fizz? Flat fizz? Flat fizz? Flat fizz? Lad. Is it still usable for people? I feel like it might still be usable for people, honestly. Yes. It's not bad. Corgo is evil. Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't know how impactful each mod is. How pretty good. I never even exalted this item's prefixes. Watch this. Like 1D territory or 2D territory? What are we talking? 1D territory or 2? Two? It's good? Alright, I'll do 2. And Corgo is an evil dog of death. Three dev? Nah. I would like to sell stuff. I don't like shit sitting in my tabs and waiting more than some amount of time to sell. You could be Blue Boar. What is this music? I am Big Nose, you are Big Nose, I am Big Nose. You got creeping bugs, complexity, none. Dinobinoids! You know what I mean, Kazuki? Friendship played an important part in defeating our foes. See? Shit. Widow turds. For those evil. Distilled Despair. That's a decent tiered one. I need the one above this one though. You could be blue boy. You were a nose warrior. That guy died, Alk LFG. Get fucked. Could be big nose. That was Elon Musk's character. He paid someone to level that guy up, but he died. -1 for Elon. Basically, they level under a secret name, then they get a name change. To like Elon. Elon's monk. Tier 15 map, that's fine to run. Shitty shitties. I see +1's Cheos, just saying. You could be blue boar. Turgler Smith, every build is now online. Show yourself. No, he's already in chat. I literally see him.
Oh my god, I'm Turtler. My poop is shitting brown everywhere.
Is that what you said this morning when you woke up? You had a WoW raid? What the fuck are you doing playing that dog shit? Did you have fun playing your WoW raid? Were you like, oh my god, look at this, I'm parsing. Let me check the logs after the raid. Oh man, I got a purple parse. Oh, I got 2 purple parses. Wow, that's really good. Yeah, I would have done more if you know, but I had to do more. I had to battle res. Was that you? You could be blue boy. Damn, the trinket didn't drop this week. Maybe next time. Yeah, if it drops, I get it. I'm due. Nice. Maybe you'll get it in the box this week. Nah, it's not likely, but yeah, you might be right. It's possible. Korgos is an evil dog. He will truly bite. Oh, what he doesn't like, that's you. That's you. Korgos has become a truly evil dog. He will now truly bite you. He will truly now bite you.
I need more time.
Wait, that's a hybrid, right? Yeah, it is. It's gonna be Doctor. Dude, this is Alkaizer VoD Prime. If it hits, I think that's the highest base too. It's got decent. It needs dude, these suffixes are so fucking bad. Hope it bricks. Fuck, it gave me ES, but it's like 1%. It's literally the lowest percentage tier ES percentage. Fuck you. I'm not even like get the fuck. I'm not like fuck off. It did the exact opposite tier that it needed to happen. It would have been like 500 ES if it hit the right roll, or it hit the opposite. Fucker. Korgos is an evil dog. Picture Korgos, but he's dancing. Blah! Korgo is so evil. Korgo is so evil. I might as well grab the T15, I guess. Paragons. You could be blue boy. Where the fuck I'm going? My accountant. White hard yet? Man, I'm sure he's fine. He's playing this Ascendancy, isn't he? Or he does Gigadam. I'm gaming, dude. Getting a little tired though, but I'm gaming. Do 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 do. My shield's 515 armor with godly, like, just absurd stats. Like, holy shit, dude. This needs a quality 2 still. The 300? 2. Dun 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 dun. Watch this. This is Prime. It fucking Divine to 215. That's not good enough. It's a Korgo baby dog. Welcome. Armor or something else. I don't know what I have right now. Doesn't matter. Just run him. Inferno Clash? He's good. He's good. No boss. Unlock. Damn, we actually do our expeditions now because the shit is actually valuable. The arrow. The question. And then what do you do? What do you tell the Dunning Cougars? Shut the fuck up, you Dunning Cougar motherfuckers who have no idea what the fuck you are talking about. Fuck. Did I not get this one? And in one click? You asshole game. Okay, whatever. Just gonna do like that, do like that. I can't get anything else anyway. Do 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 do. 60 RS. His take after the combo with Ziz. Best interview so far? It started pretty shit, but yeah, I don't think it was particularly bad. But it did start off like kind of fucking like Gigabat chest. Hey, there was like one minion question. Blood arrow quiver. That's the block quiver. Not bad. I've been getting a lot of artifacts from these. How many did I get this map? 20? That are honest, over 20, 21. That's actually pretty good. Pretty good. Right now. Do I want to do armor or try to get better rings? My rings are like decent though. I don't like my helmet. That's like the main thing. And then my belt could be better too. Belt, helmet. We'll do that ring jewelry shit, I guess. Maybe I get lucky.
This one could use a bit more work
on the back end. And good luck. Alright, this had two nice suffixes. Do I even bother though? I guess. Midlife roll. Big resist. Big ES, but it's not a fucking... I guess it can be good for someone else. It's really nice base and really nice strength. Man, alright, I don't want no fucking charm slot shit. Go, get out of here. Do. I mean, honestly, that ring isn't terrible. Bum. I think all those were fine. We'll go douche. I get the spire. Fucking backwash map. Alright, let's go. Halfway through Act 2 and only drop 1 exalt. I've had runs like that. I don't think it's that crazy. Unlucky. I think it's genuinely not even... Maybe like 1 in 3 runs will be like that. Nose challenge. I need a purple oil, and I don't want to buy one. My amulet's pretty giga. I want to get a good anoint on it. I don't get the thing though. Not sure. That takes a silver oil though. I've never even seen a silver oil drop from a thing. Run this with Delirium behind it. Maybe it's not that big of a deal though. Getting kind of strong. Actually good. Time lost ruby. Rage on melee hit. It's not that good. Those are hard to make good though. Still despair. Another blue one. We're getting there. I think 3 blue ones make purple. I want to go that route. I'm not sure I do though. Maybe. Do. You are a nose warrior. I don't want to fill out more Atlas stuff. It's not that big of a deal though. I'll get it as I explore more. Just when you start doing towers, you kind of like start confining yourself into one area. Massive nose slammer. You are big nose, I am big nose man. This is an immortality shrine. Why is that even a thing? Genuinely still. You are Nose Warrior. And Korg, a single Chaos Orb now. Second highest tier fire damage, or maybe that's third. Not what I want. How am I on these things? Yeah. I do want to go purple, I need one more. Extra lightning damage and resist. I think that should be okay. What's the boss of Sinking Spire? This is the Blackjaw one, so he's kind of scary, honestly, right? Yeah, those are sick, actually. Nice boots. I think it's a hard boss, actually. That I probably don't want to fuck with too hard. Increased AoE. Moan, thanks dude for the sub, thanks dude. The body armor still life regen one. Ornate plate.
Meek creature!
Be evasive. Do. Nose challenge. You could be blue bone. Where are the actual boxes? They just didn't spawn with many, I guess. Seems to be the case. Whatever is what it is. Give me a prime, thank you, fucker. Buttholes, beware. La da da. Do, do, do. And Korgos is that evil dog. I don't know how threatening this boss actually is. Might be like actually Giga. Stop. Idiots in my arena. It's Corgo. Exactly, bosses need more HP. Like times 10 still. I haven't seen a moment of Zen yet. The nameless turd. I think I've got most every unique map other than him. I don't know if he counts for points though. Expedition Delirium or Expedition Ritual? I think I'm Expedition Ritual here. Expedition. Why is that in my inventory? La di da do 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 do. Alright, how's my armor now? 5237. Dun 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 dun. Oops. What was I saying? Expedition thingy. Ow? Bug? So I need one of you. Sure, and I need expedition. Sure. Okay, that's fine. Da 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 do 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 do. They're all so much fucking pumped up juice in these. It's the Corgo evil dog. Tell Jonathan to buff. He looked like he was monking out, dude. He was not. He was ready to monk. He's making people monk it, dude. He's fucking evil Jonathan. Tornado. Talisman? Which one's that? Do I even have this? Bleeding Magnitude. What item slot is that, though? Gloves. Is that really that strong, though? I think it's decent. It's a few percentage of damage on a true on your bleed, for sure. I think it's actually a decent one. I played a lot of Talisman League back in the day. I remember Combs Heart Firestorm. I think that was that league. Korgos Awakens. That league actually kind of sucked, but we played a lot of it. Korgos is an evil dog. He is gonna bite, oh, but he doesn't like. That's you. Vagabond armor.
I'm not ready.
Yeah, combative argument interview is like, I don't know, not good for anybody. Not good for the listeners, not good for devs, not good for the person asking the questions. It's literally bad. Just pure bad. I mean, it might have entertainment value because it's kind of awkward, you know what I mean, but it doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, the last half was much better. Like, if that was the tonality of the whole entire interview, that would have been, like, really bad. I like watching people fight over video games. I know these are useful. Deferring again. Let me do the last one, then I'll decide. You were a nose warrior. Endurance charges? Not particularly with how anybody plays. It's pretty awkward, honestly. We're just taking this then Doc leaving. Nah, I'm doing this. With some more stuff. Jebaited, it's all trash. Probably. Actually all trash. Defer again. Meat creature. Oh shit, it's big ol' ski. What's up, dude? The map system, I don't think it's like great, honestly, but it's better.
ATP dog punk.
Know what I mean, Biggles? Keith? It's worth an exalt, right? Not shit. Goodbye. It's a cold. You playing this game, Biggles? Keith? Log in, dude. Dude, I'm like tired. I'm just like kind of zombie grinding. Till I'm ready to go to sleep. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Booming field. $1 gallon of ranch. Why are you? Do you maintain your weight, Biggles, Keith, or does it kind of like are you like, you know, increasing in power over time? Like, what are we talking? Just curious. Or are you kind of like at a steady point? I'm down 15 pounds? Holy shit. He's dieting, dude. You bet Biggles Keith isn't even fat? Give me a video, Biggles Keith, right now. I'll click it. Give me a video right now, I'll click it. You got 10 seconds. Give me a video. 1, 2. Okay, hold on. Alright. I'm holding on. You don't think he's fat? Big ol' Keith, you're fat, right? Just no bullshit, you know what I mean? That's the YouTube video I'm clicking? Alright, let's see, what do we got here?
What's going on, guys? Bagels Keith here. Back again with another food review. At the local spot. It's a little rainy today, but nothing we can't I'm just gonna shut up and eat. One bite, everyone knows the rules. Taco Bell. Cheesy bean and rice burrito. Let's do this.
You bet Big ol' Keith isn't even fat, you said. He's a demon, dude. What's the most money you've ever spent on a Taco Bell order and actually like ate all of it? Like how much money did you spend in one Taco Bell order? Ten Costco large pepperoni pizzas. No. Just no. You think Korgos would eat a large pepperoni pizza from Costco and he would like it? Drog Lara, thanks dude for the drogues and the Lara. Watching Mickey Mouse Clubhouse after that interview to feel better. Whatever works for you, dude. I always, like, hated Disney. There's, like, a couple things I remember that were, like, alright. But, like, fuck most Disney movies. The things I remember Disney were like the 1970s, like Fantasia. I think it was 1970s, and like the 1970s Snow White. And then I know like some of the 90s ones, like Lion King, obviously, and what's another one? Beauty and the Beast. And then, for me, in my head, everything after, like, Lion King is absolute horrendous dog shit trash. Yeah, I have no issues with Lion King, even though it's like a 1990s one. That one's fine. Toy Story, is that Disney? I don't know if I like Toy Story, honestly, genuinely. Like, it's kind of creative, but like, my issue with Toy Story, like the movie itself, is kind of like, makes me feel uncomfortable. Like, it's a gross movie to me to like look at. Yeah, it's kind of creepy. I only watched it like around the time it came out. I haven't watched it again since. So I just remember it was like kind of creepy, uncomfortable movie. Actually, The Fox and the Hound. That's a Disney movie, right? That movie's actually good. If that's a Disney movie. I think it is. That movie's actually good. I don't know what year that is, though. I think that's like early, mid-90s. That's like 80s, is it actually? Like I'm off like a decade, it's fine. You know, you like how, you know the part halfway through the movie where they like become adults and then the dog becomes evil? That actually happens in the movie. Like he used to be like nice and then he becomes evil. He becomes evil, dude. He's fucking evil. Truly evil. And Corgo has become an evil dog of death. And Corgo has become an evil dog of death. And Corgo has become an evil dog of death. Slam Cokes, thanks dude. Japanese movies? No, I don't know many, honestly. Very, very little. Airbud? That's some like retard shit. There's a couple like that. Free Willy, is that what it's called? Airbud? Those are some dumb movies. Those movies make fucking... Those movies, if you're a boy watching a movie like that, it makes you a fucking loser. You're doomed. You're doomed at that point. If you grew up and you had to watch that shit, you're fucking doomed, man. Benji? I don't know what that movie is, but it sounds really familiar. What is Benji? Is that about a dog? The dog's name is Benji or something? I don't know. I don't know if I'm thinking correctly. Yeah, it is. Iron Giant? Is that Disney though? It might be. That movie's pretty good, honestly. I don't know if that movie's actually, it's not Disney yet. That movie's actually pretty good though. Do you think the mechanic in the Iron Giant movie bangs the kid's mom? 100%. Wasn't he a mechanic? I thought he was a mechanic. Or was he an art guy? I thought he was a mechanic in my head. It's been a long time since I've seen that movie. Hashtag we know. I'm completely on autopilot. It's not good for hardcore. A little bit more grindos.
Meat creature!
What is this swoop? Is it good? Actually, a pretty good, decent item. I don't need it though. Fools. The Iron Giant kid's mom is honestly underrated. Would you eat her ass? Shut the fuck up. You guys are dumb. It's a fucking cartoon. Logbucks log in. Blue boar. What's on that? I mean, it's like giga accuracy. He's a true baby. Brain rattler. Knights of the Sun. Sure. Where are two-handed stabs? I don't even fucking, or two-handed maces. I don't even fucking know. They're just in mace. Hell yeah! Look at this guy. He's warrioring it up. It's not even good for leveling. $2C, dude. Level 16 mace. It's kind of shit, honestly. TY, have fun.
Well met. The landmarks described in this log.
Korgos returns. What even is this box? I don't even know. This like weird icon. Is it a gem? Yeah. Do. No chance. Well, logbooks get kind of nuts, don't they? I didn't realize once you have a lot of plus level in the zone. Easy to get boots and shit, huh? He's a baby. But a Corgo. He's a baby. But a Corgo. Let's see if I notice the difference. Korgos awakens. A true baby. Baby, but a Korgo. He's a baby, but a Korgo. Fuck you, dickhead. Korgos returns, but he's more evil than the previous encounter. Positive resists are enough for campaign, yes, which is true. Not for like in-game, but for campaign, yeah. I got a min roll. Fuck you. The fuck is that? Odorovoso. LFG dog shit. Korgo is evil. 50% increased coinage, 50% monsters. Monka Zoo lol. Korgo, baby. This character is in a different league. World of Warcraft, thy burning crusade. The Hyper Bowl. You guys gotten to watch the Hyper Bowl? Anybody? Hyper Bowl? And the Korgo is now an evil dog. Time for the Hyper Ball. Accountant. Cybernetic implants. Do 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 do. Hammer what? Bunger, bunger. 15s. Map sustain feels fine now. You get a lot from Expedition, then Rich also gives you some. What exactly did they say that was bugged with map sustain? Something about like +1s fuck it up? Is that what it was? Yeah, I suspected that the very first day of mapping when I got to 15s or whatever. I felt like I was getting less raw map drops than when I was progressing to the tiers, when I got to the top of the tiers. Makes sense. Shot ground's fine. Need the last one, just in case I just want to roll by that chaos. It's epic. The interview is fine. The start sucked, but I think I like Jonathan more after hearing him talk. Normally I'm like neutral with Jonathan, but I think a little bit better of him, like a fair bit better of him after like listening to his like perspective. Normally I'm just neutral though. Mark is usually the one who says all of the stuff that is interesting to me. Barricade, which should this have? I think I just grabbed the thingo and dock leave on it. It's fine.
I need more time.
Nose chance. Can't hit it, can't hit it.
I'm not ready.
We're only HD gamers. I don't think I can play this game on softcore anymore. Maybe that'll change if they make the game harder than what it is now, but that's how I feel right now. I just did the one character on softcore when the game came out. Kind of got a good idea of how the game plays, and then I think it's just HC forever now.
I can't yet. I need more time.
Softcore economy is fake. It's a thing. I don't know if I'd call it fake, but it's its own thing. What does this shield do? Apply elemental exposure to enemies 3 meters in front of you for 4 seconds while shield is raised. Wait. It's not that good, but it's interesting, I guess. It's just free exposure on weapon swap, right? Just free exposure on weapon swap. Kinda. Big life or recombo. We do want to I think I want a new helm tomorrow. Two chaos orbs for this weapon that won't hit my cruel plus. Crit multi's back. Just saying. It's the go baby dog. I think I'm gonna snooze it up. Be back tomorrow. Kind of tired. Kind of zombie. Made a Giga Shield. I'm using my weapon now. Need a better weapon though still, but that weapon's plenty good for the game, honestly. But, you know, we can make better. Got an absurd amulet. Need catalyst. Got new gloves. They could be better. I could whittling them. I think a new belt and a new helmet. This lightning res on this belt doesn't do anything for me. I have too much lightning res. I need to get rid of it. Need new belt. Cold res would work. But I just need not lightning res on that item. Or I get new boots. But my boots, I'm pretty happy with my boots for now. I'll probably try to get 35 movement speed at some point. I think it's good. Good enough for now. Need a farm breach for catalyst too. Especially for that amulet. Did you? Let's raid someone. I'll be back tomorrow. Do it again. I see Fubgun, Kriparian, Jungron. Maybe Jungron if he's fresh-ish. 7 hours. He's reacting to other people. I don't know if that's the stream, maybe. Who else? Athel. 6.5 hours. That's a long time. Fubgun. 12 hours, that's a long time. This has been on for a while, right? Crib.
Heard people mentioning, I think I saw something that you thing, which is the playing
You're just doing the thing. That mods? 5 hours. Yeah, mods will be on a while, honestly. He always streams long. That mod seems good. I'll be back tomorrow. We will power up my character. I feel like gearing is pretty easy now. Yeah. I think recombos are OP, or maybe I've just been really, really lucky. I've gotten some luck, but recombos make getting gear, like pretty good gear, like so much easier. So much easier. I think recombos make gearing, like, from an SSF perspective, or like making your own gear perspective, it's like 2 to 3 times easier. Recombos are nuts. Anyway, GG. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do it again. Keep powering up. Recombo's OP, I think. Even at just 2 mods, it's so good. Even at just 2 mods, it's so good. GG.